The department offers many unique features to its students. One of the most unique features of our department is the International Study Tour. The department also offers value-added courses like LDP and NLP and also HR Analytics, which helps the students to gain many new abilities which will help them in their professional careers.
Classroom activities applies to a wide range of skill-based strategy and interactive session that supports students' overall education development. These activities give a great exposure to the students. Programs like such as NLP, Consumer Awareness Program, seminars, webinar, guest lectures, etc. Students engage themselves in different forum meetings to enhance the knowledge. Students also engage in different group activities such as role play, discussions, case studies, etc. to connect among themselves.
Genuine learning comes from experiences. True to the above, the students of MA HRM department of DG Vaishnav College learn through their internship experiences. The rich curriculum comprises of 3 internships, namely the service sector internship, the manufacturing sector internship, and summer internship, which is at North India. During the internship, the students are placed at reputed organizations where they gain a wide range of knowledge on various key HR functionalities and work etiquettes, etc. They also have the opportunity to build networks and improve their contacts. In a nutshell, these experiences pave way in the journey of becoming successful HR.
No failure, only feedback. A quote by Richard Bandler. The Neuro-Linguistic Program workshop was very thought-provoking. As a HR, it is very important to understand one's behavior. The first step of the learning starts from being curious. NLP is a study of influence of language on mind and subsequent behavior. The core concepts taught by NLP trainers in 4 days are modeling 4 pillars of NLP: outcome, rapport, sensory acuity and behavior flexibility, a concept of golden circle. We learned the concept of left and right brain, and filter of perception, distortion, deletion and generalization, and we learned the software models. In the training session of the core concept, we had interactive sessions, group presentation, handling case studies and game sessions. NLP trainers explain the factor of sensory neurons like visual, auditory, kinesthetic, olfactory and gustatory, as it play an important role in deciding one's behavior. Many other concepts related to neuro-linguistic programs are clearly taught by trainers, and we have gained abundant knowledge. I am sure this concept will help us throughout our life and our career.
As a part of the curriculum, the department offers a leadership development program, that is LDP. The current batch LDP was conducted at Pegasus HRD Center, Pondicherry. The LDP program assisted in validating existing skills and developing and improving new skills which are essential in an organization. The Campus to Corporate program aided in a professional and personal understanding of self and values. They also focused on the importance of commitment, time management, empathy and synergy in a fun and interactive manner.
The eye of the mind. It is an experience. In order to advance and expand our knowledge with in-demand HR skills, the department has enabled us to a 40-hour HR Analytics certification program as a part of our curriculum. This will help us to take data-driven decisions. This certification program will help us to develop the skills and knowledge in order to take data-driven decisions as well as handle analytics-related projects. Starting from basic to the advanced concepts of analytics in HR world today, this certification program will help us to play with data using Excel and Power BI. Learning from real-life examples, embedding a culture of data-driven HR, designing and implementation of HR metrics, and developing self-service dashboards are some of the major and notable outcomes of this certification program. On the whole, this certification program will help us to understand how HR initiatives are contributing to the overall success of organizational goals and strategies.
The department has been organizing the international study tours from past few years. They have taken students to various countries like UAE, Singapore, Malaysia in order to gain the HR knowledge on the global perspective. They make sure that they take students to various industries like manufacturing and service. It is very beneficial for the students who wants to pursue their career outside the India as they gain knowledge on the wider scale.
Knowledge is power. Among the various knowledge sharing sessions conducted by our department, the guest lecture were the highlight among them. The guest lectures conducted by our department was very helpful and informative. We students were able to connect and interact with the industry expert and learn about the current HR trends, which gave us the edge to perform well during the placement process. During the academic year, totally we have 5 guest lectures, well organized, and the guest speakers gave us conceptual clarity on the current HR topics. I would like to thank our Department of MA Human Resource Management and our college management for this wonderful opportunity.
Student Forum was set up in order to open a wide platform for practical learning and networking for students. Due to pandemic, guest lectures and workshops were not possible. Considering the safety of students, webinars and workshops were conducted online. Students from both first and second year were involved throughout the process. In spite of pandemic, recently, with the help of our students, we are able to achieve Diamond Jubilee in webinar series.
Strong people stand up for themselves. Strongest people stand up for others. True to this quote, with the affiliation towards the society, we, the students of second year MA HRM, DG Vaishnav College, joined hands with the Government Boys Higher Secondary School, Nungambakam, Chennai, to conduct the urban outreach program for the students' well-being and to help and guide them identify their strengths, future career and business opportunities. We also provided them with various stationery items that was useful for them. This urban outreach program was a real-time social work experience for us. I would like to thank the department and the management for making this event a successful one. Thank you.
One of the biggest and flagship event of the Department of MA HRM is Tanthra, earlier known as Perform. It is a platform that supports HR and student interactions on a global level. It aids the students to gain knowledge from industry experts on relevant and trendy topics.
I am Vinay Babu of second year MA HRM, the placement coordinator for the year 2021 to 2022. The Department of MA HRM has its own standard in the corporate world and unique identity when it comes to placement. The reputed companies like TCS, Vedanta Groups, L&T and Car Technologies are our regular recruiters with an average package of 5.5 lakhs per annum, whereas the highest package is 9.5 lakhs per annum. The curriculum here in the department has set in a way to mold and transform students from campus to corporate ready by giving equal weightage to theoretical and practical aspects by providing 3 internships in service, manufacturing and IT sector. The unique event like International Study Tour and the Leadership Development Program gives a better picture about the organization to our students. With the support of the placement cell, our department has conducted various workshops on preparation for aptitude test, mock group discussions and interviews which were really helpful for our students to get through the placement process. I would like to thank our college management, the placement cell and our department for their constant support. Thank you.
எழுமின் விழுமின் குறிக்கோளை அடையும் வரை நில்லாது உழைமின். as rightly quoted by Swami Vivekananda, arise, awake, and stop not till the goal is reached. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I, Shruti and Selva Abhirami, on behalf of PG Department of Human Resource Management, welcome you all to our flagship event, Tantra GLAD 2022. Tantra establishes a platform for students to explore and showcase their potential. It paves a way to establish a rapport between the enthusiastic students and the esteemed HR professionals. Every year, Tantra has a theme around which the entire event revolves. Numerous trends are emerging every day, and the profession is evolving tremendously. Tantra brings the students and the HR professionals together and offers an opportunity to discuss opinions and insights on these aspects. The secret to getting ahead is getting started. With all your warm presence, let's commence today's event.
Light is a symbol of brightness and prosperity. As sunlight expels the darkness of the night, similarly, blessings bring in our life prosperity and happiness. Let's invoke Goddess Saraswati's blessings by kindling the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. I now request the dignitaries to light the lamp on the stage. I request our chief guest, Ms. M.V. Smitha, Learner Success Lead NASSCOM, to light the lamp. Followed by our guest of honor, Ms. Uma Devi, Additional Labour Commissioner, Chennai, Government of Tamil Nadu. Followed by our respected principal, our beloved head in charge, followed by Dr. Sindhu Shivan, faculty, PG Department of Human Resource Management. I now welcome Mr. Balamurali Krishnan, Head in Charge of the department, who is also the Placement cum Liaison Officer for the college with vast experience in the recruitment verticals, to deliver the welcome address to the gathering.
Good morning, one and all present here. I am extremely honored to propose the welcome address for this flagship event Tantra 2022, organized by the Department of MA HRM of Dwarakadas Govardhandas Vaishnava College. I am proudly delighted to take this opportunity in welcoming the chief guest for the day, Ms. Smitha, Learner Success Lead, NASSCOM. We welcome you, ma'am. It's my pleasure to welcome our special invitee, Mr. Sivshas Das, Hitachi Astemo Limited, Japan, who has joined us virtually. We welcome you, sir. I'm delighted.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. I'm delighted in welcoming our chief guest, Ms. Uma Devi, Additional Commissioner, Chennai, Government of Tamil Nadu. We welcome you, ma'am. I'm honored to welcome our respected Secretary, Sri Ashok Kumar Mundra, in absentia, and thank him for his continuous support in all our academic endeavors. I take privilege to welcome our beloved Principal, Captain Dr. S. Santosh Babu, who is a pillar of our college and guiding us in all our activities. Sir, we are very happy to have you with us. Now, I take this great opportunity to welcome our keynote speakers, Dr. Ashok Chopra, Professor, Amity University, Dubai, who has joined us virtually, and I am pleased to welcome Mr. Charles Godwin, HR Leader, Zoho Corp, to give insight on the Tantra GLAD 2022. It's my profound duty to welcome the moderator for the panel discussion, Dr. Gayatri, Manager, Talent Management, Brand Ambassador, and DA Council Member at Kony, India, on the topic Managing Emotional Labor. With that, I'm happy to welcome the panel members, Mr. Isaac Paturaja, Human Relations Professional, Sanmina, India. Welcome you, sir. Mr. Joshua David, India Campus Lead, Emphasis Limited. Mr. Bertram Godwin, AGM HR, Kalishwari Refineries Limited, and Mr. Bhargavi Turmalai, Assistant Manager, HR, Keller Group. Welcome you, ma'am. Further, I am delighted to welcome the moderator of the session, Mr. Chidambaram Ramanathan, Founder and CEO, Holistic HR Hub, on the role of HR in continued employee engagement and wellness. Welcome you, sir. With that, I'm happy to welcome the conversational speaker, Mr. Edwin Charles, Senior Manager, HR, Dr. Agarwal's Eye Hospital, Mr. Gaurav G. Jita, Business Head, Home Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Mr. Banu Kumar, Founder Director, RR Associates, and Mr. Vishnu Prasad, Assistant Manager, HR, L&T Constructions. On this great event, I extend my hearty welcome to all the dignitaries, special invitees from various organizations, and the heads of department, faculty members, and the students from other institutions to attend this event. Last but not least, I welcome the heads of various department, faculty members, teaching and non-teaching staff, and students from our college to attend this event. I once again welcome each and every one of you and thank you for taking your time to attend this program, Tanthra 2022. I'm sure that you will enjoy the session and make this event a grand success. Nandri, Vanakkam.
We are very glad to welcome our chief guest of the day, Ms. M.V. Smitha, Learner Success Lead, NASCOM. We are beyond grateful to have you here with us, ma'am. I now request our principal to honor Ms. M.V. Smitha with a memento. We are delighted to welcome our respected principal, Captain Dr. S. Santosh Babu, who is a symbol of strength of our college. We are happy to have you with us, sir. I now request Ms. Shiva Shankari, faculty, PG Department of Human Resource Management, to honor the principal. May I now request Captain Dr. S. Santosh Babu, Principal of DG Vaishnav College, to deliver the presidential address.
Very warm good morning to all. Very happy day for you. Today, the monsoon have helped us to conduct this program without any disturbance. Thank to God for allowing us to have this program today. The chief guest of this program, Ms. Smitha MV from NASCAM, the guest of honor, Uma Devi, Additional Labour Commissioner, special invitees, Sivash Das, Director Hitachi, and other panel members, dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, heads of various departments, learned people, and my dear students, friends. Really, I'm happy today that the Department of Human Resource, PG Department of Human Resources is able to conduct this program successfully in spite of a lot of difficulties. Yesterday also we have waterlogging in the campus. At the time, 2 of the students of the department came to me to get the signature for various programs. I said that today is heavy rain. Are you going to conduct this program tomorrow? Already government have given a holiday. Tomorrow also the government is going to declare a holiday. Are you going to conduct this program? I asked them. The students are very confident that, no sir, whatever may be, the program will go tomorrow, sir. You have to come at 9 o'clock. This is the word given by. I said that whether it is rain or not, I will be in the campus only. You see, today also I am in the campus. So don't worry. Even if it is 8 o'clock or even it is 9 o'clock, that doesn't matter. I will be there. This is my duty to come for the program, because this is the program meant for the students of the students, where they are going to meet the various experts from industry and academics to get a knowledge on various topics. So this is very important for the students. So I said that you have this much enthusiasm. Definitely I will be attending, I said. So this shows the involvement of the student in the program. The most of the program will be conducted just for the sake of something, but it is not like that. They really mean that this is a flagship event. It was mentioned in the welcome address by the head in charge. It is a flagship event. Definitely it is a flagship event, no doubt on that. So I like to congratulate once again the faculty members and the students because of their confidence in their goal. That itself shows that definitely they will be getting a good placement, they will be getting a good future. And as you know very well that our Dwarakadas Govindas Vaishnav College will not concentrate only on placement, and also we concentrate on skill development courses. In almost all the programs in our campus, we have value-added courses. We have made compulsory for all the departments to have at least one value-added courses per semester. Even in some cases, we find very difficult to complete the value-added courses because of resources available. Because when you go for value-added courses, almost all the programs, they started doing the program only on computer related. They will go for R programming, they will go for data analytic programming, they will go for SPSS package, they will go for MS Access package. Like that, whenever we think about the value-added courses, the new word or the word comes only related to the computers. So in that case, because of the resources available in the computers, we are planning lot of timetables, we are changing lot of them, we are providing. Apart from that, we are giving, the students are more responsible on social relevant activities. The lot of departments, they have done lot of social service activities. They visited homage, they visited the downtrodden peoples, they have distributed foods to the students. Like that, not only in academics, they are good in extracurricular also. So that is the strength of the department of our strength of our college. This MEHRM is started somewhat 25 years before with the mission of providing you an ethical person in the field of HR. HR needs an ethic person where they have to take care of others, like take care of their workers, they have to take care of them. They need some patience, they have to listen everything. For that, we are training our students in all aspects, whether it is technical or non-technical or with relevant to social service activities. Our students are trained, and our students works with some target. You can see the example is same program. They had a target of completing this Tanthra today. In spite of all difficulties, now it is happening. Like that, in their studies also, in their mission also, they are very particular. They work towards that. So once again, I like to thank and congratulate the whole department for organizing today's program. Definitely you are going to benefit. Definitely you are going to benefit from the words given, the discussion which is going to happen with the help of the panel members. The panel members also is spending their own time for you. How you are very much interested in this program, same thing is for the panel members. I like to thank the panel members. Even due to rain, they are able to come. That is the thing, especially our additional labor commissioner and the NASCOM person and other panel members, because they will think that during the rainy season, why we want to travel, why we want to go like that. Even in the top portion, they used to think, but it is not there in their mind. In spite of all difficulties, they are attending today's program. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much, sir, for spending your time for our students. Thank you very much. Once again, thank you all.
We feel ecstatic to have our special invitee of the day, Mr. Shivashish Das, Director Global Total Rewards, Hitachi Astemo Limited, Tokyo, Japan, who has joined us virtually.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce the special invitee, Mr. Shivashish Das, Director Global Total Rewards at Hitachi Astemo Limited, Tokyo, Japan. He has 24 years of in-depth experience in human resources and general affairs in various multinational companies of Western and Japanese background. He is currently responsible for handling regional corporate human resources at Hitachi Automotive Systems Asia Limited. He has completed his Masters in Business Administration in Symbiosis University, Pune. He completed his bachelor's degree in Industrial Relations and Personnel Management in Delhi University. He is well experienced in working in North and South India, Thailand, Singapore, Indonesia in building team and organization from scratch in Greenfields organization. He has diversified experience in handling strategic HR, talent management, leadership development, employee engagement, employee relations, talent acquisition and other various departments. We thank you, sir, for virtually joining with us. May I request you to address the gathering.
Good morning to all my colleagues, delegates, college management and the organizing committee. Thank you so much, Meera, for the introduction, and it's my privilege to be a special invitee for Tanthra 2022. I have been given 10 minutes to talk about GLAD, which is today's theme on green, lean, agile and digital HR. I'm not sure if I'm able to cover all the aspects in 10 minutes because all the topics require long hours of discussion, but I'll try my best to give a short brief about Hitachi Astemo and what we are doing as a global HR, including the total global rewards. Born in 2021 from the merger of Hitachi Automotive System, Keihin, Showa, and Nissin, Hitachi Astemo provide advanced sustainable technology for mobility to the automotive and motorcycle industry as a leader, which include connectivity, autonomous driving, and electrification. Hitachi Automotive globally has 90,000 employees and spread over 27 countries. And what I believe working in HR is to identify the requirement of organization and its workplace. HR strategies always need to be created in accordance with the management and business strategies. This includes creating a global common platform that can enable Hitachi Astemo employees to provide solutions covering multiple countries and business in line with one Hitachi concept. So let me little bit talk about the global HR programs and what we have been doing. So as I told you, globally we are 90,000 employees and present in 27 countries. It is very important to work with the diverse workforce regardless of nationality, gender, time zones, and culture. But it is still possible in today's world because we are backed by the worldwide systems and governance model. Now, some of my colleagues, those who have been working in the traditionally maybe couple of years or decades back, what used to happen in a global or a multinational companies? We used to have multiple local systems. Paper document, everything used to be a paper document which is to move from one department or one person to other person. The entire HR function used to be a person able and depending upon his skills. And all the data and all the information was only available with HR, and that too in a lock and key. So for any request, for any information, we always used to go to HR, and it used to be like a legacy system. But now how we have transformed over a period of time or decades. At Hitachi Astemo, we have a very strong digital HR database, which is called Workday. I'm not sure how many of you have heard about Workday, but it is used by most of the world top companies globally. This platform is able to manage the entire database of 90,000 employees from hire to retire. But it is also capable of performing many other tasks. For example, we do global performance management. So Hitachi Astemo has an online global standard process for MBO, we may call it KRA, KPA, and also the performance evaluation process, which enables managers to improve the performance of subordinate through coaching and feedback. So we give a special importance to coaching and feedback in line with the evaluation system also. In this digital platform, we are also able to do 9-box rating for our employees, which enable us to have a talent management, talent development, and career progression. We are also enabled or capable of doing many other tasks in the Workday digital platform, which include hiring, onboarding, compensation management, payroll, process expenses, and organization structure, including workforce management and career progression. So what I would like to say is, in summary, if I have to say, Workday is a human capital digital platform which can perform most of the HR tasks by collaborating with all the stakeholders and also enabling us to have a lean, agile, and digital HR. Lastly, let me talk a little bit about what I'm doing in the Global Total Rewards. Basically, my role is to manage global projects, and currently I'm working on a couple of projects. And to name a few of them, one of them is the Global Compensation Integration Project. To explain in simple words, our philosophy is one country, one compensation policy. Pay for performance, ensure compensation transparency and market competitiveness. Bringing performance and rewards into a closer step with one another. It sounds quite easy, but it has a lot of challenges. As such, each company within each country has their legacy system for many years. But now what we are doing is that we are harmonizing it as a country level, without disrupting the morale and sentiments of employees. As we know, compensation is a quite sensitive topic for everyone, but our focus is to keep a high level of employee engagement while managing this project. Similarly, my next project would be benefit integration projects. So we have lot of benefit programs in each of the country globally. For example, we know about insurance program, we know about pension programs and other employees benefit. So again, the philosophy remains same to have one one benefit program for each country. We are also working on the total rewards process optimization. So when I talk about the process for each of the process, what we do, for example, we do an annual merit increase, we do bonus, we do promotions, we do executive compensation. So we are trying to work out on a global standardization process, definitely in consideration with all the compliances and legal regulation in each of the country. But more or less, we would like to follow a global process which can be followed by all our entities globally, which enables us again to have a very speedy, very effective and a governance model. So I'll not take much of the time, but in my experience of my last 25 years working in HR, to the young professionals, I would have my advice to develop these 5 skills and work on them. So to start with, my number 1 would be communication skills. And when I say communication skills, it's very important to have a effective communication skills, because as an HR professionals, we come across many stakeholders, we come across conflict management, employees comes to us with lot of grievances. So it's very important to listen to them and have a very effective communication skills. The next one will be digital HR. So as I told you about Hitachi Astemo, the way we have transformed from multiple system to a Workday HRIS, which has really helped us globally to transform this digital platform. So I would request everyone to really go through the digital network, not only digital in the HR, but also on the social media. Social media is quite active, like everybody is on the LinkedIn. So that's also a very important skills which need to be developed. The third one, I would emphasize on the data analytics. So data has become a very, very key important factor in today's decision making and making a progress. Now, for example, whenever we look at either we look at an attrition data, we look at a market compensation data, data just reflect number. But what we have to do is that we have to understand the data. And in day-to-day process, how do we report, how do we interpret, and how do we make a decision based on the data analytics? That's a very key skills. Number 4th will be business understanding. Again, I would say those are the days gone where every function used to work in silos. It's very important for everyone, including HR, to understand the customers, shareholders, our operations, our product. Because as I mentioned earlier, based on the business, we have to develop our strategies, and the business is our product or services. So some do products, some do services. So it's very important to have a very deep understanding on the business, what we do. And lastly, I would say intercultural sensitivity, especially for the large multinational companies. Like, for example, when I work globally, so, and this is nothing wrong, this one, but in India, if I look at it, people are very aspiring to have promotions or career aspiration in every 1 or 2 years. But when I compare it with the West, it's about 3 to 5 years. For example, in Netherlands or in Western, they believe more in a direct communication. But when we talk about when I work with Japanese, they prefer to have more indirect communication. So what we need to do is that we need to be very sensitive and very respectful for each of the culture and employees. Nothing is wrong. Everything is working. But only thing is that we need to adjust. We need to understand from where they're coming and try to work with them. At the last, what I would say to the young professionals, HR professionals, is that have patience and believe yourself. Don't quit or give up easily by saying, I'm not making an impact. Everything needs time, effort, dedication. In life, I won't say there is anything called 2 minutes Maggie which works. So keep learning and keep try to make things simple in the process. And in this thing, please try to understand what is your passion and interest. And based on your passion and interest, follow it and excel in that. So with this, I would like to thank everyone for listening to me, and my apologies if I have exceeded the time limit. My best wishes and good luck for all the young HR professional in their new future endeavor. And I'm always available on LinkedIn. So I'll be very happy if I can be of any help to you for any guidance or any mentoring. Once again, thank you for inviting me and to be a special invitee in this Tantra 2022. I know you will be having many other delegate speakers talking about during this session to try to take maximum out of them from their experience. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing the platform with us. We feel proud to welcome our highly distinguished Chief Guest of Drona launch, Mr. V. Nandakumar, IRS, Additional Commissioner, Income Tax, Department of Finance, Government of India, who has extended his support to be with us on this wonderful occasion. We are elated to have you with us, sir. I now request Dr. Sindhu Shivan, Faculty, PG Department of Human Resource Management, to honor our Chief Guest of Drona launch, Mr. V. Nandakumar, with a memento.
We are profusely elated to have our guest of honor of the day, Ms. Uma Devi, Additional Labour Commissioner, Chennai, Government of Tamil Nadu. I now call upon Aarti of 2nd MA HRM to introduce the guest of honor, Ms. Uma Devi.
I take immense pleasure to introduce the guest of honor of this segment, Ms. Uma Devi. Ms. Uma Devi is the Additional Commissioner of Labour in Chennai, controlling over 13 districts of enforcement of labour laws. She is a graduate in economics from SRC Tiruchi and completed a Bachelor's of Law in Tiruchi Law College. She holds a higher diploma in cooperative management from NICM Chennai. At the age of 24, she joined government services. Ms. Uma Devi is the first women controller of legal metrology of Tamil Nadu. As a controller of legal metrology, she insisted to put signboards that read MRP Vilakke Porutkal Vitkapadum in the stalls at Coimbatore, Central and Egmore Station. Ms. Uma Devi, in tandem with Chamber of Commerce, conducting many rides at public markets and fair price shops to ensure customer protection. She has also served as a Secretary of Labour Welfare Board of Tamil Nadu and has proposed many innovative schemes in the field of education and sports assistance for the workers that got approved by Government of Tamil Nadu. Thank you, ma'am, for taking time to be with us today. Now, I welcome you once again. May I now request you to address the gathering?
Good morning, all. This is a wonderful event. I'm very happy to be here and to see you all. Future HRs, present HRs, எல்லாருமே இங்கே இருக்கீங்க. அண்ட் வாட் டு ஸ்பீக் அப்படின்னு பார்க்கும்போது இவங்க க்ரீன் ஹெச்ஆர், லீன் ஹெச்ஆர், டிஜிட்டல் ஹெச்ஆர் இதெல்லாம் போட்டிருந்தாங்க. தென் ஐ தாட் ஸோ வாட் ஆர் த குவாலிட்டிஸ் ஆஃப் அ குட் ஹெச்ஆர் அப்படின்னு நம்ம பார்க்கலாம் அப்படின்னு கூகுள் பண்ணும்போது ஆஸ் யூஷுவல் செகண்ட் ஆப்ஷனுக்கு போயிடுச்சு. That is what are the qualities of a good financial manager. So என்ன இருந்தது அங்கே அப்படின்னு கேட்டால் லைக் what are the qualities of good financial manager அப்படின்னா numerical proficiency number 1. Number 2, he must be able to make some profit. Number 3, he must be able to cut loss. Simple. And again I just திரும்பி qualities of a good HR அப்படின்னும் போது you won't believe ஒரு 56 qualities இருந்தது அதில். லைக் sincerity, integrity, devotion, positivity, team spirit, hospitality, desirability, confidence, cordiality, helping nature, etc., etc., etc. So என்ன இருந்ததுன்னா எனக்கு என்ன தோணுச்சுன்னா த என்டையர் ஹியூமன் ரேஸ்னோட ரைட்ஸுமே ஒரு ஹெச்ஆர் பர்சனுக்கு இருக்கணும் போல். அவ்வளோ ட்ரைட்ஸ், அவ்வளோ குவாலிட்டிஸ். இது ஆகாது அப்படின்னு ஐ லெஃப்ட் இட். தென் ஐ தாட், okay, what I want, I am an official. From my perspective, from my point of view, what I want from a HR. சரி அப்படின்னு பார்க்கலாம். அப்படின்னும் போது we require ஒரு help of a HR in two situations. One is inspection, during inspection. And the second one is during conciliation. During inspection, and both of the situations I have experienced, I have seen many HRs. So I have admired so many characters, and these characters, they possess beautiful qualities like intelligence, presence of mind, the way they handle the situation, excellent. In the characters actually I really admire. இங்கே யாருக்காவது அது பொருந்துச்சுன்னா ஐ எம் நாட் ரெஸ்பான்சிபிள், அண்ட் ஐ புட் அ பிக் டிஸ்க்ளைமர் ஹியர். அண்ட் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன், வென் வி கோ ஃபார் அன் இன்ஸ்பெக்ஷன், our HR person will come and he will invite us as a beautiful air hostess or a pakka hospitality, and we will go inside and compliance அப்படின்னு கேட்டுட்டு, when we ask for the records and registers, forms and registers, he will become a sadhu. He will go to a Buddha mode, a divine smile. So ஒன்று என்ன இப்படி மாறிட்டார் அப்படின்னு, தென் என்ன இப்படி ஆகிட்டார் இது சட்டுன்னு, then we will be doing so many things to bring him down to normal mode. ஸோ வருவார், நார்மல் மோடுக்கு வந்துடுவார். என்ன சார் ஆச்சு என்ன. The problem is the compliance work could have been given to the outsourcing. வெளியில் கொடுத்துருப்பாங்க. He won't be having any forms, any registers with him. அந்த சிச்சுவேஷனில் அவர் என்ன பண்ணுவாருன்னா, ரொம்ப ஒரு கம்ஃபர்டபுளாக he will go to this சாது மோட். ஒரு ஸ்மைலோட அழகாக சிரிச்சிட்டே இருப்பார் நம்ம கிளம்புற வரைக்கும். தென் என்ன சார் ஆச்சு, மெயில் போட்டிருக்கோம் மேடம். And in one film S.J. Surya will be saying, இருக்குது ஆனால் இல்லை. இதே மாதிரி அவர் இருக்குது ஆனால் இங்கே இல்லை மேடம். ஸோ we will be like, சரி ஓகே விடுங்க, ஒரு இந்த இதில் ஒரு கால் டு எம்ப்ளாயீஸ், ஐ கேன் டாக் டு தெம் அப்படின்னு வந்துடுவாங்க. எம்ப்ளாயீஸ் வந்துடுவாங்க. பேச ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுக்குள்ளே அவர் HR பர்சன் will become a Kathakali artist. He will give all the instructions to the employees through his eye movements. பேசி, you will not be able to get anything from these workers, these employees. அவங்க அவரையே பார்த்துட்டு இருப்பாங்க, நம்மளை பார்க்க மாட்டாங்க. அவர் ஐ மூமெண்ட் என்ன சொல்லுதுன்னு. this is an amazing situation. How they decipher this eye movements, எப்படி அவங்க டிரான்ஸ்லேட் பண்ணுறாங்கன்னே தெரியாது. க்ளீனாக பதில் சொல்லிட்டு போயிடுவாங்க. So again he will come to the air hostess mode and we will send off. So this is a wonderful transformation of HR while we go for an inspection. And what we really expect is not only the compliance of labor laws or other laws, just we want you must be able to produce the forms and registers when it is being demanded. அதுதான் எங்களுக்கு நீங்கள் பண்ணுற பெரிய ஹெல்ப். எங்களுக்கு இல்லைன்னு சொல்லாமல் கொடுத்தீங்கன்னா that will be very helpful. So that will be the big. The another situation is conciliation. You all know conciliation there will be two parties. One is union and another one is management. Union from 20 workers to 2,000 workers of an automobile industry, there will be a similar behavior, uniform behavior. They will put a demand, they will raise a demand, they will agitate, they will put all gosham, and they will discuss and settle down. This is the uniform behavior. But when we come to HR, again it will be very interesting, very beautiful characters. Like the first person will come. He is the silent killer, totally. when the constellation goes on, இந்த பக்கம் சிவகாசி பட்டாசு வெடிக்கும் யூனியனில் சத்தம், and our HR will be doing this silently, watching the phone, doing some SMS, and ஒரு crucial situationல we will be just turning to him and we will ask, what is your opinion? Hello, and phone எடுத்துட்டு வெளில போயிடுவார். Madam, I am getting a call, I will come back. So ஒரு adjournment போட் next adjournment போடுற வரைக்கும் he will not come back. He will be standing out. ஸோ நம்ம உள்ளே வந்தோடனே நம்ம கேட்போம், எங்கே பேசுனீங்கன்னு. மேடம், மை பாஸ் வாஸ் காலிங், ஹி வாஸ் காலிங் ஃப்ரம். ஓகே, வாட் டிட் யூ ஆஸ்க், என்ன பேசிட்டீங்களா இது அப்படின்னு. இல்லை மேடம், ஹி ஆஸ்ட் மீ வெதர் யூ ஓப்பன் யுவர் மவுத் அப்படின்னு. அதுக்கு என்ன பதில் சொல்லியிருப்பான்னு நமக்கு தெரியாதா? ஓகே, அது முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. த செகண்ட் ஒன், இது ஆகிறதில்ல. செகண்ட் ஒன், another person will come. This man is ஒரு dangerous dynamo, this person. What he will do is, ஒரு 6 daysக்கு வந்து we will be completely conducting consultation for hours together. ஒரு பண்ணி ஒரு செட்டில்மெண்ட்டுக்கு வரலாம் அப்படின்னு உட்காந்து, the union person about to sign the note sheet, அப்போ வந்து இவர் ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்பார். He is very loyal. He is very loyal person to the management. He will ask, என்ன வேலிச்சாமி, உனக்கு மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் என்னெல்லாம் பண்ணியிருக்கு உனக்கு தெரியாதா அப்படின்னாரு. அவன் பேனா கீழே வச்சிடும். என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கு நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்கள், என்ன பண்ணியிருக்கு. இப்போ நீ கூட நைட் ஷிஃப்ட்டில் வந்து ஒரு 1/2 மணி நேரம் தூங்குனியே, உன்னை ஏதாவது பண்ணிச்சா? முடிஞ்சுது. ஹீல் பி ஆக்டிங் அஸ் அ ஸ்பார்க் ப்ளக். வெடிச்சிடும், முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. நம்ம 6 நாள் 6 மணி நேரம் எல்லாம் வேஸ்ட். டோட்டலாக வந்து இது போயிடும். த தேர்ட் கேரக்டர், இவர் வந்து என்னன்னு கேட்டிங்கன்னா, இவர் வந்து ஒரு ஒண்டர்ஃபுல் சிம்பத்தைசர், ஒரு மாசேதுங் மாதிரி. இவர் வந்து அந்த பிறவி வந்து ஒரு HR எடுத்திருப்பார். இவர் இஸ் எ பியூட்டிஃபுல் சிம்பத்தைசர். அங்கே உட்காந்துட்டு என்ன சொல்லுவார் அப்படின்னா, மேடம், தீஸ் ஒர்க்கர்ஸ் ஆர் வெரி புவர் பீப்புள், தே டிசர்வ் அ லாட். அவங்க என்ன டிசர்வ் த வாட் தே டிமாண்ட், அது கொடுத்துடணும். ஆனால் என்னால் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டில் ஒன்றுமே பேச முடியாது, நீங்கள் தான் பேசி எதாவது பண்ணணும் அப்படின்னு பியூட்டிஃபுல்லாக சொல்லுவார். அப்போ அந்த ஹாலில் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நானும் யூனியன் மட்டும்தான் இருப்போம், மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் ரெப்ரஸன்டேட்டிவே இருக்க மாட்டாங்க. இவர் அங்கே போய் உட்காந்துருவார், நான் யார்கிட்ட பேசுகிறது. ஸோ இது ஒரு கேரக்டர். இதெல்லாம் இன்ட்ரெஸ்டிங். ஐ அட்மயர்ட் ரியலி. என்னம்மா சுச்சுவேஷன் ஹேண்டில் பண்ணுவாங்கன்றீங்க, பியூட்டிஃபுல்லாக ஹேண்டில் பண்ணுவாங்க. another one person is there, மேபி ஒரு HRM டிஜி வைஷ்ணவ்லேருந்து வந்தவரா என்னன்னு தெரியாது. ஒரு என்ன பண்ணுவார், பேசிகிட்டே இருப்போம் நம்ம. we will put separate meetings, like during conciliation we will conduct separate meetings. I'll send the union out, talk to the management. இவர் உட்காந்துருப்பார். நான் வந்து ஏதோ ரொம்ப சீரியஸாக சினாரியோ பற்றி கேட்கலாம் ப்ராப்ளம்லாம் இருக்கும்போது, he will come to a student mode. He'll ask me, madam, whether it will attract 5A, chapter 5A. Madam, will it attract chapter 5B? Will it amount to unfair labor practice? Madam, what is the difference between 33(2)A and 33(2)B? All questions he will be putting, and நமக்கு வந்து கன்சல்டேஷன் ஃபுல்லாக கிளாஸ் ஆகிடும். 1 hour கிளாஸ் எடுத்து முடிச்சதுக்கப்புறம் யூனியன் வில் கம் இன் சைட். மேடம் எதாவது பேசினாரா? இப்போ தாங்க கிளாஸ் முடிஞ்சு போகிறாரு, நெக்ஸ்ட் டைம் வருவார், பார்க்கலாம். ஓகே, ஸோ இவர் ஒரு இது. ஸோ அல்டிமேட்லி கம்ஸ் அவர் மேன், டோட்டலி த கேம் சேஞ்சர். He will give me a clue. He will give me a good scoop. என்ன சொல்வார், மேடம், this is the undercurrent problem. This is the issue. There is an ego issue. There is an issue. இங்கே நீங்கள் ஒர்க்கிட்ட இதை பேசினா யூனியன் வந்துடுவாங்க. அங்கே வந்து அதை வச்சு ஐ கேன் டாக் டு த மேனேஜ்மெண்ட். சிம்பிளாக ஒரு யோசனை சொல்வார். That will work out beautifully and the conciliation will be over, settlement will be done. So that excellent person is called as the HR manager. So he is called as a manager. When I Google what is the definition for manager, it says the person who controls the organization or the business. The entire control over the business or the organization. He is like a KGF man. நம்ம ரொம்ப ஆஹா அப்படின்னு அட்மையர் பண்ணுற ஒருத்தர். ஸோ வாட் ஈ ஷுட் டூ, நாங்கள் எங்களுக்கு வந்து வி டிபெண்ட் ஆன் ஹிம். எங்கள் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்லேருந்து டாப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்லேருந்து எல்லாரையும் வர முடியாது, HR மேனேஜர்ஸ் தான் வர முடியும். வி டிபெண்ட் ஆன் தெம். ஸோ வாட் தே வில் டூ, தே ஹாவ் டு கிவ் அஸ் நல்ல ஒரு ஸ்டடி பண்ணிவிட்டு ஒரு ஹோம்ஒர்க் பண்ணிவிட்டு they should come to us and give us correct அது. அதே மாதிரி they have to go back to the management, say this is a law, this is a position, this will happen in future, இதுக்கெல்லாம் இருக்குது. ஓகே, இந்த ஒரு அப்டேட்டை வந்து அவங்களுக்கு மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுக்கு, அவங்க டாப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுக்கு கொடுக்கணும். அண்ட் எங்களுக்கு அவங்க வந்து ப்ராப்பராக ஹெல்ப் பண்ணணுன்னா we need this HR manager. So both are the situations where we depend on you and future HRs are there. ஸோ இதுவும் வந்து மேபி உங்களுக்கு ஹெல்ப்ஃபுல்லாக இருக்கலாம் when you come to the field. And thank you very much for the wonderful opportunity given to me.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your experience. We feel exultant to have our chief guest of the day, Ms. M.V. Smitha, Learner Success Lead, NASSCOM. I now call upon Mira to introduce the chief guest, Ms. M.V. Smitha.
I'm very much privileged to introduce the chief guest for the inauguration, Ms. M.V. Smitha, Learner Success Lead, NASSCOM. Ms. M.V. Smitha holds a bachelor's degree in Electronics and Communications in the College of Engineering from the University of Kerala, Trivandrum. She has also completed her post-graduation diploma in Business Management in Finance from Symbiosis University. Ms. M.V. Smitha has 26 years of rich experience across critical business functions such as delivery, sales, internal competency development, and IT operations, delivering solutions to Fortune 100 companies. She has played a significant role in Wipro's first CMMI assessment and certification. Our major achievements include Best People Manager Award across Wipro Group, developed Patent Factory Model for execution of integration projects, and Best Customer Experience Index Award from Wipro Technologies. We welcome you, ma'am. Now, I request you to share the platform.
Hello. How are you all? I'm trying to fit into the shoes of an HR. Probably I'm a misfit here because, like ma'am said, நானும் வந்து வாட் ஐ எக்ஸ்பெக்ட் ஃப்ரம் ஹெச்ஆர்னு தான் சொல்ல போகிறேன். ஏன்னா எனக்கு ஹெச்ஆரில் இவ்வளோ 26 இயர்ஸில் வாட் ஐ ஹவ் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ்ட் ஸோ சம் திங்ஸ் தட் ஐ ஹவ் சீன் ஸோ ஃபார். ஸோ ஐ ஹவ் ஸ்லைட் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் ஆஃப் ஒப்பீனியன்ஸ் வித் மேம் வென் ஷீ டாக்ஸ் அபவுட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட், ரைட்? ஸோ ஹவ் மெனி ஆஃப் யூ லைக் சால்விங் ப்ராப்ளம்ஸ்? ஓகே, 10% தானா? Okay. So I'll give you 2 problems to solve. Let's see which one you pick. Right? So I may be preaching to the choir here, but let's see. So I have a 10,000 piece puzzle which you need to put together. Okay, that's problem number 1. The second is I have an ant here on the corner of this table. You have to move that ant to this corner of this table. That's the second problem. What I need you to pick is a problem that you will pick any time, and you will be able to tell me with confidence that you will be able to solve it in a fixed number of hours. Okay, let's take 2 hours for example. In 2 hours you should be able to fix 10,000 piece puzzle or move an ant from here to here. At the end of the 2 hours the ant should be here. Which one will you pick? How many of you will pick the puzzle? How many of you will pick the ant? Okay, ant. Let's see the ant people. Okay. ஆண்ட் தொடக்கூடாது, கரெக்ட். ஆண்ட் தொடக்கூடாது. ஓகே, எவ்வளோ பேர் ஆண்ட்? கண்டிப்பாக ஹெச்ஆர் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் தானே பண்ணுறீங்க. பசில் மக்கள் பார்க்கலாம். ஓகே, ஏன் பசில் பிக் பண்ணீங்க? ஏன் பசில் பிக் பண்ணீங்க? some reasons why you said puzzle? உங்கள் கண்ட்ரோலில் இருக்குது, கரெக்ட். அண்ட் ஹேஸ் அ மைண்ட் ஆஃப் இட்ஸ் ஓன், இல்லையா? அண்ட் பிக் பண்ணாங்க. என்ன ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி உங்களுக்கு? வாட் இஸ் யுவர் ஸ்ட்ராட்டஜி? என்ன வேணும்னு எப்படி கண்டுபிடிப்பீங்க பாப்போம்? அண்ட் வந்து டெசர்ட் பார்லன்னு வந்திருக்கு. இன்னைக்கு சக்கரை வேண்டாம், அதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க? டேபிளில் அட்டப்பா அப்படி வாங்க. ஓகே, ஸோ த ப்ராப்ளம் இஸ் நீங்கள் ஒரு ஆண்டை மேனேஜ் பண்ணலையே. நீங்கள் அவர் சொன்ன மாதிரி 90,000 ஆண்டை மேனேஜ் பண்ணுறீங்க, கரெக்டாக? 90,000 and each one having its own, each one having come from different background, different expectation, doing different things. And your job is to make sure they reach one place to the other. Right? The management, I mean, in my opinion, the management is what the project managers do. They have a end target, they have a goal to do. So they will make sure they manage the resources and get something done. Your job, அங்கே தான் எனக்கு அந்த மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டுங்கிற வேர்டே வந்து ஸ்லைட்லி difficult. I don't think you're managing something. Your job is to develop people. Right? Your job is to make sure from one project to the next when they go, are they becoming better individual? Are they better performers? That is your job. Your job is to zoom out and see. At the same time, உங்களுக்கு அந்த zoom in experience இல்லைன்னா you will not be able to do that. Zoom out பண்ணால் அப்போ அவர் சொன்ன மாதிரி டிஜிட்டல் டேட்டான்னு எல்லாம் சொல்கிறீங்கல்ல, as an employee, I used to feel like a row in an Excel sheet. அப்படி பண்ணக்கூடாது இல்லையா? எந்த அளவுக்கு வாட் எவர் டேட்டா அனாலிசிஸ் யூ டூ, வென் யூ கம் டு டாக் டு அ பர்சன், யூ ஹேவ் டு கெட் டு தட் பர்சன்ஸ் லெவல், அண்டர்ஸ்டாண்ட் வாட் தட் ant wants. So the first quality of an HR, according to me, is that ability to zoom in and zoom out, to see the patterns, at the same time look at the specific needs of that person to make sure that he feel. So one thing which we always used to tell is, you go to an HR and come back, you should feel as if your problems are lesser than the world. That's your job, right? To tell them multiple problems, to tell them everything so that you feel that, okay, it's okay, I think I can manage myself. So that's that ability. Now, how is it different now? Right? I mean, I've been addressing students of different like engineering, arts and science. This is the first time I'm addressing an HR audience. So why is it different for you? Because the workforce is changing, work is changing, workspace is changing. Right? What is the workforce that is changing? As an HR, you're going to deal with people at least 10 years more experience than you, and probably your peers and your juniors. Right? Each one of them today, and probably that's the prediction, that every 5 years people will change careers, not just jobs. So somebody who's coming in is coming from a very diverse background. Right? I was hearing Mr. Isaac talking about how he was in MAFOI and then recruitment and now in HR. So these are at least in the same realm. But you see people like, I don't have any background in education as such, but then after so many years in the IT industry, I have decided to move into an education sector, right? In NASCOM, in the education sector. So this I may be an exception in my age group, but going forward, you're going to find people who were 5 years as a chef, then becomes a musician, then comes back to a job. So you will find all sorts of people. So how will you manage? And it's so their background is different, their ethnicity is different. We are talking about neurodiverse people in the workforce. So each one of them have different needs. So when I used to be a project manager, we used to call derogatory, definitely, we used to call some people as high maintenance people. Those people who will take your 80% of the time. In anything is a problem for them, but they are really good at their work, so you have to have them in your team also. Unfortunately for you all, everybody is a high maintenance resource today, right? So it's really difficult. You start talking to one person and you find that their problems are different. They expect sky from you, right? So that's the workforce that you're going to deal with, and the work as such has changed. I can tell from an IT example, previously it used to be defined work. You know what a developer is supposed to do. You know how the work will be given to a person. There is an input, there is something to be done, and then you expect something at the end of 1 week or 2 weeks. Today, that's not the case. You're talking about Agile HR, right? How are Agile projects run? You have a direction, and you have a meeting every morning and evening to see where you're going. So the things are changing, and the expectation is people who are part of that project is able to understand what 10 people in the team are thinking, and then develop and deliver something which they want, which they themselves don't know what it is. Right? That's the expectation from the workforce. How will somebody, I mean, it's totally difficult for someone to deliver that, and especially as you transition from a student life to a work life. Because in student life, it is kind of clear. You know where your credits have to come from. You know how your CGPA will be marked. You know what are the tricks and tips to make those numbers happen. It's kind of defined. But from here, when you move to a workforce and you are actually doing things, இங்கே படித்தது ஒன்றுமே இல்லை மேம் கேட்ட மாதிரி 33 AM BU எல்லாம் அங்கே அப்ளிகபிளே ஆகாது. இது வேறு ஏதோ ஒரு ரூல் புக்கில் ஒர்க் ஆகிட்டுருக்கு. Yeah, so it's really difficult, and you have to. So you're learning every day, and the good thing is, all of us have that ability within us. Otherwise, evolution la nama vandirukka mattomla. So one thing is, sometimes when you're not able to relate to any of the rules in the rule book, just go back to your instinct. You know how to solve the problem. Just trust that and then go with it. That's your only way. And for that, what you need to do is to observe. Observe people, find patterns, but at the same time, also understand that there are people who don't fit into pattern. So if something feels like something to you, no, that's not how the other person has taken it. Right? So it's a very delicate task, and the best HRs that I have met are people who just listen. Like ma'am said, the silent killer, I sometimes feel they are the best, because unless and until the solution comes from me, I will not be happy with that solution, whatever solution the other person is giving me. So the person who is silently listening and helping me come up with a solution, I feel is the best HR who's coming in. Right? So that's how the industry is changing, that's how the workforce is changing. And for you, the newest problem is the workspace itself, right? We are not talking about sitting inside an office and working. You're talking about remote work. You're talking about gig work. So you don't even know. Like the last 5 years when I was in Wipro, I joined NASSCOM just 8 months back. So before that, the 5 years of my job, I had done a gig workforce setup in Wipro. So the HR policies that you need to have a gig workforce. So we are talking about employees who are doing gigs also. So it was very interesting to see how does it change. Right? You're not talking about somebody who's there with you continuously. You're talking about someone who will just come, do one particular gig and move away. How do you make sure they are developed? So the first question that the management was asking me is, we have people, the reason we have employees is we have continuity. We can see how they are getting developed. The moment you're talking about gig, the thing changes. The responsibility of development is with the person. Right? So when the person comes in next time, why do you say that the chief guest was talking about promotion and expectations, right? In a gig world, you cannot decide which gig person you have to give more money, compensation, etc., unless and until the work is done. Right? So the complexities are only going to increase, and your rule books are not going to work. That's the good news. So thank you all.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your thoughts and views on HR. Now we have come to the significant part of the event, the release of the placement brochure. I now request our chief guest, Ms. M.V. Smitha, to release the placement brochure of the batch 2021-2023. I now request all the dignitaries on the dais to receive the copies of the placement brochure.
Good morning to all. I, Shiva Shankari, Assistant Professor of PG Department of Human Resource Management, take utmost privilege in presenting the annual report for the year 2021 and 22 before the esteemed audience. The students were involved in a melange of events throughout the year. The investiture ceremony of the HRD Forum was held on 20th October 21 on the topic, Putting People First, How HR Steers Organization. Mr. Aditya Venkatraman, AGM Corporate HR, Ashok Leland, shed light on the importance of mentorship. HRD's forum served as a platform for the students to network with HR professionals from various industries and learn from their experiences. Sessions on lesson from the Indian history, prevention of heart attacks, evolving dynamics of workplace, industrial relation, SPSS, workshop on L&D were conducted. Leadership Development Program is a 4-day intensive training program organized at Pegasus Institute of Excellence, Pondicherry from 10th October to 12th October 21, where students were brought out of their comfort zones, face their fears, and exhibit their leadership skills. All genuine learning comes from through experiences. On that note, the department placed the students of first MA HRM in diverse service sector companies such as Larsen & Toubro, The Hindu, Bank of Baroda, and Leela Palace, and etc. from 20th October to 20th November 21. The focus of internship was HR management, HR development, policy making, and imbibing the corporate culture. A 2-day HRD urban outreach program was conducted on 21st and 22nd October 21 at Chennai Boys Higher Secondary School, Nungambakam, by the 2nd MHRM students to understand the significance of social responsibility and accountability. It also enhanced various skills that are required for a HR manager. On account of World Energy Conservation Day, the students of second year participated in an energy quiz competition conducted at MMA Management Center on 11th December 21, which focused on India's commitment to clean energy and combating climate change. On the occasion of National Consumer Day on 24th December 21, where the students of 1st MAHRM showcased their talent by performing skits, debates, conducting quiz, connections, and analyzed case studies. The students of MAHRM were provided a 5-day certification program on HR analytics from 7th March to 14th March, which aided the students on understanding the concept of HR in a technical perspective. In order to add on their learning experiences, the students were placed in manufacturing companies in and around Chennai from March 15 to April 15, 22, gaining a 360-degree exposure of the manufacturing industry. A 4-day workshop on neuro-linguistic program was conducted for the students of 1st MAHRM from 25th April 29 to 29th April 22. The topics of the workshop encompassed of soft skills, methods to overcome phobias, and negative anchors. Insights on cognitive functions were also provided. From the 24th April 22 to 28th April 22, the students of second years had a great opportunity to visit United Arab Emirates and learn about their international HR policies and practices, how they are different from that of India, UAE labor laws, labor relations. Our department as total has successfully completed 4 workshops and 12 guest lectures for this academic year. We would like to take this opportunity to share that our department has been active on all social media platforms like LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube with the page of HR Sagacious. All of our departmental activities, especially our 78 series of webinars, are uploaded in HR Sagacious page for the benefit of HR community. Thank you for your patient listening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. To shed more light on the event and its theme, I now request Council President of Tanthra 2022, Mr. Aravind, onto the stage.
A very good morning to all. On behalf of the Postgraduate Department of MA Human Resource Management, I welcome you all to Tanthra 2022. Firstly, I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to all the dignitaries, guests, delegates, faculty, and my fellow students. Tanthra was born out of a need to fill a very specific niche, to create a lasting climate of networking with professionals and alumni while creating a venue for students to experience first-hand learning from them. In the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic that left us all shackled on the digital plane, we are proud to host the first edition of Tanthra, since then to be held offline. Tanthra as a HR conclave is the culmination of hard work by the department, cooperation from the participants, and the benevolence of the esteemed guests and speakers gathered here today. So, the theme for Tanthra 2022 is GLAD. GLAD is the acronym for Green, Lean, Agile, and Digital HR. While Agile and Lean are approaches or methodologies that describe ways to incorporate practices and strategies that are aimed to efficiently and ergonomically improve the workflow, Green and Digital too go hand in hand as newer strategies or adoptive measures that aim to reduce the carbon footprint on a larger scale, while making daily practices more sustainable. The most interesting aspect, however, lies in the fact that all of these 4 concepts are deeply interlinked in a cyclic nature, where one cannot gloss over a specific domain without acknowledging the influence the other 3 have on it. That perhaps could be said about human resource as an integral part of any organization too. In fact, this reminds me of one of the most cited phrases that we as students always hear when we go to any conferences or any sort of gatherings. Human resource is no longer a support system, it is integral to the organization as much as any other department or domain. In the same vein, Green, Lean, Agile, and Digital are concepts integral to the world of human resource that we as students must ingrain and stay ahead of the curve before it becomes the norm. But I digress. These specific ideas as we brainstormed most definitely echoed what we as students understood the progression and future of HR to be. In addition, we believe that a deeper perspective into this amalgam of established and upcoming HR strategies would conceptually help with the transition of students into well-rounded professionals. As participants of Tanthra 2022, I assure you that the excellent roster of guests and speakers gracing the event here would provide you with nothing short of a revelatory experience that would only leave you wanting for more. Thank you.
Thank you, Aravind. Hope you all would have received greater insights on our flagship event and its theme. தொட்டனை தூரும் மணற்கேணி மாந்தர்க்கு கற்றனை தூரும் அறிவு. The more you dig a sand spring, more will be the flow. The more you learn, more will be the wisdom. We are proud to inform that we, the MAHRM department, being the pioneer for having taken the first ever initiative of launching DRONA, the mentorship program, corporate to campus. I now call upon Aarti to introduce the chief guest, Mr. Nanda Kumar, IRS, Additional Commissioner, Income Tax, Department of Finance, Government of India.
We are privileged to introduce Mr. V. Nandakumar, Additional Commissioner of Income Tax, Department of Finance, Government of India, as the chief guest for the launch of DRONA, the mentorship program of our department. Mr. Nandakumar pursued his bachelor's degree in English literature at Dr. Ambedkar Government Arts College. He holds an honorary doctorate from the World Tamil University. Mr. Nandakumar was a topper in civil service examination after dropping out from school. He is currently serving in Indian Revenue Service as the Additional Commissioner of Income Tax. He has also volunteered as a mentor for the organization For You in You. Thank you, sir, for making this event special with your presence. Now, we welcome you once again. Now, I request our esteemed chief guest, Mr. Nandakumar, to launch DRONA, the mentorship program.
PG Department of Human Resource Management is initiating DRONA, a mentorship program that offers a structured framework for nurturing the valuable growth and development through one-on-one relationships between students and professionals. To foster personal and professional development, to impart a quality and value-based education in which the professional HR training allows interns to develop holistically in terms of HR competencies, conceptual knowledge, and experiential learning that is compatible with the institutions and industry's requirements. To educate and facilitate professional training of students through multiple approaches that nourish professional competency and self-development. Build a strong interface between HR aspirants and HR professionals through network with industry and instilling a sense of integrity. To establish channels of communication, to set developmental goals, to explore specific topical interests and match preferences while gaining experiences, to measure progress periodically, outline skill areas to be enhanced or developed through this partnership, supporting personal and professional growth and monitoring psychological growth and progress, cultivating a healthy learning environment in college. Assigning mentees to their mentors. Mentees contact their respective mentors to arrange a meeting, both online and offline. Have meetings or calls at least twice a month. Record scheduled meetings and learnings in the journal. Mentors will provide constant feedback, share advice, and give insights into their specific industries. When it comes to major decisions, mentors will challenge the mentee by taking opposing side and providing new perspectives. Showing support when mentees face setbacks and consistently providing them with words of encouragement and advice. Help the mentee build rapport and make professional connections. Provide access to necessary resources and tools. To learn and absorb as much information as they can from the mentor. The mentee has the primary responsibility to be proactive by taking initiative to schedule meetings, provide agenda, and create action plans for their short and long-term goals. The mentee is responsible for maintaining the flow of communication through continuous follow-ups and asking questions. Mentees should seek feedback from the mentors and try to implement them.
I further request Mr. V. Nandakumar to release the Drona Mentorship brochure.
Resources, actually, there are different resources, of course. உங்களெல்லாம் ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸஸ் அப்படின்னு கிளாஸிஃபை பண்ணி வச்சுருக்குறோம். பழைய எம்ஜிஆர் படம் இருக்குது ஆக்சுவலாக, அலிபாபாவும் 40 திருடர்களும் அப்படின்னு. ஏன்னா இந்த டைட்டில் வந்து மந்த்ரா, தந்த்ரா இல்லை துரோணா அப்படின்னு ஏதோ ஒரு நேம் வைக்கிறோம். ஸோ அதில் அந்த 40 திருடர்களும் ஒரு குகை வச்சுருப்பாங்க. அதில் போய் கொள்ளை அடிக்கிறதுலாம் அந்த குகையில் வச்சுருவாங்க. ஸோ எம்ஜிஆர் வந்து அதை பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருப்பார். என்ன மந்திரம் சொல்கிறாங்கன்னு, அண்டா கா கசம் அபுகா ஹுக்கும் திறந்துடு சீசே அப்படின்னோடனே அந்த குகை திறந்துடும். இப்போ எம்ஜிஆர் வந்து அந்த திருடங்களை பார்த்து திருடனுடைய தலைவர் சொல்கிறதுனால அந்த மந்திரத்தை நல்லா ஸ்ட்ராங்காக ஞாபகம் வச்சுருப்பார். உள்ளே போயிடுவார், வேணுங்கிறத எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்துடுவார். அவர் அண்ணன் வந்து பின்னாடியே ஃபாலோ பண்ணுவார். எப்படா எம்ஜிஆர் வந்து திடீர்னு இவ்வளோ பேர் பணக்காரனானார், நம்மளும் தம்பி பின்னாடியே போய் பணக்காரன் ஆகிறதுக்கு வழியை பார்க்கலாம் அப்படின்றதுக்காக பின்னாடியே போவார். மந்திரத்தை சொல்லிவிடுவார், ஆண்டா காக்கசம் அபுகாவுக்கும் திறந்து விடு சீசேன்னு உள்ளே போயிடுவார். போயிட்டு திரும்ப வரப்போ மந்திரத்தை மறந்துடுவார். உள்ளே மாட்டிப்பார். உள்ளே மாட்டினோடனே திருடங்க அவரை கொண்டுருவாங்க. ஸோ எல்லாருக்குமே ஒரு யூனிக் மந்த்ராவும் தந்த்ராவும் இருக்குது ஆக்சுவலாக. இட் இஸ் நாட் தட் ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸ்னால் அதுதான் ஆக்சுவலாக. இங்கே எல்லாருமே எனக்கு தெரியுமான்னு தெரியாது ஆக்சுவலாக. காயத்ரி அவங்களுக்கு தெரியும், மேலே சிந்து மேடம் தெரியும், சிவசங்கரி மேடம் தெரியும், சந்தோஷ் பாபு தெரியும், பாலகிருஷ்ணன் சார், பாலமுரளி கிருஷ்ணன் சார் அவர் தெரியும். ஸோ மற்றவங்களெல்லாம் எனக்கு தெரியுமான்னு தெரியாது. ஆனால் இங்கே வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் ஸ்டேஜில் இந்த பக்கம் உக்காந்ததுக்கப்புறமா எத்தனை பேர் உள்ளே வந்தாங்க? நான் வந்ததுக்கப்புறமா ஒரு 5 பேர் வந்தாங்க. யார் யார் எங்கெங்கெல்லாம் உட்காந்தாங்க, என்ன கன்வீனியன்ட் மோடில் உட்காந்தாங்க, தனியாக உட்காந்துருக்காங்களே. ஏன்னா ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் பார்த்தேன், இந்த பக்கம் உட்காந்துருக்கவங்கெல்லாம் கோட்டு போட்ட ஹெச்ஆராக இருக்காங்க, அந்த பக்கம் உட்காந்தவங்கலாம் கோட்டு போடாத ஹெச்ஆரான்னு தெரியல எனக்கு ஆக்சுவலாக. ஸோ 2 ஹெச்ஆர் இருக்குது அப்படின்னு, கோட்டு போட்ட ஹெச்ஆர், கோட்டு போடாத ஹெச்ஆர் அப்படின்னு. சரி, ரைட், ஓகே. இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டில் நாம் இங்கே ஸ்டேஜில் உட்காந்துருக்க ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸ் மட்டும் பார்த்துட்ருக்கோம். நான் இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டில் நிறைய பேர் கவனிச்சிக்கிட்டே இருந்தேன். நான் யாராவது இந்த ஈவெண்ட்டுக்கு யாருக்கெல்லாம் கேட்குற இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்குது, பார்க்குற இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் இருக்குது. ஒரு சில பேர்லாம் கப்பிள்டாகவே இருக்கீங்க. நானும் ஒரு பையனை பார்த்துக்கிட்டே இருந்தேன். ஹீ இஸ் கான்ஸ்டன்ட்லி என்கேஜிங் அதர் ஃபெலோ, பிகாஸ் ஹீ இஸ் கான்ஸ்டன்ட்லி என்கேஜிங் த அதர் ஃபெலோ. அண்ட் ரோஸில் பார்க்குறப்ப, ஓ ரைட், ஓகே, ஹீ ஹேஸ் சம் கண்டென்ட் டு என்கேஜ் தேன் த ஸ்பீக்கர். And that is very interesting also. And some are very interested to capture through mobile. And I've seen there are 5. இந்த கேமராமேன் இருந்தார்ல, நான் அவர் பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். அவர் எங்கெல்லாம் உட்காந்தார், பின்னாடி உட்காந்தார், சென்டராக எடுத்தார், இந்த பக்கத்தில் எங்களை எடுக்கிறாரு, உங்களை எடுக்கிறாரு, அந்த பக்கம் எடுத்தார், நடுவில் வந்து எடுத்தார். ஸோ ஹீ இஸ் பர்ஃபார்மிங் இஸ் ரோல். அவருக்கு என்ன கேட்கணும் அப்படின்றத விட அவரோட பர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ், ஹி வாண்ட்ஸ் டு கேப்சர் தி வீடியோ ஃபார் எடிட்டிங். ஸோ அவரோட அவர் பார்த்துட்ருக்காரு. அந்த கன்சோல், அந்த வீடியோ ஏவி கன்சோல்லையும் பார்த்துட்டு இருந்தேன். See, these are all the resources where we don't have an attention. Remember that. பட் நீங்கள் கீழே இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் அந்த அட்டென்ஷன்லாம் தேவையில்லை. ஸ்டேஜுக்கு பின்னாடி ஒரு 12 பேர் இருக்காங்க, சரிங்களா? அவங்க வந்து போகிறாங்க, அசிஸ்டன்ஸ் கொடுக்குறாங்க, டீ காஃபி வேணுமா, இங்கே வந்தோடனே யாரோ ஒருத்தர் டீ காஃபி வேணுமா. அங்கே நடுவில் அந்த ரிசப்ஷனில் இன்னும் ஆளுங்க இருக்கிறாங்க. யாராவது வந்தாங்கன்னா அவங்கள ரிசீவ் பண்ணி இங்கே அங்கே ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் 3 பேர் வரப்போ வந்ததுக்கப்புறமா நான் யோசித்தேன், வந்துட்டாங்க ஆனால் ஏன் இவ்வளோ நேரம்னு பார்த்தா ஏதோ ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன்லாம் பண்ணிகிட்டு இருந்தாருப்பாங்கன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஐ வாஸ் ஜஸ்ட் டேக்கன் பிகாஸ் ஐ சீயிங் லுக்கிங் அவுட் சைட் ஆல்சோ. வந்துட்டு உள்ளே வரத்துக்கு எப்படி ஒரு 5 நிமிஷம் ஆகுது. ஸோ சம் ரெஜிஸ்ட்ரேஷன் ஃபார்மாலிட்டிஸ் தே ஆர் டேக்கிங் அண்ட் மேக்கிங் them டு மேக் சமன் இஸ் அசைன்டு. ஸோ எல்லாருக்கும் ஒரு ரோல் கொடுத்துருக்கோம். கீழே இருக்கிற வரைக்கும் ஒன்றும் பெரிய விஷயம் இல்லை யாருக்கும். we don't bother, we come and go. பட் ஹயரார்க்கியில் மேலே போக 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 there are certain things where we are expected to see everything comprehensive. அதான் ரொம்ப இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். த லீடர்ஷிப் அப்படின்றது நாம் ஒரு இடத்துலையும் கீழே இருக்கிறப்ப we can learn from the leaders. ஸோ நாம் விசிபிளாக இன்விசிபிளாக அப்படின்றது இல்லை. ரிசோர்ஸஸ் ஆர் விசிபிள். நீங்கள் எனக்கு தெரியுறீங்க, பின்னாடி இருக்கிறவங்க உங்களுக்கு தெரியல, நான் தெரிகிறேன் உங்களுக்கு. பின்னாடி இருக்கிறவங்க அவங்க தேர் ஆல்சோ ஹாவ் அ ரோல். பட் வாட் இஸ் தேர் ரோல் அப்படின்றது உங்களுக்கு விசிபிளாக இருந்தால் தான், பார்த்தா தான். அப்போ தான் என்ன பண்ணுறீங்கன்னா, இப்போ மேடம் சொன்ன 2 எக்ஸாம்பிள், ஒன்று கண்ட்ரோல்டு, இன்னொன்று அன்கண்ட்ரோல்டு அப்படின்றது தான் பாயிண்ட்டு. ஸோ அவங்க சொன்னாங்க ஒன்றா இருந்தால் பரவாயில்ல, டேபிளில் திருப்பிடலாம், மொத்தமாக இருந்தால் எப்படி திருப்பினாலும் கஷ்டம் அப்படின்ற. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி we are only bothered about, because sustainable development goalsல they only talk about resources. They're not talking about anything. And certain resources are constant resources, certain resources are dynamic resources. நாம் ஆர்டிஃபிஷியலாக க்ரியேட் பண்ணுற ரிசோர்ஸ் எதுவுமே டைனமிக்காக இல்லை. இட் இஸ் கான்ஸ்டன்ட், இட் இஸ் டெப்ரிஷியேட்டிங். நாம் ஒரு மொபைல் வாங்குகிறோம், மேபி டுடே இட் மே காஸ்ட் 1 lakh. நீங்கள் நாளைக்கு 14 வெர்ஷன் வருதுன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன், 13 எடுத்துன்னு போயிட்டு கொடுத்துட்டு 14ஓட விலைக்கு நீங்கள் வாங்கின விலைக்கே திரும்ப கொடுக்கணும் அப்படின்னா ஆட் ஆன்லாம் கிடையாது. யூ ஹவ் யூஸ்ட் இட், இட் இஸ் டெப்ரிஷியேட்டட். எங்கள் இன்கம் டேக்ஸில் கான்ஸ்டன்ட் டெப்ரிசியேஷன், யூஸ் பண்ணாலும் பண்ணலனாலும் புட் இன் டு யூஸ் அப்படின்னு வரப்போ எவ்ரி மிஷினாக இருந்ததுன்னா 15%. ஸோ எங்களுக்கு தெரியும் 15 எத்தனாவது வருஷத்தில் அந்த மிஷின் 0 ஆகிடும் வேல்யூ இல்லை அப்படின்னு. ஸோ தி அசட்ஸ் ஆர் தி ஹியூமன் அசட்ஸ் இல்லை, இட்ஸ் அகேன் லைக் டிஃப்ரென்ஸ் அசோச். தட் இஸ் வை நேச்சுரல் ரிசோர்ஸஸ்ன்னு வரப்போ தி ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸஸ் ஆர் வெரி வைட்டல். நீங்கள் ஒரு மெட்டீரியல் ரிசோர்ஸஸை ஹேண்டில் பண்ணுறீங்க அப்படின்னா, மெட்டீரியல் ரிசோர்ஸஸ் எப்படி ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸ் பெஸ்ட்டாக யூட்டிலைஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்றது எஃபிஷியன்சி. புரியுதுங்களா? கான்ஸ்டண்ட்டாக தான் இருக்குது. தி ஹியூமன் ஆர்ஸ் எல்லாருக்கும் 24 மணி நேரம் இருக்குது. பட் 24 மணி நேரத்தை யார் பெஸ்ட்டாக யூட்டிலைஸ் பண்ணுறாங்க அப்படின்றது தான் நம்ம சூஸ் பண்ணுறோம். 24 மணி நேரத்தில் ஐடியில் உட்காந்துருக்காங்களா, 24 மணி நேரத்தில் 48 வேலை வச்சுருக்காங்களா, 24 மணி நேரத்தில் எவ்வளோ ஒருத்தர் 240 வேலை வச்சுருக்கானா அப்படின்னு வரப்போ யாரை பார்க்குறோம்? ஸோ வி ஆர் டேக்கிங் த பெஸ்ட் ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸ். சம்மன் கேன் மேக்ஸிமைஸ் த டைமிங், தி கிவன் டைம். யாருக்கும் ஒன்றும் 24 மணி நேரத்தில் யாரும் ஒன்றும் எக்ஸ்ட்ராலாம் வச்சுக்க போகிறதில்ல. அதில் தெரியும் 1/3 நம்மளுக்கு ரொட்டீன் ஆக்டிவிட்டியில் போயிடுது, இன்னும் ஒரு 1/3 நம்மளோட அஃபிஷியல் அந்தந்த இதில் போயிடுது, இன்னொரு 1/3 அகெயின் தட் வி ஹாவ் ஆர் ஃபார் அவர் பர்சனல் ஒர்க். பட் ஹவு எஃபெக்டிவ் அப்படின்றது எல்லாருக்கும் we know. ஸோ தட் இஸ் வை சஸ்டைனபிள் டெவலப்மெண்ட்னு வரப்போ the resources are not appropriately, judiciously used. It is misused, overused, or rather not used appropriately. இன்னைக்கு கூட நல்லா யோசிச்சு பாருங்க, மான்சூனோ புயலோ இல்லைன்னா கடலில் இருக்கிற மாய்ஸ்சர் ஆகிற தண்ணி எங்கேயோ மாய்ஸ்சர் ஆகி க்ளவுடாக இருக்கிற தண்ணி எப்படி லேண்டுக்கு வரும்? புயல்னு ஒன்று இல்லைன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன். இப்போ நிலத்தில் தண்ணி வேணும்னு வச்சுக்கோங்க, தண்ணி என்னென்னா யாராவது எடுத்துகிட்டு வந்து ஊற்றுவாங்களா? யாரும் ஊற்ற முடியாது. ஸோ தி ரிசோர்ஸஸ் ஆர் தி நேச்சுரல் ரிசோர்ஸஸ் ஆர் டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட்டட் டு த லேண்டு. ஸோ அது மழை வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் இங்கே தேங்குது, கிரவுண்ட் வாட்டரை ரீச் ஆகுது. கிரவுண்ட் வாட்டர் ரீச் ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் நீங்கள் ஏன்னா மேலே சர்ஃபேஸில் தண்ணி இருக்க போகிறதில்ல, சம்திங் இஸ் ட்ரிக்லிங் டவுன் ஆர் பர்குலேட்டிங் டவுன். வென் இட்ஸ் பர்குலேட்டிங் டவுன் we are not, it's not visible. நான் தான் சொன்ன பார்த்தேன், மதுராந்தகம் ஏரியில் லாஸ்ட் டைமில் என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா திறந்து விட்டாங்க. ஸோ it was actually not expected one, because அவங்க they felt it will be flooded. The incoming water வந்து flow is actually very high. ஸோ அதனால் அவுட்ஃப்ளோவும் எக்ஸஸாக விட்டாங்க. at the summer, during summer the water level was not as expected. மேலே இருக்கிற ரிசோர்ஸஸ் தான் வாட்டர் ரிசோர்ஸஸ். பட் ரிமெம்பர், மேலே இருக்கிற அந்த கிரவுண்ட் வாட்டர் இட்ஸ் ட்ரிக்லிங் டவுன் கோயிங் டு த சர்ஃபேஸ். ஒரு 100 கிலோமீட்டர் ரேடியஸ்க்கு, நாட்டிக்கல் மைல்ஸ்க்கு அந்த மதுராந்தகம் ஏரி தான் வந்து சப்ளைங் வாட்டரு, கிரவுண்ட் வாட்டரில். நாம் என்ன மேலே இருக்க தண்ணியை தான் பார்க்குறது. We only look on the resources which is existing and visible. We don't look out what is an impact which is creating. That is why sustainable development goals, we are highly bothered about the natural resources. And these natural resources are accelerated. When it's accelerated, it is degenerated more than. And that is why when I was looking each and everyone, எல்லாரையும் அவங்கவுங்கள நான் பார்க்குறப்ப உங்களுக்கான ஆக்டிவிட்டி இருக்குது, இல்லைன்னா நம்ம இண்டிபெண்ட்டாக நம்ம வேலையை பார்த்துக்கிட்டு இருக்கோம். When we are aligned with someone, we are engaged by someone, we don't listen. But when we are alone, because நம்மளுடைய ரிசோர்ஸ் வந்து எப்பவுமே we want to associate. As independent, we don't feel the value for ourselves. கொரோனாவில் வீட்டில் இருந்தப்போ எத்தனை பேருக்கு ஐடியலாக ஒரு கட்டத்தில் போர் அடிக்க ஆரம்பிச்சது? You are bored to sit in 4 walls. Did you had any activity for yourself? உங்களுக்கான சுயமான ஆக்டிவிட்டி ஏதாவது இருந்ததா அப்படின்னா யாருக்கும் இல்லை. சேச்சுரேட் ஆகிடுச்சு. That saturation is not actually meant for a human being. Take any natural resources, does not saturate. And that's why we call resources, energy resources, non-conventional energy. Wind saturate ஆகுதா, sunlight saturate ஆகுதா, இல்லை water saturate ஆகுதா அப்படின்னா the mismanage has made saturation. Water saturation, water scarcity. And again, the people in the Israel, remember, Israel வந்து தண்ணியே இல்லை. The country prospered. You know, they are drawing moisture from the air. காற்றுலேருந்து தண்ணி எடுக்கிறது. அதுதான் அவங்களோட டெக்னாலஜியை. So they are trying to, the technology is made, the artificial technology made to draw water from the atmosphere and to supply to hydroponics, which again, without soil, in a soil it's not that fertile. So when soil is not fertile, let's go for தண்ணியிலே செடியை வளர்த்துக்கலாம் அப்படின்னு. அதுக்கான நியூட்ரியன்ஸ் சாயில் தானே, சாயிலேருந்து அப்சர்வ் பண்ணுற நியூட்ரியன்ஸ்லாம் சரி தண்ணியில் கலந்து விட்டால் போதும். அந்த நியூட்ரியன்ஸ்லாம் இட் வில் whether we require soil or not, soil resources or not. This is called an artificial management. This is an artificial management. Here, as HR student or a faculty or anywhere where you are, remember that when you go up in the hierarchy, you have a greater role, greater responsibility. Understanding each and every resources, living resources, non-living resources, visible, non-visible, invisible, and இதெல்லாம் கலெக்டிவாக பார்க்குறப்ப தான் எல்லாருமே அப்ரோப்ரியேட்டாக யூஸ் பண்ணுறதுக்கான அந்த ரோல் யூ வில் ஹாவ். தட்ஸ் வை த வேர்ட் த்ரோனா அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்களே, த்ரோனா அகேன். ஸோ தேட் யூ ஹாவ் அ மென்டர், you're going to have a mentee, and this mentee, when you become a mentor, it is that your original values should carry and make it unique. So அப்படி பார்க்குறப்ப தான் everyone have their role to learn, everyone have the role to experience, everyone have the role to experience success and failures. Remember, the management does not require people who are higher on the CGPA or who have succeeded all hundreds. நான் இந்த இதில் பார்த்தேன், ஒரு 8 பேர் ஸ்போர்ட்ஸ் ஃபீல்டில் கம்ப்ளீட்டாக இருக்காங்க அந்த ப்ரௌசரில். I've seen. And someone again, guitar, Trinity School, 2nd grade. So they are trying to come out with what is the talent, so that சரி இப்போ மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டில் உங்களை கிட்டாரை வாசிக்கிறவங்களை எடுத்து என்ன பிரோஜனம் நான் கேட்குறேன். இப்படி ஒரு கொஷின் கேட்கலாம், நீங்கள் கரிக்குலம் வைட்டையெல்லாம் போட்டிங்க, நான் கிட்டார் வாசிப்பேன், நல்லா பாடுவேன் அப்படின்னு. Does it have any value as human being ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் அப்படின்னு நான் மடத்தனமாக யோசித்தா எனக்கு ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸை அப்ரிஷியேட் பண்ண தெரியலன்னு அர்த்தம். Because we are looking for managerial values which has been theoretically CGPA scale in the side. Oh right, 9.9. Remember, people, it is not the CGPA scale is very important. What inside your personality la ungaloda அந்த ஆட்ரிபியூட்ஸை எந்த அளவுக்கு ரியலிஸ்டிக்காக இருக்குது, ப்ராக்டிக்கலாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா, where you will succeed in each and every moment. Don't expect a moment that it will be given. Every moment try to experience as it is and try to perform. And when you start performing, you will learn. When you start learning, you will experience success failures. That is why the management, because in the office, when in our office, the CEOs, not the people at the lower level will appear. The CEOs, people who had an idea of nurturing ideas. இங்கே எல்லாருமே யாருக்கையாவது ஒர்க் பண்ணோம் அப்படின்ற எல்லாரும் not everyone will see that you want to work under someone want to be independent like an entrepreneur. பட் ஆண்டர்பிரைனர் இருக்கிறது முக்கியம் இல்லை. ஆண்டர்பிரைனர் இருக்கிறப்ப எல்லாத்தையும் மேனேஜ் பண்ணுற கெப்பாசிட்டி தான் ஆண்டர்பிரைனர். இட் இஸ் நாட் ஆண்டர்பிரைனர் எடுத்தோன்னே நான் ஒரு டீ கடை வைக்க போகிறேன். ஏன்னா இப்போ பசங்கள்லாம் வந்து அமெரிக்கன் யூனிவர்சிட்டியில் முடிச்சுட்டு தேர் கீப்பிங் சம் ஃபுட் ரெஸ்டாரண்ட்ஸ். ஆக்சுவலி ரெஸ்டாரண்ட்ஸு ஒரு க்ரியேட்டிவ் பொட்டிக் ரெஸ்டாரண்ட் மாதிரிலாம் வைக்க ஆரம்பிச்சிடுறாங்க. ப்ரீவியஸ்லி இட் வாஸ் ஃபெல்ட் வெரி ஆட். என்ன அமெரிக்காவில் டிகிரியை முடிச்சுட்டு என்னடா இவன் என்னது நம்ம பேக்கரி கடை வச்சுருக்கேன் அப்படின்னு. Now it's totally unconnected, but someone has a passion. அந்த வைஸ் சான்சலர் சார் நான் கூட அவன் எங்கள் காலேஜில் தான் படித்தான். இட்ஸ் அகெயின் டாப் ரேங்கிங் இன் தி இன்டர்நேஷ்னல் இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷனில். நான் ஐ டோன்ட் வாண்ட் டு நேம் த இன்ஸ்டிடியூஷன் ஆக்சுவலி. சார் கடைசியில் பார்த்தா எங்கள் காலேஜில் இருக்க ஒரு நல்ல ஒரு ஹை அண்ட் பேக்கரி கடை ஒன்று போட்டான். என்னையே சீஃப் கெஸ்ட்டாக கூப்பிட்டான். நான் கேட்டேன், டே என்னடா இங்கே படிச்சுட்டு எதுக்கு பேக்கரி போட்டேன்? எனக்கு உங்கள் காலேஜ் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் தான் டார்கெட்டு. நான் பார்த்தேன் எத்தனை பேர் இருக்காங்கன்னு, 14,000 பேர் இருக்காங்க. ரைட்டு, இன்ட்டு 10 ரூபான்னு போட்டாலே எனக்கு ஒரு நாளைக்கு பிஸ்னஸ். someone started calculating. See, as vice chancellor he has some target. As he felt இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு ஹை அண்ட் ஒரு இன்ஜினியரிங் டிகிரி முடிச்சுட்டு ஏதாவது டெக்னிக்கல் ஃப்ளோர் லைக் ஷாப்பில் எங்கேயாவது ஒரு இடத்துல ஒரு ஜென்ரல் மேனேஜர் ப்ரொடக்ஷன், ஜென்ரல் மேனேஜர் உங்களை மாதிரி யாராவது ஒரு ஹெச்ஆர் ஜென்ரல் மேனேஜர் அப்படின்னு நினச்சேன். that made him very unusual. I said, is it a model அப்படின்னா? எஸ், the graduation was what he had was maybe a formal. அவங்க அப்பா அம்மாலாம் ஏதோ ஒன்று உங்கள் காலேஜ் நல்ல காலேஜ் நல்லா ரேட்டட் ஹை இங்கே கிடச்சா நீங்கள் போட்ட அந்த பிளேஸ்மெண்ட்டுன்னு ஒரு வேறு போட்டு வச்சுருக்கீங்களா, அதுதான் which is attracting வேறு. ஸோ the father mother would have attracted by the advertisements, so which would have attracted and made you. But பையன் he has customized himself that what he wants to be. அண்ட் அதுக்கு அங்கே போய் அவன் he has graduated. இங்கே மட்டும் உங்கள் காலேஜில் இந்தியா டாப் காலேஜில் அங்கேயும் அவன் டாப் இன்ஸ்டியூஷன்லாம் படித்து கடைசியில் உங்கள் இன்ஸ்டியூஷன் எதிர்க்க தான் அப்படின்னு வரப்போ. பட் வென் ஐ இன்ட்ராக்ட் வித் தட் ஃபெலோ, he does not, his target is only to start one shop before this what he has purpose. And he has a business idea for next 10 years, 20 years, 30 years on. See, he has a vision. இன்னைக்கு ஒரு கடை வச்சுருக்கிறேன், நாளைக்கு எத்தனை கடை வைப்பேன், அதுக்கு எவ்வளோ இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் தேவைப்படும், அந்த இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட்ஸில் ப்ரைவேட் equity, the concept called private equity, whether I will attract a domestic private equity or a foreign private equity. Foreign private equity அப்படின்னா டியூ டெலிஜென்ஸ்லாம் என்னெல்லாம் பண்ணணும் அப்படின்றது அங்கே தான் அவனோட நாலேஜை. புரியுதுங்களா? இந்த இன்ஜினியரிங் நாலேஜோ மேனேஜரல் நாலேஜோ கடை நடத்துறதுக்கு இல்லை. எங்கேயாவது ஒரு இடத்துல ரிப்போர்ட்டிங் வரப்போ ரிப்போர்ட்டிங்கை நான் பெஸ்ட்டாக பண்ணணும்னு வரப்போ இந்த ரிப்போர்ட்டிங்க்கு அங்கே he is using his technical knowledge, how to report to someone and present someone. So that is what your qualification, education qualification does not qualify who you are. It is to give you an entry. But after the entry, you are expected to make a mark. That is the potential of a human resource. ஒரு மனித வளம் அப்படின்னு சொல்கிறதுக்கான அந்த வளம். நான் இப்போ கூட ஒரு பாட்டு கேட்டிருந்தப்போ, மலர்களை கேட்டேன் வனமே தந்தன். I asked only a flower, but you have given me the mighty again, the forest again. வனமே தந்தனை. தண்ணீர் கேட்டே அமிர்தம் தந்தனை. I asked only a simple water. You have given me the அமிர்தம். ஸோ நம்ம என்னன்னா பாட்டில்டு வாட்டர் தான். சரியா? we always expect to have bottled water. Now, we don't want even normal water. And that is how we are not expecting, because we are confining our individual human resource to an extent within 4 walls. On the 4 walls, a barrier, you will learn from each and every one. The resources are only the resources which can multiply. Any resource, natural resources can multiply. Since human being are natural resources, we are put in an artificial environment. On the artificial environment, we think that it's a barrier. When you think that 4 walls, an organization is a barrier, you will learn from nowhere. But again, in a maze, மாட்டிக்கிட்டா எலி நீங்கள் ஒரு கூண்டில் போட்டு அடைச்சிங்கன்னா அது தப்பிக்கிறதுக்கான எல்லா வேலையும் பார்க்கும். அது எப்படி வெளியில் போகணும் அப்படின்னு. வெளியில் போகிறப்ப you need a purpose. That's again, after completing your college graduation, maximize your aspiration where you want to be. உங்கள் ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸ் எத்தனை ரிசோர்ஸஸை என்ரிச் பண்ண முடியும், எத்தனை ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸஸை வந்து பார்த்திங்கன்னா அது வேல்யூவை இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ண முடியும், எத்தனை ஹியூமன் ரிசோர்ஸை வேல்யூவை ரியலைஸ் பண்ண வைக்க முடியும். யூ மேக் someone to realize. You don't want to do anything. And have a compassionate. Don't empathize. Don't sympathize or be an empathize. Create a compassion. என்னோட ஆஃபீஸ்க்கு 2 பேர் வந்தாங்க ஆக்சுவலாக. ஐ நோ ஹர் 2000லேருந்து என்னை பார்த்துட்டு இருக்காங்க இவங்க. பிகாஸ் ஐ நோ வி ஹாவ் அன் அசோசியேஷன் ஃப்ரம் 2000. அஃப்கோர்ஸ் இப்போ தான் 22ல் தான் இவங்க வந்தாங்க. அண்ட் ஷீ டோல் தட் ஹவ் ஐ வாஸ் ஆக்சுவலி காட் அசோசியேட். அவங்க சிந்து ஆல்சோ அகேன் ப்ரீவியஸ் ஒர்க் பண்ண காலேஜ்லேருந்து. ஸோ தே நோ தட். பட் ஐ ஹவ் சீன் someone is evolving. Someone is evolving in a better format. So when someone is evolving in a better format, we could see the progress. Yes, முன்னே இருந்ததை விட நான் பார்த்துருவேன். அவங்க காயத்ரி மேடத்தோட அவங்களோட இன்ஸ்டாவில் வீடியோஸ் பார்க்குறப்ப எவ்ரிடே அவங்களோட அந்த வேர்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் போடுவாங்க, வொக்காபுலரியை ஒரு 3 to 4 minutesக்கு. ஸோ ஐ சீன் தட் டியூரிங் கொரோனா டைமில் அவங்களோட இன்ஸ்டா வீடியோஸ் பார்க்குறப்ப ஷீ இஸ் ட்ரைங் டு நாட் ஆக்குபை ஹர் செல்ஃப். She is trying to even enrich the other human being who are unknown. என்னோட பாட்காஸ்ட்டில் திடீர்னு நான் ப்ராட்காஸ்ட் பண்ணுறப்ப திடீர்னு பார்த்தா சென்னை டாப்பில் இருந்தது, அப்புறம் கோயம்புத்தூர் டாப்பில் இருந்தது. தென் த அதர் ஸ்டேஷன்ஸ், பெங்களூர் வாஸ் செகண்ட் அண்ட் தேர்ட் ஒன் வாஸ் கோயம்புத்தூர், ஃபோர்த் ஒன் வாஸ் ஈரோடு. சடனாக பார்த்தா இம்பாலில். ஐ வாஸ் ஸ்க்ராச்சிங் மை ஹெட், எவன்டா என்னைய இம்பாலில் கேட்குறான் அப்படின்னு. சரியா? ஸோ இஃப் திஸ் அனாலிட்டிக்ஸ் வாஸ் நாட் விசிபிள் ஃபார் மீ, எனக்கு இது தெரியலன்னு வச்சுக்கோங்களேன், ரைட் ஓகே இங்கே இருக்கிறவங்களுக்கு தான் நான் பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கேன் அப்படின்னு நான் நினச்சிட்டு இருப்பேன். ஆனால் someone who is acknowledging you even when you don't perform, even when you are ideal. So that is the nature. அதனால் don't perform for others. As being a human resources, don't try to perform for others. If you are performing for others, your failure, success are rated. If you are performing for yourself, your success failures becomes an experience. And that success failures will keep you moving in the ladder. One day, remember, even the CEO of the Google, Sundar Pichai, do you think that he doesn't have a competition? You see that he doesn't have people to pull down? But why he is again sustaining himself as a CEO? Remember, he would have presented a vision which is mightier than மற்றவங்களோட மைட்டியராக இருந்திருக்கணும். அது விஷன் ஓரியன்டாக இருந்திருக்கணும். அண்ட் இட் should have been a consolidate. இப்போ அக்ரிகேஷன் தான். யூ நோ why Google is again, Google ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணப்போ யாஹூவும் கூகுளும் where the Yahoo was pioneering, but Google topped actually. Reason because the aggregation. Google started aggregating so many the web platforms and the application platforms. So the aggregation, you know whose idea? இதெல்லாம் சுந்தர் பிச்சை ஐடியா. ஏன்னா நம்மளோட இந்தியன் ஓரியன்டேஷன் that we want to be a family, sorry, not an isolated. So only vasudhaiva kudumam சொல்லுவாங்களா, that's again only when we accommodate so many, that is the strength. நான் எங்கள் வீட்டில் இல்லைன்னா என் ஒய்ஃப் பார்த்துப்பாங்க, என் ஒய்ஃப் இல்லைன்னா எங்கள் தாத்தா பார்த்துப்பாங்க, என் தாத்தா இல்லைன்னா எங்கள் பாட்டி பார்த்துப்பாங்க, எங்கள் சித்தப்பா பார்த்துப்பாங்க, எங்கள் மாமா பார்த்துப்பாங்க, யாரோ ஒருத்தவங்க பார்த்துப்பாங்க வீட்டில் பையனை விட்டுட்டு போனால் அப்படின்னு இருக்குல்ல. நாட் லைக் அ வெஸ்டர்ன் சொசைட்டி. ஐயோ பையனை விட்டுட்டு போனால் அவன் தான் அவனை தனியாக இருந்துக்கணும், அவனே தனியாக வேலை செஞ்சுக்கணும். ஸோ தட் இஸ் அகேன் இட்ஸ் நாட் த மாடல், த வெஸ்டர்ன் மாடல். பிகாஸ் We want to aggregate everyone. That is why, as human resource, it's not only individual your potential. If you make everyone thinking your energy will become so mightier. Then உங்களோட ஆர்கனைசேஷனில் உங்களை ரெலவெண்ட்டாக பார்ப்பாங்க. அப்படி தான் இந்த ஸ்கூல் ட்ராப் அவுட், though I'm a drop out, I say I'm not a drop out, actually I was thrown out. When I was thrown out, this human resource, என்னோட human resource வந்து ஸ்கூலில் 4 walls ரெலவெண்ட் இல்லை அப்படின்ட்டாங்க. Because I am dyslexic, I have a learning disability. So I know very well I am not relevant to that studious environment. சரியா? That's again studious environmentல நல்லா படிக்கிற எடுத்தோன்னே மனப்பாடம் பண்ணுறாங்க, எல்லாத்தையும் சொல்கிறது தான் எழுதுறாங்க, எல்லாத்தையும் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணுறாங்க. என்னைய பார்த்தாங்க, இது within this 4 walls in this formal environment, I am not fit. They have thrown out. Luckily I was thrown out. 4 walls now I would have been miserable. Remember that. I was thrown out, and even I have taken this thrown out opportunity that to learn from everything. Remember, when I was in the mechanic shed, my co-friend, அவங்களாம் முதலாளி வந்தால் வேலை பார்ப்பாங்க, முதலாளிகள்லாம் வேலை பார்க்க மாட்டாங்க. குமாரும் ராபர்ட்டும் நான் அடிக்கடி சொல்லுவேன், என் கூட வேலை பார்த்தவனுங்களாம் சின்ன பசங்க தான், 6th அப்புறமா என்ன பெருசாக. நான் என்னென்னா, எனக்கு இன்குவிசிட் வந்த ரிப்பேர் ஆன வண்டியெல்லாம் நோண்டி பார்க்கறது தான். ரிப்பேர் ஆன வண்டியை நோண்டி பார்த்து ஐ வுட் ஹவ் டன் மிஸ்டேக்ஸ். அடி வாங்குறப்ப என் முதலாளிக்கிட்ட ஜெயக்குமார்கிட்ட, ஜெயக்குமார் ரெண்டும் வேறு. ஜெயக்குமார் அடி வாங்குறப்ப அவனுங்களாம் சிரிப்பானுங்க. இதுக்கு தான் சொன்னேன், ஆள் இல்லாதப்போ சும்மா இருக்கணும்னு. ஆனால் வண்டியை நோண்டின எனக்கு ஆள் இல்லாதப்போ எதையாவது நோண்டிட்டு இருந்தேன்ல. ரிமெம்பர், I actually designed a pattern. That pattern, myself and இன்னொரு குரு, அவர் again கொஞ்சம் higher side intellectual, though they were all on the lower side, we both got registered it for the patenting process-காக. ஏன்னா என்னோட அந்த இன்குவிசிட் வண்டியை நோண்ட ஆரம்பித்ததில் அந்த இன்குவிசிட் ஏன் இந்த கார்பரேட்டரில் இந்த ஃபியூல் கன்சம்ஷன் 1:4 ரேஷியோ, இந்த ரேஷியோவில் ஏர் அண்ட் பெட்ரோல் ரேஷியோவில், இந்த ரேஷியோவில் இந்த கம்பஷன் ப்ராசஸில் ஹவ் டு மினிமைஸ் இட் when the engine is able to from a kinetic energy to the potential energy. இதெல்லாம் இப்போ பேசுகிற வார்த்தை, அப்போல்லாம் கிடையாது. அப்போல்லாம் ஒன்றும் பெருசாக வார்த்தைக்கு தெரியாது இந்த ஸ்கூல் ட்ராப் அவுட்டுக்கு. But remember, each and every time, still, I'm actually into the patent process of inventing a device which is actually to prevent a privacy. That's again that to prevent your privacy from an insect. ஒரு இன்செக்டோட ஃப்ரீக்வன்சி வேவ்ல இருந்து எப்படி ஃப்ரீக்வன்சியை டீஅயனைசேஷன் பண்ணுறது மட்டும் இல்லாமல் ஃப்ரீக்வன்சியை மியூட் பண்ண முடியும் அப்படின்னா, the deep nature, getting into the deep nature and listening to, only we are listening 20,000 hertz and 20 hertz and 20,000 hertz. I was listening what is actually. So this has given me the insight to learn from many things. And in the muttaluku I say always I am a fool, because I am supposed to learn so many things. Unless I'm in the learning mode, I can't say I'm again a learned one. So school povada in the muttaluku, lot of inventions and inquisite, and to learn from each and everyone, from each and everything. And that is why when I went for an interview, remember when you appear for the interview, UPSC I was this side, and my interview went on for 30 minutes. I was actually very prejudiced and biased. What are these 30 minutes these people will judge me? I lived for some 26 years. Judging me in 30 minutes, don't you find that it is something awkward and odd? What will you know? I was thinking. Of course, I got selected. That's a different story. Now, I came on this side. Okay. Now, you're not only the employee. You're going to become an employer. When you get into the role, remember, now you'll get to know whatever you have done, the others will also be doing it. ஸோ ஐ வாஸ் பீங் டிசைட் கரெக்டாக அந்த யூபிஎஸ்சி இன்டர்வியூவில் 7வது நிமிஷத்தில் நாங்கள் கண்டுபிடிச்சிடுவோம் இவன் 60 வயசு வரைக்கும் இந்த பொண்ணும் பையனும் வேலை பார்க்குறதுக்கு உருப்படியாக இல்லையான்னு. தி attributes of the personality by their body language, by their mannerism, by their approach, by the way they handle, and even for unknown issuesக்குலாம் எவ்வளோ இன்க்விசிட்டான ஒரு ஆன்சர் சொல்கிறாங்க. ஈவன் ஹவு கிரேஷியஸ் டு சே நோ for the areas which they are not aware of it. And they have an attitude for learning even when they said no for the answer, the questions which we asked. What is an attitude? Do they have an attitude to learn? ஸோ அதனால் நாங்கள் அந்த 20 minutes நான் சொன்னேன், இந்த பக்கம் என்னத்த 30 நிமிஷத்தில் நாங்கள் கண்டுபிடிப்போம் அப்படின்னு இருந்த அந்த கேள்விக்கு இந்த பக்கம் உட்காந்ததுக்கப்புறம் நம்ம தான் முட்டாளாக இருந்திருக்கிறோம். 5வது நிமிஷத்தில் இவனுங்க யாருன்னு கண்டுபிடிச்சிடுறோம். 5வது நிமிஷத்தில் ஆள் கண்டுபிடிச்சா, not for the next year. We are evaluating how a girl or a boy appearing before the UPSC interview will conduct themselves for next till they retire age 60 years வரைக்கும். And that is where you are evaluated. உங்களை அப்படி தான் evaluate பண்ணுறாங்க. ஸோ அதனால் your personality altogether should carry. வேஷ்டி கட்டிட்டு வந்ததுக்கு காரணமும் அதுதான். இது ஹெச்ஆர் எல்லோரும் கோட்டு போட்டுருப்பீங்கன்னு தெரியும். இருந்தாலும் ஆட் மேன் அவுட்டு நீங்கள் வெளியில் மேலே பார்க்குறப்போ ஒரு வேலை இது என்ன இது வித்தியாசமாக இருக்கே அப்படின்னு. I don't want to make myself distinguish myself. This is again my natural dress code during Saturdays and Sundays. And I don't think it is only for this Tantra I'm wearing this. This is how you are expected to customize yourself. Customize yourself. Keep always learning. You'll go up in the hierarchy. When you go up in the hierarchy, treat yourself what you are expecting from others to treat for you. You should also take it in such a way. அதான் இவங்க மேடம் பேசினப்பவும் இவங்கள பேசணும், உங்களை எப்படி எல்லாரும் நடத்தணும்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களோ அதே மாதிரி நீங்கள் நடந்துக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா தான் நீங்கள் லீடர், நடத்திக்கிட்டிங்கன்னா தான் நீங்கள் லீடர். இல்லைன்னா நாங்களும் சொல்லுவோம் சம்டைம்ஸ் கீழே இருக்கிறவங்கெல்லாம் என்னோட சபார்டினேட்ஸ்லாம் when I don't find solution for the crisis, நிச்சயமாக என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க தெரியுமா, இந்த ஆளெல்லாம் யார் தான் செலக்ட் பண்ணாங்க, இந்த ஆள்லாம் இந்த இடத்துல இருக்கிறதுக்கு லாக்கியே இல்லை, இவனை எந்த முட்டாள், என்னை மட்டும் முட்டாள் சொல்ல மாட்டான், செலக்ட் பண்ணவனையும் சேர்த்து எந்த முட்டாள் இவனையெல்லாம் மேலே வச்சு ஆஃபீஸர்னு உட்கார வச்சுருக்காங்க, இதை கூட புரியாத இவெல்லாம் படித்தேன் யூபிஎஸ்சி பாஸ் பண்ணேன் அப்படின்னு என்னை நிச்சயமாக சொல்லுவாங்கன்னு தெரியும் எனக்கு. அதுதான் here. It is your graduation should qualify. When it qualifies, the DG Vaishnav should make you to qualify that you have an appropriate value, what been taught by your mentor. You are also expected to conduct yourself. With this, the Sustainable Development Goals set by the United Nations, it is to keep the resources by itself in a natural way, maximize its utility, and make it to regenerate and reused in an appropriate way. Then this world will be a sustainable living world. And with that, human resources also are the part of it. Only human resources accelerate, aggravate. With that, you try to accelerate, not to aggravate as human resources. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you, sir, for your valuable inputs. It gives us an immense pleasure to call upon Mr. Madhiyaragan, Faculty Coordinator of Tanthra 2022, PG Department of Human Resource Management, onto the stage to brief about the mentorship program and to introduce the mentors.
Very good morning to everyone. I'm Professor Madhiyaragan, Faculty Coordinator of Tanthra. In the famous words of philosopher Lao Tzu, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. I hope the presentation video would have briefed everyone on our mentorship program Drona. The idea behind this initiative is to inculcate management acumen at an early stage of a student's career. Being close to mentors with immense experience in the field of HR and experts in their own right will help them to a long way to kickstart their careers. With close interaction with the mentors, students will be able to observe various management and decision-making styles, and it will come a long way for them when they start their careers. A smooth sea never made a skilled sailor. To stand testament to this saying, students undergo weekly assessment by mentors and their progress is tracked for the next 2 years of their time at DG Vaishnav. with theoretical knowledge being passed down to the students with our holistic syllabus, a practical aspect would also help students recognize existing HR trends and issues in the industry. With 3 internships already embedded in our syllabus, this mentorship program would add a feather in the cap of our whole MHRM program. Similar to other professional courses, this mentorship program aims to provide hands-on experience during the course of study, which will enable them to acquire the real-time experience hand-holding through mentors. We as an institution are hoping to strive and to continue this mentorship program starting with every batch from 2022 onwards. We immensely thank each and everyone who were instrumental towards the launch of Drona. I once again thank you all. In order to recognize, we would like to felicitate our mentors with a memento. Now I heartily welcome Emmanuel Joseph, Talent Acquisition Lead, Capgemini, Manoraj, HRBP, Financial Software System, Raj Kiran VK, Manager ER, TVS Motor Company Limited, Nishant, Manager HRBP, Mahindra & Mahindra, John Sham, Deputy Manager ABP Network, Dr. Gayatri R, Manager Talent Management, Kone Elevators India Private Limited, Prasanna Krishnamurthy, Assistant Manager, Tata Consultancy Service, Madhupriya, Associate Manager, FPS Innovations Labs Private Limited, Vignu Bharat, Deputy Manager HR, the Ramco Siemens Limited, T. Anand, Manager, TVS Motor Company Limited, Motish R, Senior Manager, Dr. Agarwal's Group of Eye Hospitals, Bhavani Shivam, Director, Samrata Corporate Services Private Limited, Tony Vivek, Regional HR, Apollo Health and Lifestyle Limited, R.M. Chidambaram, Founder and CEO, Holistic HR Hub, Balaji Manager, Apollo Hospital, Edwin Charles, Senior Manager, Dr. Agarwal's Group, Bino Matthew, General Manager, Head of HR, L&T, S. Bhanukumar, Founder, Ara Associates, Vel Pandian S., Head Employee Relations, Maersk, Isaac Paturaja, Manager HR, Sanmia Tech Services, Tejaswini CVJ, Assistant Manager TCS, S. Adal Arasan, Divisional Head HR, Apollo Tires, Roshini Menon, Cluster HR, Nova Plus IVF Private Limited, Bhargavi Tirumalai, Assistant Manager, Keller Ground Engineering India Private Limited, and at last, Akash JP, Training Specialist, Thermo Fisher Scientific. I request all the mentors to the dais. May I request Nanda Kumar sir to facilitate the mentors.
Hello all, this is Selva Birami, welcoming you all back again. I now request our head in charge, Mr. Balamurli Krishnan, to felicitate our speaker, Mr. Charles Godwin.
Now
Now, I call upon Mira to introduce our international speaker, Dr. Ashok Kumar Chopra, Professor, Amity University, who has joined with us virtually from Dubai.
Thank you, Shruti. We are very delighted to introduce Dr. Ashok Kumar Chopra, Associate Professor from Amity University, Dubai. He is a highly skilled and experienced senior academician in teaching, training and development. He has pursued his MBA in Marketing Management from Jagan Institute of Management Studies, Delhi, and has completed his doctorate in Philosophy from Banastali University, Rajasthan. Dr. Ashok Kumar Chopra is certified as Six Sigma Black Belt Professional by the American Certification Institute, USA. He has 24 years of international experience at senior and leadership positions. Dr. Ashok Kumar Chopra has entrepreneurial experience of more than 10 years and 12 years of experience as an academician and corporate trainer. He has also served as a consultant at International Federation of Freight Forwarders Association, Switzerland. He has conducted over 300 corporate training programs through an entrepreneurial venture and also provided management consultancy for many organizations. He has been recognized for topping among 26 centers in India in post-graduation in business management, in marketing and sales management. We are very happy to connect with you virtually, sir. Now, I request you to address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. Mataya Vanakkam. I welcome you all to such a wonderful conference being held at DG Vaishnavi College. Thank you for giving my introduction. Let me start in a very unconventional way. If you look at the definition of management, it is the process of planning, organizing, staffing, leading, controlling the resources of an organization to achieve its objective. So if I look at these 5 components, leave the planning part, the next organizing is a part of HR. Next, staffing definitely is HR. And then comes leading, again, an important part of HR. That means out of the 5 important aspects of a management, 3 aspects are coming from HR. I would like to tell you why HR is so important. The reason being, an average human lives around 65 to 70 years. Out of this 65 to 70 years, we all sleep for 8 hours a day. That means 1/3 of our life we are sleeping. So let's take out of 65, 1/3 out, which means around 22 years. We are left with roughly 43 years, out of which, as per International Labour Organization, we need to have 8 hours of personal life. So let's take another 8 hours, another 1/3 out, which means out of 44, we are left with 22. So out of these 22, which is 24 hours a day, we hardly work for effectively 4 to 5 hours only. We are not working more than 4 to 5 hours effectively. That means out of the 22 years, we are talking about 1/3, we are only working, and 2/3, we are not effectively working. Or let me say that we are working in a manner that out of 22 years, effectively we are working for 7 years. Out of these 7 years, we don't work on Saturday, Sundays. We don't work on national holidays. We don't work on our annual leaves. We don't work on the national or 10 holidays given by the government. So practically you see a man is working out of 66 years, only 4 to 5 years continuously. And for this 4 to 5 years, he demands the highest salary. He demands the assurance that even after my retirement, I should be taken care. And if I am not there, my family should be taken care. So HR places such an important role in the entire world. And the calculation is in front of you. Now coming to the definition of HR. If you look at the definition of HR, it is the policy procedures involved in carrying out the people aspect of the management position, which includes recruiting, screening, training, rewarding, appraising. That means human is the nodal in the entire world. In fact, in the entire universe, human is the most important. So if human is most important, it should also be given a more importance in terms of the benefits, the position, and the structure of the entire organization. So let me put it in a different perspective now. Let's understand what happened during the COVID. So any challenge which is put to the humankind has always been seen as a remedy to overcome and make the same as a new norm. The pandemic, coupled with catalyst of change, has also transformed the complexion of human resources. Remote working, flexible working is becoming widespread, and encouraging HR technology is shifting to its higher gear towards new normal. The emphasis of inclusion initiative overemphasized by the enduring disparity. Employees' physical and mental wellness has taken an urgent need at the corporate level. Reimbursement of spa and massage wellness has taken a new HR initiative. It has termed as a new HR initiative. As we are already in the end of year 2022, almost expect HR technology and persistent problem. Today, digital platform tools are used to manage human digital skills, cloud-based tech that allow analytical tools to be used for providing job benefits. Recruitment, adaptation, productivity, management, every today involves IT. Some of the importance of the HR functions that kept alive in digital HR platforms. When these are the automations involved, it has definitely affected the saving of time, money, and it prevents error. It's limited and reduced the chances of it by liability. HR technology is a broader term which includes to deliver critical experience they are offering and facing. HR software securely stores data, automates day-to-day operation, and provides analytics tools to drive other strategic decision-making. New digital HR norms include managing payroll, benefits, recruitment, onboarding, performance management, employee communication. Automating of human error limits liability and prevents costly mistakes from happening. Cloud-based HR software is suitable for capacity assessment from anywhere, making it best suited to home environment. Employees and employers can upload or verify data from home or as they go on working from anywhere. Research shows that in 21st century, data-driven HR system, which will use artificial intelligence, analytics, will be the basis, and it will not be a luxury anymore. For HR organization, such system can enhance HR department's ability. Credit should also be given to COVID-19. I'm sure many of us will say, why give credit to pandemic? Because this pandemic prompted software organization to speed up the development of such system, including traditional, time-bound, human error, managed, paper-based evidence system, which is no longer in use throughout the world. Going further, the world and technology around us are changing lives thanks to digitalization and technological revolution. That world we live in is now very different from what we lived 10 years ago. Supposedly, COVID-19 pandemic has shown us, if anything, and that is increasingly dependent on the technology that surrounds us over the past few years. Now, what are the advantages the HR tech can bring in today's world? It can enhance efficiency, it can attract talent, it can allow us to take informed decisions. It focuses on key performance indicators, focuses on HR technologies of the future, and these HR trends, which are yet to be coming, would include AI in recruiting, complete digitalization of HR. The digitalization basically means referring to integration of technology into every aspect of the business, and especially HR. Digitalization is a unified shift in a workforce paradigm due to the automation and digitization. The HR department of any organization is a powerhouse of data. Its potential may deprive in the absence of digitalization. So digitalization would make HR department taking a strategic direction as a provider based on data-driven decisions rather than the traditional experience-based decisions, which would include recruiting and onboarding, enhanced performance management. The performance management software would allow employees to receive feedback around the year, since many of the organization and annual performance review might not have been done last year due to the COVID. So providing a mountain of information in a subsequent year is an obvious action of an employee. So software for HR will ensure that employee have the relevant and required information needed to get understanding through the workforce analytics. Management would need the information in order to take informed decisions, and one can take advantage of data in an organization that creates with the help of HR software. Selecting appropriate HR tool will be very important to all the organization henceforth, and practices like work from home and HR technology will be the new norms for any organization. With all this happening, it is important for all the HR practitioners throughout the world to take advantage of the technology. And in fact, if you go to the west part of the world, you will see people are taking informed decision. I recently came across with the recruitment process at one of the organization based in US, and the way they use the software technology in HR, mind-boggling to see how they recruit people, how precise they are in asking questions, how precise they are in evaluating the performance and taking the advantage of technology. Technology will be the key, not only in HR, but in every aspect of human life. And human, which is the supreme force in the world, would continue to make impressions using the technology, and especially contribution will come from the HR department in making sure that organization take right decision to achieve its objective. I wish the Tantra 2022 all the best and highest achievement in the domain of HR, where practitioners, researchers, and students, including the scholars, would discuss, would probably present their point of view to make sure that all the audience which are present in this particular forum would take the advantage. With this, I wish best of luck to Tantra, and thank you for inviting me, and thanks for giving few words in my honor. I am once again thankful to you, and I wish everybody a good luck in making this conference a successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your thoughts on attracting talents, HR efficiency, and importance of digitalization in HR. I now call upon Aarti to introduce the speaker, Mr. Charles Godwin, HR leader, Zoho Corporation.
We are honored to introduce Mr. Charles Godwin, the HR leader, Zoho Corporation. He is an astute HR profession with 18 years in-depth experience in the entire gamut of people, programs, and process from renowned IT industry. His areas of expertise include talent acquisition and retention, talent management, talent engagement, talent development, employee relation, organization development intervention, compensation management, performance management, administration policies, programs and practices, employee discipline, and employee welfare and branding. Mr. Charles has previously worked in Polaris Software, Hexaware Technologies, Wapco Global Business Services. He is a prominent speaker in Student and Industry Forum, has delivered over 2,000 guest lectures. He spent most of his weekend visiting various colleges and speaking to young minds. He conducts counseling sessions for students and helps many youngsters to choose the right career path. He has also launched a new initiative, HR Lens, to inspire young minds of our nation. Mr. Charles has been honored with the Excellence Award in Resignation of Outstanding Contribution in the field of Human Resource Management and Social Initiatives. He has also received many awards in appreciation for the Best Associate Connect and People Management. We thank Mr. Charles Godwin for being with us today. We welcome you once again, sir. Now, I request you to throw light on things.
Very good afternoon. So nice to be here. Thank you so much to the entire team for having me here this afternoon. Thanks to Professor Sneha ma'am for having me here. So nice to see my HR friends right from Joshua, brother Isaac, brother Gayatri, and many other HR friends here. Very difficult because we have a lot of speakers lined up for this afternoon, post lunch as well. I will not take much time. I would like to share a few inspiring things now which really made my heart overwhelming being a HR guy. I'm not sure how you landed up to HR, and I would like to share a background of myself. I was a last bench student throughout till my post-graduation, I would say. I didn't know why I went to school. Born in a big family with about 7, including my parents, 4th kid. I was 9th, failed. One teacher stood up and had a fight with the principal, and she said, "No, I'll take care." And I wrote my board exam not for myself, not for my parents. I wrote for her for that particular ma'am. 11th and 12th came in. My dad said, "I want to see you as a chartered accountant." I said, for me, education itself a challenge. And 11th and 12th, I did for my parents, and graduation came in. Again, he decided a college, decided a course. 3 years went by. Final year, one senior asked a question. "Charles, what is next?" I didn't have an answer for him, for myself too. I rushed to an internet center. I asked the same question to Google. Google threw me about 13 different options for me to pursue. Out of 13, after 7-8 days of my struggle at home in a room, I felt HR is something very, very apt for my strength, and I decided. And today, the reason for sharing, my dear friends, we can talk about digitization, we can talk about green HR, orange HR, apple HR, right? All these fancy terms. But I feel if we are not really convinced on being a human for another human, I think HR is not the right role for you and me. The second thing I would like to highlight, if your Monday morning is boring, you are not in the HR domain. As 15, 17 years went by. Of course, we are human beings. Sometimes our Mondays might be boring too. But are we finding some excitement to get back to work and make some impact in people's lives? I would like to share a few incidents alone because I don't want to get into the depths of the concept because everyone knows what is green HR, what is agile, digitization, lean, and so on. So many years back, I used to travel to different parts of the smaller towns in Tamil Nadu especially to reach the unreached. I joined in a company called Polaris after my master's program. I was part of the recruitment team, and I used to travel and go and hunt for freshers. We used to reach the tier 1, tier 2. We don't reach the tier 3 or the smaller towns. I asked a question to my vice president that time, 12, 13 years back. why are we not reaching the smaller towns? And he said, no, we will not get the right talent. I said, why not? And we started exploring. One fine day during this travel, on a Saturday evening, we went for a HR conference along with new other HR leaders. I was in Coimbatore airport, waiting for the flight. An unknown person, an unknown HR leader who was sitting next to me, somewhere about 8:30 in the evening on a Saturday. He was calling people, he was calling his employees, telling them that, sorry, unfortunately, because of unforeseen situations, we want to let you go of the company. When? On a Saturday evening. I was just asking, casually asking, what's happening? And he said, this is a mandate. I have to send a bunch of folks right now, and they don't need to come back to work from Monday. And this is the recession which we are facing right now. Last 6 months back, we have been hiring thousands and thousands of freshers or laterals, but today, people are talking about recession, uncertainty, and so on. Are we handling people with care? That is my simple question which I ask myself. Few years later, same thing happened to me. In one of my earlier organization, we had a list of about 427 employees to be sent out within a short span of time, next couple of days. During my initial days, I said, yes, we'll do as a team. We did it for about 50 on day one. For the next 4 or 5 days, I didn't get back to my work because I felt I'm not doing justice for my work. And one of my friend, he said, no, this is something common, but still try something with data. And I didn't realize. I went and sat with my team, and we were able to pull out the data of about another 380 people. My dear friends, on an Excel sheet, right from their basic details, we were able to pull out and put it in front of the management. Last 3 years, consistent star performers. The time we have invested on the 300, 400 people in hiring. The next 6 months, we might hire the same bunch of people for the same organization with about 40, 50, 100% or 200% of hike. And we were able to retain closely about 25% to 30% from that particular bunch. I was so happy. And the next thing I did, while letting go of the bunch of peoples who were there in that particular list, one thing I assured, I started giving my personal number to everyone and told that, no, I'm well connected with HR fraternity. If you need a job, let me know. I'm connected with the entire OMR, IT wing, HR leaders. I can at least try help you with an interview opportunity. And today, that bunch of people are so thankful. And I'm so happy. One day, I was with family in Phoenix Mall. One family came and said hello to me, and he said, no, I'm today alive because of you. And this is the impact which we need to look forward, my dear friends. We can talk about strategy, we can talk about, I would say strategy, digitization, lean, agility, or whatever you talk about, is it rooted to the culture of where you started? Coming back, I work for a company called Zoho Corporation, as you know. During the COVID time, just before our Prime Minister's announcement, my leader was proactive. About 30 days before, we were well prepared, went home, went back to our native, settled down with all the internet connections and so on. We started working from home. Pre-COVID, which is just had 3 centers in Tamil Nadu, in India. Post-COVID, right now, we have about 40 offices created, and we felt working from home for a long time might not work. Being in HR, I feel so happy that, yes, employees are coming together, connecting, communicating face-to-face, collaborating, celebrating, and having fun together, my dear friends. That is very, very important, I feel. Being a HR person, without seeing, during COVID time, I had a restless nights because I felt, ஒரு மனுஷரை பார்க்க கூட முடியலையே, right? And today we feel we are blessed that we have access to meet people. Maybe weekly once or weekly twice, yes, we can get connected over virtual or work from home and so on. And today, we were able to, people who left the home, who left the residence, who left the apartment, they were able to settle in their respective native and get routed to the hub offices which we have created. It is not easy, practical for every organization, but at least the organization who can afford to. This is one part. One of my friends, school friend, he is having his own firm with about 50 people working for global clients for the infrastructure stream. And he called me during the COVID tough time. He said, no, I need to send about 20 people at least right now because I can't afford if recession is on because of COVID and so on. And I told him, you don't have a HR guy there. I would like to play a HR role through your influence. And I asked and requested him, the first thing which you can give is, don't stop their salary. If not 100%, give them about 70%. If not 70%, at least give them for their daily bread, my dear friend. And he was able to retain the entire 50 during that time. Today, the entire 50 families are so thankful. Very, very limited recession during that time and even now. Are we there during the tough times for our people? That is something, which many HR, I feel, we lack on, we miss on. We have all these interviews during our organization time. For an application, for a new role, interview, performance interview, finally exit interview, post-exit interview, and so on. But beyond that, are we creating an opportunity? The beauty in our organization, I feel, we don't define roles. We create roles for people. And out of about 12,000 employees, about 35% of our employees don't even have a degree certificate with them. And they are doing wonders. You would have heard in many media and so on. One guy, Abdul Alim, so many years back from North India, he came to Chennai. He was working in Chengalpet as a security officer. And he joined our company just because we were 24/7 and we were providing food. And said, he thought he can save some money and he can give back to his family. And he was working as a security guard, same security guard in our company. He was taking care of the main gate and he was taking care of the floor, access and so on. One fine day, one of our manager had a casual conversation with him and asked him, what is your name? Abdul Alim. The second question he said, now I see a spark in your eyes and what is your background? If I was there, I am from poor background, sir. I would have told. And he said, during my 9th grade, I have learned Java, HTML, C++. And he was shocked. What is your background? He said, during 9th, I have learned this. The next day, they had coffee together. Today, my dear friends, he is sitting next to me. He is sitting next to my CEO as one of the software engineers in our same company. And this is the unconventional exploration which we need to as HR, I feel. We have been doing all the conventional things, all these years. Maybe 20 years back, 50 years back, we have been doing the same thing. I feel we need to get rooted with the own culture, what we have been doing traditionally so many years back. And that can create wonders in our organization, that can create wonders in people's lives, that can create wonders in our community as a large. One of our employee in Tenkasi, she was working in kitchen. One elderly akka, she was working in our kitchen in Tenkasi. During the free time, her daughter used to visit our office campus. She was in 11th or so. And she used to help her mom in the kitchen. And one fine day, she was admiring one employee, one women employee in the company. She said, Akka, காலையில இருந்து என்னக்கா அந்த லேப்டாப்ல பண்றீங்க? What you do right from morning till evening in front of laptop, she asked. And that akka explained what is programming, what is software, what is application, and so on. She had so much of thirst to understand, learn, and that small push that small conversation, today she's working as a quality engineer in the same company without even getting into a higher education. The reason for sharing all this, my dear friends, I strongly believe education is important, our degree is important, our certifications is important, our conferences like this are important. We need, so many new initiatives are important. But beyond that, are we creating, impacting lives? And beyond that, are we really, interviewing people at the right way? And when we talk about green HR, we believe that people should live close to their hometowns. That's what we have created. We were able to create in the last 2-3 years during COVID. We have about 40 offices right from cities like Namakkal, Tirupur, Salem, Palladam. And we have set larger expansions in Palladam, where an IT company have never explored, never thought of. The main reason people will not choose a four-wheeler, travel for 2 hours, just one person traveling for 2 hours, one way, reaching the office. We talk about green HR, right? And whatever we earn, for example, I'm earning 10,000 per month. I lavishly spend 10,000 a year. And I don't get back and give back to my roots where I am from. I am from Namakkal or Salem or Tirupur. And that's the thought which we had, and we felt today our employees are getting benefited, whatever they earn. The same salary, we don't differentiate. 10 years back, I've heard, if you want to relocate to Madurai, we will cut off 30% in your salary. Usually we hear that, we get hike. Just because you are getting into a tier 2 company, right? My dear friends, being a HR, can you play an important role in really creating, impacting life of people without any disparity in terms of all these small things? If you ask me what is culture, small things make beautiful things in our people's life, in the company as well. I will add 2-3 inspiring stories as well, and I'll conclude. Recently, one of our employee, as an employee, is here. He's from Pondicherry. He 9th or 10th dropout. He was working in a restaurant, a small role, a small restaurant. Somebody referred. They said he's so curious to learn. He wants to achieve something big. He came for a conversation to our company, and we were surprised. A 9th dropout guy, without spending a single rupee, he learned programming by himself through YouTube. And we were able to really see that an engineering guy not able to crack a basic aptitude test, he was able to clear. 3 months we tried, because we were convinced for about 60-70%. We were not convinced 100%. Practically that was the situation. We felt, is it possible to really invest on him? 3 months internship program for him. A 9th dropout, a hotel working guy. Today, my dear friends, an engineering who get the top salary in our company, after 3 months of his completion, he is there, sitting next to an engineer, doing wonders in our company. Just a month, 2 months back, he got his offer. I went to Pondicherry for a job fair recently, just a few months back. After all that event, I saw Pondicherry University campus was so beautiful. Thought of having a group picture with my friends, and I was parking the car and I was getting around. One guy was running behind the car and reaching me. He said, "I'll help you with the photo." I said, "Yes." And he helped with the picture, and I don't know, he didn't carry anything in his hand. Suddenly he took one paper like this, a resume, right? It was so kasaki. But the beauty is, 1-page infographic resume, a BE engineering guy hunting for job for about 2-3 years. He didn't get any opportunity, but the resume was so beautiful, so beautiful. I gave my card to him, and he started connecting with me. Very good English, from a small rural college outskirts of Pondicherry. Because of the infographics, the resume which I have seen, and I've tried to convince my panel and the team, today he's working as a designer in our company. This is the way we need to look forward, my dear friends. We look talents everywhere because people who have thirst and knock doors can do wonders in the organization every possible way. We have been talking about, sir was mentioning about 5 hours productive work per day. I think these guys can do 8 hours or 16 hours productive work per day to the company, to the organization, or to the community, and so on. I'll conclude with this. As HR, we have been having a very tough time in the upcoming months. Sending 45,000 people out, 10,000 people out, 5,000 people out from the organization. Can we ensure that we are at least giving a basic food for them even during these tough times? That can create wonders. That will play a very important role in their family. That is the impact which we can create for the organization as well as for the nation. Not just for the organization, especially for the nation and the community. I'll conclude with this. HR is not human resource. I always say this. HR is more of human relationship. HR is more of handling emotions, not just handling people. HR is handling more of emotions. Handle people with care. Thank you so much for this opportunity and wishing you all the very best.
Thank you, sir, for sharing your experience and some real-time stories. Peelipai Sagadum, Achurum Appandam, Sala Miguttu Pain. The axle tree of a bandy loaded only with peacock's feathers will break if it is overloaded. So, to avoid such circumstances, it is mandatory to avoid overloading. Likewise, humans' emotions should also be managed and controlled properly. Proceed.
A very good afternoon to everyone. And just after Charles' speech, the last tagline, handle people with care because emotions matter. So following that, I think the panel discussion, the context is already set. So he's my ex-colleague from Polaris. Glad to see you, Charles, here. And first of all, I'm really glad to be part of this GLAD-themed event. Fantastic. In fact, kudos to the team behind this initiative who gave this acronym. In fact, a deep thought process behind this. So kudos to the team there. In fact, late nights, இது ரொம்ப ஒரு சிக்கலான ஒரு சினாரியோ இன்னைக்கு நடக்குமா நடக்காதா அப்படியே தந்திரான ஈவெண்ட் மாதிரி ஒரு மாயாஜாலம் மாதிரி நடக்குமா நடக்காதா பட் I'm happy they had a lot of plan A, plan B மாதிரி and I think nature itself supported today and we have the entire bunch of speakers here present. Awesome. So நம்ம நல்லதே செஞ்சா கடவுளே வந்து நம்மளோட இருப்பார் இல்லையா so it's happening today. Awesome. So now the most awaited event, panel discussion. Let me start by introducing the panelists, my crew for today. In fact, ரெண்டு பேருமே வந்து என்னோட ex-colleagues Bertram and Bhargavi, and then the other two panelists are my other co-speakers on different, I think, stages at the same stage in different forums. So he's Joshua from Emphasis, Bertram from Kalishwari Refinery Private Limited, and then we have Isaac Paturaja from Sanmina, and then Bhargavi from Keller. So we have diverse a set of panelists here from factory who are from the factory front, who handle the entire recruitment process. Joshua, who's the India campus lead, and then we have Bertram, who handles both the factory front as well as the corporate service, and we have Bhargavi. So I think different diverse panelists who would give inputs on the best practices to handle with care the assets of the company. So before we get into the a kind of fire shooting question mode to the panelist, I get reminded of this quote by Dale Carnegie. When dealing with people, it is very important to know that you are dealing with creatures not just having logic, but they also have emotions. That's what our keynote speaker Charles also said, handle them with care. So நம்ம எது செஞ்சாலும் நம்மள வந்து அந்த I think even Nandakumar sir was highlighting the morning, நீங்கள் அந்த பக்கத்தில் இருக்கிற வரையில் it's like okay, but when you come here and when you have to manage the human resources, they have emotions just like you are there and you have emotions. என்னடா அது இவங்க பேசிக்கிட்டே இருக்காங்களே சாப்பாடு லஞ்ச் எப்போ அப்படின்னு மைண்ட் செட் அப்பில் இதெல்லாம் emotions, but you'll have to have yourself said, okay, this is an auditorium, I need to, so that's called emotional labor. So now we are going to hear from our panelists how they have been managing this in their own way, what are the best practices, and from different domains, not just the one stream, but different industries, how they have been able to handle. So to start with, I would like to ask the first question to Mr. Isaac on what is the role of HR you feel in becoming more aware of the ways in which the entire spectrum of emotions that employees actually experience and create an impact when we are as a whole thriving at a workplace. So maybe from the factory front, as you're more from the factory, so you can share what sort of emotions get displayed and how you're able to manage it, so that our budding HRs could get a further insight on that.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Gayatri. And first I'd like to thank, greetings to all. Vanakkam. Hope everyone are fine. Okay, thanks to DG Vaishnav College for organizing this event, and I feel greatly humbled because I'm an engineer turned HR profession, so it's great. I've been to various engineering colleges, but first time I'm coming to HR college. So thank you so much, guys, and thanks Gayatri for inviting me. Okay, so I was just preparing for this event. So first, emotion, as rightly pointed out by Charles. Only human beings has, and we cannot see emotion. I always say E-motion. Motion is movement. E means electronic, which means faster. Emotions travel very, very fast, be it positive or negative. If someone is not able to handle emotions properly, it can disturb the entire scenario, family, and society as a whole. I come from a company called Sanmina, which is basically a manufacturing company. We have a lot of emotions. Okay, and as rightly pointed out by Charles, being in the HR department, we feel it's like a very tough job to do. Okay, and a lot of emotions will be there because emotion is something which is inner well-being. People cannot see emotion, only they can see the activity or behavior of emotion. So in our company, we have seen a lot of emotions, and especially when it comes to laying off due to some business and all these things. We try to protect our employees because we are into medical equipment manufacturing company, and we based out in Oregadam. During this COVID time, we were continuously having our operation. We have not even shut down our operation for even one day. Thanks to government and Kanchipuram Collectorate for giving us special permission to run our operation. It was a tough challenge to bring employees to work, because lot of scenario around was not promising. So we ensure all the employees were given home drop, taking care of the well-being. We personally talk to all the employee family members, parents, spouse, children. We will take care of your parents, kind of a thing. So lot of emotions are there. So as a HR, the best way to handle an emotion, not only in HR, be it in a family also, is to give listening ears. Most of the problem arise when we not listen what other person is trying to tell. If we listen properly, 50% or 75% of problem will be solved. Okay, so that is one of the area which I learned personally. However busy you are, my boss will always tell, okay, my boss, my director is also from the same college. He did his MSW first batch. He always tell Isaac, when you're working, your eyes and ears should be always open. As a HR, you should listen what people are telling. At the same time, you should see what things are happening, and then only you can become a good HR. So emotion plays a very important role, and the best way as an HR, as an individual member to handle is to give listen to what others are trying to tell. Even it's not logically correct or all these things doesn't matter. Just listen to what people are telling, and that makes a lot of difference being in HR. So I leave it to other panel members, and then I will take it forward.
Thank you, Isaac. As you rightly said, emotion. So a lot of feelings, flow, which we are not able to express outside. But as a HR, I think it's important to understand that the other person sitting on the other side also is, full of emotions, and we need to understand that. So that's a nice way of emotion. I think Bhargavi, if you could also highlight from your aspect as you are handling recruitment also. So definitely as candidates, would have emotions in a job kadikima select anena. So but I have always seen you having a smiling face, responding. So I would love to hear from you your experience.
First of all, thanks Gayatri and Dr. Gayatri, and as well as thank you Mr. Madhyaragan, and also thanks to Dr. Bala. So thank you so much. And I want to thank somebody who are very important for today, which is students who are vibing there. So other than romba important, even when she was speaking about emotion, the most important thing is the vibe. So we will vibe, even if we hear a Malipu song, we'll vibe. We are that kind of generation. We vibe for everything. But most important thing that we have to vibe is for emotion. So because even when we message in WhatsApp, or be it in office or in shop floor, anywhere, we have different emotions which are connected. So I come from an organization called Keller, Keller. We are a ground engineering company, and we take care of infrastructure. So which means that there are a lot of emotions involved from people who work in site, who work in shop floor, as well as in office, who are in BD, different kind of emotions. But how we handle them? We have a proper framework which is set by our organization. It is called as well-being framework. So we have a 5 framework. If you can recollect it, I'll be very happy by end of the session. The first framework that we have is mind. Mind romba important nammaloda emotion. The next framework is body. So na ivlo nara na pesala na pinadi ukanditrunden. But the minute I wanted to talk something, I'll come to the edge of the seat. So body makes an important part for an emotion. The third thing is financial security. Of course, emotion ella okay da, kaasu varlana, then what is the point in having an emotion? So the third thing is financial security. And then the next one is career growth, which is very, very important. I should also feel, as per your Maslow's hierarchy, self-actualization should also be there in terms of your career growth. And also, we also have one more important aspect, which I told, mind, body, everything. But I think I forgot one important aspect, which is sustainability. அது எல்லாமே சஸ்டைனபிளாக இருக்கணும். நம்ம இது எல்லாமே பண்ணி பிரயோஜனம் இல்லை. It should be sustainable as well. So we have this beautiful framework of emotion. But one thing is that I can have a framework in my organization, but what will happen if I don't have a proper mechanism or measurement? I should have a proper mechanism. But what we did is, in London, we have a different kind of emotional framework. For India, we have a different kind of emotional framework, so that it works for India. For example, I received a message from one of my employee. Next day was my father's Tithi. I received a message from one of my employee, night 10:30. Ma'am, I'm resigning, that's all. But he's a top employee. I mean, I cannot leave him. I mean, then I picked up my phone. I had a lot of things to do. I spoke to him for 1.5 hours. The problem is that he sits in a place in Assam, in Numaligarh, in a refinery site. But he's a very good employee. Maybe by end of the day, when we are all tired, we want to go to home, see our friends, family, see our babies or children, siblings, whatever. But end of the day, in a refinery site, you cannot see anybody. You just have to go to a room. So a lot of emotions which are humbled up into him or bottled up into him. So when he spoke to me, he said by end of the conversation, after 1.5 hours, just like a real HR. So I can just have resigned only, I put my email only. He felt, okay, fine. I thought maybe I need somebody to listen, and I think you have heard my issues. I think you'll work on it. That's all, and he's continuing. So, but later when he thanked me, I felt, okay, fine. Maybe that was a day I felt, okay, you are making some kind of an impact on emotion. And I don't know, because being an emotional person myself, I think I can really connect with this particular topic. And the second question which Dr. Gayatri asked was how we can thrive together. So thrive pandradhukku we have two things. Like one is what is nurture, what is nature. So you can nurture to a certain extent. All these emotions you can teach. Not all roles will require all kind of emotions. Say for example for BD, say some roles, sales, marketing, ego ve irukkodadu. People will ask you to wait for 3 hours. Yes, you should wait. Like some roles, it may not require that much of emotion, but little is okay. So you have to make a plan for employees to thrive based on their particular, aspect of their job role. This is the second part. And third part, which Dr. Gayatri asked was like, has recruitment candidates, how do you handle? So even as Mr. Charles was speaking, I was thinking, I wish all companies are like Zoho, because some companies, like it is ideal situation. This is an ideal situation. But some companies, they have like 60% GPA, you should have consistency, 10th, 12th degree, there should be no break, second career women, it would be even challenging in some companies. But how do you handle that? You can only convince. When you are in a position, all you can do is try convincing them. It will take some time for people to change. But I think with people, blue coats there, I think they definitely have that vibe to change people in future. Yeah. Thanks, Gayatri.
Awesome, Bhargavi. I think you beautifully shared that well-being foundation which you have in place, like body, mind. I think it's not just having a six-pack physically, but I think the six-pack mentally is also very important. So that's nice. And you talked about sustainability. I think sustainability is very important, be it in any framework, be it in the financial front. I think emotional front, sustainability is very, very important because it's not just professionally, but it also, நீங்கள் வந்து வேலையில் வந்து இவ்வளோ ஃபைல் ஒர்க் பெண்டிங், வீட்லேயும் அந்த ஃபைல் எடுத்துகிட்டு போனால் அவ்வளோதான், அதோட கதை கந்தல். ஸோ ஐ திங்க் இது சொல்கிறச்ச ஐ கெட் ரிமைண்டட் ஆஃப் மை எக்ஸ்-டீம் மெம்பர் பர்ட்ரம். அவர் 6 மணி ஆனால் nothing thinking about office, all about. So I think we need to strike a balance. So as a HR, when you are on the other, as leaders, when you get, go up in your career ladder, it is important that yes, getting things done, but at the same time, you're getting things done from people who have emotions, who have family, right? So I get reminded of this book which I would like to suggest, The Managed Heart by Ali Hochschild, wherein she explains about emotional dissonance. Okay, so if you get time, please have a look at this book, wherein she clearly explains about the discrepancy between how actually employees truly feel, okay, inside, but the feelings which they'll have to actually express outside, which is part and parcel of that job profile. Or சின்ன எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொன்னோன்னா கஸ்டமர் சர்வீஸ், நம்ம எது நடந்தாலும் இந்த டவர் நெட்ஒர்க் சரியில்லைன்னா, பட் வில் டாக் ஆஸ் அ கஸ்டமர், பட் யோதன் தேங்க்யூ மேடம், தேங்க்யூ ஃபார் ஷேரிங் யோர் கன்சர்ன். எவ்வளோ காமா, பட் அவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் கோவமே வராதுன்னு நினைக்கிறீங்களா? கண்டிப்பாக உள்ள அப்படியே, that's emotional, handling emotional labor, right? So that is emotional labor, but as part of their job profile, they are supposed to project themselves in that, and that's not easy. And that's not easy. Another example, we have someone from the hospital side also here, hospitality front. இதெல்லாமே வந்து very difficult in kind of domains wherein they'll have to have a different kind of face, wear a mask and manage their emotions, but their true feelings are something else. So if prospective budding HRs are into that sort of industry, which is a very sensitive one, I think it's important to have compassion, as our Nandakumar sir highlighted, compassion towards our employees, making them understand. So as a HR, I think that lead you will have to take. So with that, I would like to ask now Joshua, what do you suggest, like how a healthy emotion management should look like, and if you have come across such scenarios, how you have handled it, we would love to hear from you, Joshua.
Okay, எல்லாருக்கும் வணக்கம். Thank you so much for the invite. A small background, which I was just talking to before coming into this room. 2002, when I just stepped into this college, they told no seat for you. And after 20 years, 2022, I've come as a panelist to the same college. Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Gayatri. Thank you, Isaac. And thank you for the entire team for the invite. Tantra, wow, what a mantra. Maybe a Tantra. Okay, Nethudan, we just saw the full form of Tantra. Okay, a lot of things. I always quote this wherever I go. We aren't superstars, we aren't ultimate stars, we aren't power stars, we are a HR. So we should be really proud that we have a long journey to do in terms of whatever we discuss. Okay, now coming into the emotional stuff, managing emotional labors, right? I would like to call upon the COVID times, before COVID and after COVID. During the COVID time, there were a lot of strategy meetings, like our brother Charles was talking about. ஒரு strategy work ஆகல, இந்த strategy தவிர்த்து ஒரே ஒரு HR வந்து சொன்னார், சார் நீங்கள் என்னென்னவோ பேசுகிறீங்க. Did we talk about ஒரு ஃபோன் கால் அடித்து அவங்க அப்பா அம்மா எப்படி இருக்கிறாங்க, அவங்க எப்படி இருக்கிறாங்க பேசுங்க. அதுதான் சார் strategy, அதுதான் whatever Banerjee, whatever you talk about, right? So you sit across the tables, we need to do lot of stuff. ஒரு எம்ப்ளாய்க்கு ஜஸ்ட் ஒரு ஃபோன் அடித்து எப்படிப்பா நல்லா இருக்கிறியா, finished. That ends everything. அந்த கனெக்ட் இல்லைனா தயவு செஞ்சு நம்மளை யாரும் ஹெச்ஆர்னு சொல்ல வேண்டிய அவசியமே கிடையாது. All right, so that is what more of human relations, what Charles talks about, right? It's not about human resources, it's all about the relations which we build across to the employees. I handle, I'm not a HR guy. அந்த ஃபஸ்ட்டு பேஜ் எவ்வளோ பேர் படிச்சிருக்கீங்க தெரியுங்களா? பிரின்சிபல்ஸ் ஆஃப் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட் பீட்டர் ட்ரக்கர்னு அந்த முதல் பேஜ் தான் நான் தாண்டவே இல்லை. டேலண்ட் அக்விசிஷன் பற்றி எல்லாம் படிச்சிருப்போம், ரைட்? தட் புக் ஹேஸ் தம் 359 pages, if I'm not wrong. ஒரு வேளை ஆட் பண்ணியிருக்காங்களான்னு தெரியல. ஸோ எல்லோரும் கேட்பாங்க, சார் ஹவு கம் 18 years into talent acquisition? அது எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம் தெரியுமா? ஆள் பிடிக்கிறது எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம் தெரியுமா? ஒரு நாள் ஒரு எம்ப்ளாய்கிட்ட பேசுறது எவ்வளோ கஷ்டம் தெரியுமா? ஸோ இஃப் அட் ஆல் யூ வாண்ட் டு பிகம் அ டேலண்ட் அக்விசிஷன் எக்ஸ்பர்ட், ப்ளீஸ் திங்க் ட்வைஸ் பிஃபோர் கம்மிங் இன் டு தட். ரைட்? ஸோ எல்லாம் சொல்கிறாங்க, சார் ஹெச்ஆர் ரொம்ப ஈஸியான வேலை, வந்து பாருங்கள், ஒரு எம்ப்ளாய்கிட்ட பேசி பாருங்கள், அவன் அழுது கொட்டுறது, அவன் கஷ்டத்தை கேட்டு பாருங்கள், அப்போ தான் தெரியும் வாட் ஹெச்ஆர் டஸ். த கம்பேஷன் இஸ் ஆல் அபவுட். ஸோ வேரெவர் ஐ கோ, ஐ ஜஸ்ட் டாக் திஸ். லைஃப் இஸ் நாட் அபவுட் becoming rich, or it is not about getting the power or whatever. In HR, if you are there, three things is very important. One is, are you real? Are you humble? Are you kind to your employees? இது பண்ணலன்னா தயவு செஞ்சு ஹெச்ஆர், சும்மா நானும் ஹெச்ஆர் படிக்க சொல்லிட்டு தயவு செஞ்சு உட்காராதீங்க. நான் இப்படி தான் ரியாலிட்டியாக தான் பேசுவேன். ஐ டோன்ட் கம், சரி நான் 4 பேர் கை தட்டுவாங்க வாங்கிட்டு போகிறது, நோ. ஆல் மை 18 years I've been talking reality, what is happening in the industry. All right. So when all these things, again coming into the reality of talent acquisition, we meet lot of youngsters, we meet lot of lateral hires, right? At the end of the day, ஒருத்தர் இன்ட்ரி அட்டன் பண்ணிவிட்டு வீட்டுக்கு போய் ஒரு 24 hours to 48 hours நீங்கள் அவரோட ரிசல்ட்டை சொல்லணும்னா, டோன்ட் பி இன்டு டேலண்ட் அக்விசிஷன் டீம். டோன்ட் மேக் த கேண்டிடேட் டு டாக் டு ஆர் கால். தயவு செஞ்சு நான் எல்லாருக்கும் வித் ஹம்பிள் ரிக்வெஸ்ட் ஐம் டெல்லிங் யூ, ஐம் ஜஸ்ட் ஃபாலோயிங். ஐ ஒன்லி டெல் வாட் ஐ ப்ரீச், அண்ட் வாட் ஐ ப்ரீச், வாட் ஐ ஃபாலோ. Right? So if you're not giving that importance to that person, whether select or not select, I don't use that word called reject. Nobody is rejected in this world. Right? Give that importance to that person. Right? அதனால் நீ ஓகேப்பா சூப்பர்ப்பா அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஹையர் பண்ணுறது, you have to improve these areas. So small things makes a lot of difference. As Charles quoted, the small things in your life makes a lot of differentiated in your life. Okay? And the last example I will quote, and then I will just leave it to the floor, is I used to handle a lot of niche requirements from the day when I started my career from HCL to Satyam, Wipro, Cognizant, and today in emphasis into talent acquisition, into campus hiring. நிறைய பேருக்கு வந்து காசு தான் முக்கியம். ஆப்வியஸ்லி இஃப் சம்படி இஸ் கோயிங் டு கிவ் யூ 50% ஹைக், நம்ம எதுக்கு இந்த கம்பெனியில் ஒர்க் பண்ணணும், அடுத்த கம்பெனிக்கு போயிடலாம்ல. ஸோ அதனால் வந்து எங்கே காசு கொடுக்குறாங்களோ அங்கே போய்கிட்டு தான் இருப்பாங்க. ஸோ ஐ வாஸ் ஹேண்ட்லிங் நீஷ் ரிக்வயர்மெண்ட்ஸ். ஸோ அவுட் ஆஃப் 10 people ஹையர் ஒருத்தன் ஜாயின் பண்ணுவான், இல்லை 2 பேர் ஜாயின் பண்ணுவாங்க. So my office was in Tenambat. I used to cross the Kalainar Arangam, your DMK office. Obviously என்ன நடக்கும், உங்களுக்கு வந்து நிறைய பொக்கேஸ், நிறைய ஷால் போடுற கடை தான் அங்கே இருக்கும். அங்கே வந்து டிபார்ட்மெண்ட் ஸ்டோர் வச்சா விற்க போகிறது கிடையாது, இல்லை வேறு எந்த கடை வச்சாலும் ஓட போகிறது கிடையாது. ஸோ டெய்லி நான் பைக்கில் க்ராஸ் பண்ணும்போது ஐ யூஸ் டு see the bouquet shop. ஒரு நாள் டபால்னு உங்களுக்கு ஒரு திடீர்னு ஒலிவாட்டம் தோணும்ல, அது மாதிரி என் மேனேஜர்கிட்ட போய் சொல்கிறேன், வரத் கேன் வி கிவ் பொக்கேஸ் டு த கேண்டிடேட்ஸ் அப்படின்னாரு. அவர் என்ன மூடில் இருந்தாரோ தெரியல, பண்ணு மச்சி அப்படின்னாரு. என்ன காஸ்ட் ஆகும், என்ன பொக்கே, ஐ எம் டாக்கிங் அபவுட் 2007. இட் ஷுட் பி சம் அரௌண்ட் 200-250 பிக்ஸ். பரவாயில்ல, ஒரு 10 பொக்கே அட்மின்ட்ட சொல்லிவிட்டு நான் சைன் போட்டுறேன், 2500 ரூபா வாங்கிடு அப்படின்னு சொல்லிவிட்டு, சரி என்ன பண்ண போகிறோம் அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் கேட்டார். நான் சொன்னேன், சார் வரத், யாரெல்லாம் ஜாயின் பண்ணுறாங்களோ அவங்களோட அப்பா அம்மாவுக்கு தேங்க் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு பிட்டு போட்டேன். அது ஒர்க் அவுட் ஆகுதோ அது ரெண்டாவது விஷயம். ஆல்ரைட், ஸோ ஐ ஜஸ்ட் புட் தட் பிட்டு. அது பயங்கரமாக தமிழ் எழுதி, ரொம்ப நன்றி உங்கள் பையன் உங்கள் பொண்ணை எங்கள் கம்பெனியில் ஜாயின் பண்ணுறதுக்கு ரொம்ப தேங்க்ஸ் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு அந்த நோட் அமுச்சு விட்டேன். என்ன நடந்தது ஏது பண்ணுதோ 10 பேரில் 9 பேர் ஜாயின் பண்ணலாம். பாயிண்ட் ஐ வுட் லைக் டு டெல் யூ இஸ் கிவ் தட் இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் டு பீப்புள். ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக இது நமக்கு நடக்குமா, இது நமக்கு இட் வில் ஹேப்பன் நாட் ஹேப்பன், தட்ஸ் நாட் த இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ். இஃப் யூ புட் யுவர் ஹார்ட் அண்ட் சோல் into the simplest of the process, I think everything comes back to you. So thanks Gayatri for setting that in place. Yeah, over to you.
Yeah, thank you Joshua, wonderfully. I think emotions definitely play a vital role. So ஒரு ப்ராசஸில் நீங்கள் அது ரெக்ரூட்மெண்ட்டாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, அது இன்டர்னல் டேலண்ட் மேனேஜ்மெண்ட்டாக இருந்தாலும் சரி, பெர்ஃபார்மன்ஸ், I think wherever as a HR, I think emotions, because at the end of the day you are, so man is a social animal சொல்லுவோம் இல்லையா. ஸோ ஐ திங்க் இமோஷன்ஸ் பிளே அ வைட்டல் ரோல். ஸோ அந்த கேட்டகரியில் வந்து அவர் சொன்னார்ல, அந்த பிட்டு போட்ட உடனே என்ன மாயமோ என்ன இதுவோ எல்லாம் அவுட் ஆஃப் 10 9 ஜாயின். ஸோ இட்ஸ் நாட் தட் ஐ மீன் காஸ்ட், பட் தி யூனிக்னஸ், அதுதாங்க USP சொல்லுவோம் இல்லையா. ஸோ தட் USP differentiator, as Nandakumar sir also highlighted, uniqueness, differentiator which will make you stand out of the crowd. Very simple, it's not going to cost, and which everyone actually ஏங்குவாங்க இல்லையா, emotions, listening ear, அதில் வந்து நீங்கள் வந்து you will have to create a difference. So I think for this I would also like to hear from Bertram now, because Bertram has been handling both factory earlier in his earlier career, and now he's handling the entire gamut with a very challenging role. So how do you feel that a healthy emotional management, what sort of initiatives, practices have you brought in your workplace, Bertram?
Yeah, thank you Gayatri, and a warm afternoon to the dignitaries on the dais and off the dais. So, and I also thank the management for giving the opportunity to interact with the students and all other dignitaries present here. So, rightly said, maybe bittu potadha அப்படினு சொன்னாங்க இல்லையா. ஸோ பிட்டு போடுறது வந்து it is only for the positive work culture. So that's what I strongly believe in. So 2-3 factors which I wanted to reiterate here again, once again, is like when you have to manage a healthy emotion, then it is all about building a trusting relationship at work. So it is very important. Even in a Gallup survey that you see, there are Q12, there are 12 questions. The 10th item talks about I have a good friend at work. So why is it among the 12 questions, having a good friend or even a best friend at work is insisted at the 10th line item, is because the survey even further says close to 63% of the respondents who had said strongly agree are furthermore twice productive as they are, because you will have one person at work who can actually understand the entire scenario at work. So that is very important. நம்ம என்னதான் வேலையில் கஷ்டப்பட்டாலும் வீட்டில் வந்து சொல்லும் பொழுது they can only picturize a part of it. So it could be your even other colleagues or even your college mates who are outside in working in different industries, they could only visualize part of the thing that you are actually undergoing. A true friend or a best friend only in your workplace will definitely help you understand or empathize with you what emotions are you undergoing. And if at all you don't have a good friend, not only in workplace, even in your college, even in the community that you are living in, you need to have at least one good or a best friend who can actually understand your emotions, who can empathize with you. So that is very important. And the word trust is something that I used earlier. So employees feel that they need to be trusted. So it is not by your words that you have to keep on saying that I trust you, I trust you, I trust you. It is by your actions, by allowing them to take the individual responsibility and perform every action is something that called trust. So once you trust the employee, the emotional part is taken care of. And I need not say or repeat, because I think right from every panel member, they were talking about the importance of listening that each one of you as HR person has to exhibit. Yes, it goes. Too many occasions as HR people, you will have to manage a sober employee or a screaming manager, or the otherwise. A sober manager where he comes and weeps with you, my team member is not at all competent, or even screaming employee, my manager is not understanding me. So this is the small emotion. So many times I have come across many employees who come to my room just to weep. So that's only with the confidence that they know that there is someone to listen to them. So that is very important. So many occasions, so people come to me and they, after coming to me, spend 30-40 minutes of discussion with me. Then in the late evening they call me, sir, உங்ககிட்ட பேசிட்டு போனப்புறம் தான் மனசு ரொம்ப ஆறுதலாக இருக்குது, நிம்மதியாக இருக்குது. They feel that they have left the burden somewhere. They are going to still work with the same manager, the same management, everything. But most of the times people sometimes they even write an email saying, no, I don't want to work with this particular manager. So you will have to be handling both the emotions. The other person on the other side, it will look like the employee will say, I have done my efforts, but I am not able to achieve the target. And the employee says he has never achieved his target, or the manager says he has never achieved his target. So how do you handle these emotions? So this is very important. So helping both of them understand, you remain as a coach, most of the times you remain as a coach to handle all these emotions, very sensitive emotions. So people come to me saying, no, I've slogged all day, I've been traveling across for this particular activity, but my manager hasn't understood me. So that's where I talk about building trusting relationships and allowing people to talk to you. Just listen. You are not going to be a solution provider. You can never be a solution provider to the problem of an employee, but you can help him explore the other possibilities or the various possibilities where he can or he or she can get through the particular challenge. It is all about through a positive mindset is something that I look at. So at the end of the day, or maybe at the end of this note, I would also add creating kind of a positive and a supportive environment is something that as HR people we need to do. So when I say a positive or a supportive environment, it is all about respecting. A sign of respect to the person who introduced that particular candidate to the world and then to you. So it's a sign of respect. So when you start respecting people, when you start respecting emotions, I think everything else will be taken care. One small incident which recently happened, you will not believe, there were tears rolling out of her eyes. நீங்க வந்து தான் இது நடக்கணும் இருந்திருக்கு. And so that was a very touching moment. I didn't do great. I didn't give it from my pocket. And that whatever bonus was a very little for the organization, right? But it was big to that particular person who received it. So good that she initiated the discussion, we were able to take it forward. So that's something that you have to touch the people's life through your small gestures, and things will automatically fall in place.
Wonderful, Bertram. I think as Bertram said, positive bit podradhula thappille. So ivaroda positive bitum work out aachu. So it's like he has touched the lives of many. So the key takeaway from his is, yes, trust, which plays a very vital role. So when you build that trust, you need not run behind your, the human resources, the assets, but அவங்களே வந்து நான் செய்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு வாலண்டியர்ஸாக. இதில் ஒரு சின்ன எக்ஸாம்பிள், உங்களை வந்து எம்பவர் பண்ணி நீ செய்ப்பா அப்படின்னு ஐ கேன் see so many people running here and then. Okay, they're all acting as facilitators, but I can see the entire event being done by these students. So that's an act. You empower people, you understand and you give them the freedom. Hey, you proceed, you do this, right? If, as Nandakumar sir, அவர் வந்து நிறைய பாயிண்ட்ஸ் டச் பண்ணார். I mean, he was saying, I was not a dropout, but I was thrown out, luckily, because I was not in the 4. அப்படி இருந்திருந்தா maybe my fullest potential I would have not explored. So I think you need to understand as, prospective HRs, what is the talent, what is the USP of your, and I think we have a topic called as competence mapping in HR, if you would have read. So what is it all about? So every person has a unique talent, a competence. It is like, in recruitment, matching the best talent for the right job, right? So adhe madri, once they come in, I think we need to understand what are they good at, rather than, I think, just having a mismatch. So that's well said. And open door policy padichirpinga. So what is that? So listening here. So implementing that, executing it practically is what important. So theoretically, strategies, concepts, எல்லாம் படிச்சிருப்போம். But when it comes to life situations, I think it's important to walk the talk. That is very important. நீங்கள் படிச்சதை வந்து அது implement பண்ணணும். So இது எல்லாமே தான் open door policy and respecting emotions. That was a very important thing. I think அது உங்களுக்கு வேணால் ஒரு பெரிய விஷயமா இல்லாமல் இருக்கலாம் when you are listening to the other, but for that person it may be. In fact, recently we had one speaker at our organization. She was sharing one of her, she's also from the government side. அவங்க என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா, கான்ஸ்டபிள் அவங்களோட kind of an taskல வந்து they were a number of constables who were assigned. In that scenario, அந்த கான்ஸ்டபிள் அவங்க வந்து கேட்டாங்க, இந்த மாதிரி ஐ வாண்ட் டு லீவ் ரைட் நவ், ஐ வில் கம் பேக் இன் தி மார்னிங் அப்படின்னு. ஸோ ஷீ செட், ஐ மீன் எவ்ரிபடி இஸ் ஹியர், ஹவு கேன் ஐ லீவ் யூ, யூ கேனாட் கோ, அதெல்லாம் போக முடியாது, நீங்கள் இங்கே தான் இருக்கணும். அவங்க போயிட்டாங்க, அந்த கான்ஸ்டபிள் போயிட்டாங்க. மறுபடியும் ஒரு 10 நிமிஷம் கழிச்சு அவங்க வந்து திருப்பி கேட்டிருக்காங்க, லைக் வாட் ஹீ செட், கேட்டு பார்ப்போம் திருப்பி அப்படின்னு. So when she came again and asked, that is where this official, like, something is wrong, let me first understand. Then அதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன தெரியுதுன்னா, இவங்க வந்து ஒரு சிங்கிள் மதர், she has 2 children at home. கான்ஸ்டபிள், ஐ மீன் போலீஸ், அதில் வந்து இன்றைக்கி போனால் 2 நாள் கழிச்சு கூட வர நிலைமையில இருக்கும். ஸோ வாட் ஷீ டஸ் இட், ஷீ ப்ரிப்பேர்ஸ் த ஃபுட் அண்ட் ஷீ லாக்ஸ் தெம் இன்சைட் தி ஹவுஸ். அண்ட் சாயங்காலம் வந்து பக்கத்து வீட்டில் வந்து அவங்க ஸ்கூல்லேருந்து வந்தோன்னே மறுபடியும் அவங்கள உள்ளே வச்சு பூட்டி, ஸோ தட் தே ஆர் சேஃப். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி தான் ருட்டீன் போயிட்டுருக்கு. த ரீசன் வை ஷி ஆஸ் தட் டே கைண்ட் ஆஃப் 3 hours to 4 hours ஆஃபீஸ், ஷி வாண்டட் டு ப்ரிப்பேர் ஃபுட் ஃபார் தேர் சில்ட்ரன், ஃபார் ஹர் சில்ட்ரன். ஸோ இந்த இது, ஐ மீன் வி ஃபீல் தட் வி ஆர் ஆல் ப்ரிவிலேஜ், எவ்ரி ஒன் ஆஃப் அஸ். ஐ திங்க் வி ஆர் சிட்டிங் ஹியர் இன் த டைஸ். இப்போ நான் இன்றைக்கி இங்கே வந்திருக்கேன் அப்படின்னா, மை சைல்டு as at home, I have assigned him to some, as நம்ம வந்து we need to understand that no one is privileged here, everyone has their own emotions. So when we are talking to the other person, we need to be compassionate, and அதுதாங்க ஒரு HR, enriching lives. ஸோ நம்ம ஹெச்ஆராக இருக்கோம் அப்படின்னு இருந்துட்டு நம்ம வந்து ஓகே வி ஹாவ் தி பவர் அப்படின்னு இருக்கக்கூடாது. தட் மீன்ஸ் யூ ஆர் நாட் அ ஹெச்ஆர் அட் ஆல், right? It's not HR, as Charles said, human relations, creating powerful human relations, giving a listening ear. That is the basic competency. And I think this has been also stressed. I would like to highlight this in one of the recent interviews done by Daniel Goleman, right? So அவர் வந்து என்ன சொல்லியிருக்காரு அப்படின்னா, 1992 அவர்கிட்ட கேட்குறச்ச வந்து பிஸ்னஸில் வந்து இமோஷன்ஸை பற்றி பேசுகிறச்ச இமோஷன்ஸா தட் அண்ட் ஆல் டசன்ட் ஒர்க் இன் பிஸ்னஸ் அப்படின்னு அப்போ சொன்னாங்க. பட் இப்போது ரீசெண்டாக இன்டர்வியூவில் த topmost skill is not just IQ, is not just being smart, but EQ plays a very vital role. Emotional intelligence, EQ, to what level you have the EQ, you will have to assess. That is one of the important skill set which is expected, and I think the recruiters here would also agree to it. So EQ plays a very vital role. So gone are those days, like, you know, it's just based on numbers or the work. But nowadays, இப்போ இந்த great resignation அப்படின்னு ஒரு இது படிச்சிருப்பீங்க, right? So people are trying to retain the talent. So what is playing a very vital role? It's just compensation? No, beyond that. Beyond that, how you give them a wow experience right from the start till the end. So that matters a lot. So with that, I think I would like to ask the next question to Isaac once again. So இதெல்லாம் நம்ம பார்க்குறச்சு definitely we come across a lot of challenges. There are barriers because challenges are part and parcel of life சொல்கிறோம் இல்லையா. ஸோ கண்டிப்பாக இதில் emotion management we have challenges. So what are the challenges you feel, and what is, maybe you can cite some examples which has happened in your workplace during the COVID or, you know, post pandemic, and how you were able to handle it, Isaac?
Okay, thank you. So before that, I just want to thank three people. One is Professor Madhyaragan and Ari Pranav, and one more person. Who is a person? Marandiche? Muthu. Muthu Ramalingam. Okay, I'm very sorry. So these three people played a very important role for me being here today. So the continuous follow-up they have done, the continuous update they have given was fantastic. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Okay. So as I told you, handling emotion is very, very important. Okay. The best way to handle emotion is please show it off. Don't keep it with yourself. If you want to be angry, show it off. Nothing wrong. That will not make more damage than you keep it within yourself. That plays a very important role. Okay, so I was just preparing for this. I was just thinking about my own life. இன்னைக்கு நம்ம எல்லாருமே வந்து ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் எமோஷன் பேசிகிட்டு இருக்கோம். மேபி ஒரு 20 years back when I was a student, இந்த வார்த்தைகள்லாம் நான் கேள்விப்படலை. ஓகே, ஐ டென்ட் ஈவன் ஹியர்ட் அபவுட் தட். பட் இன்றைக்கி வந்து இது எல்லாமே ரொம்ப ஒரு இம்பார்ட்டன்ஸ் நம்ம கொடுத்துட்ருக்கோம். ஸோ என்ன நடந்துட்டுருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி என் லைஃப்பில் பார்க்கும்போது, are we becoming more materialistic? Are we becoming more materialistic? Okay, so 2020 வந்து close to 46 crores people using social media, and now it has gone to 66%. So there is an increase of 43% people using social media. I'm not against social media, no, we can do it. But because of that, are we missing out the real human beings whom we are facing daily? That's very important. I'm a very practical guy, and I just want to give my example also. So somewhere we are very, very close with the technology. So we are away from the human relationship. So that may be one of the reasons for the increase in the emotion imbalance, whatever you call it. Okay. So the best way to avoid emotion is please don't keep it with you. At the end of the day, evening kulla yaar mala ungalku enna kasapu irundharum, that you need to sort it out. My policy, when you're going to sleep, be happy and go to bed. That's a philosophy I have. Okay, so as I told you, I'm working in San Mina, so which is in a place called Oragadam. I stay in Chulaimedu. My previous office with Mafoy, which is in Keel Park Road, and every day I used to go walk and come. Okay, no, even two-wheeler is required. But when I went to San Mina, I used to start early in the morning, 5:30. I will come by 7:30. And family plays a very important role. Family is a very, very important role where they can relax your emotion. But unfortunately, we are very busy in this world. We are not giving time to our family. I'm very sorry to say this, but that's a reality. Okay? So I will say the students, please spend some time with your father, mother, and if you're blessed with Tata Party, spend some time with them. The knowledge, the experience, what they have, it cannot be taught in any schools or colleges. You cannot. So please spend some time. Even now, if I have any tough time in office, ஒரு டிசிஷன் எடுக்கணும் அப்படின்னா I go and talk to my daughter who is 13 years old. She will give a simple solution. அது என்னால் 15 years HR experience எனக்கு தெரியவே தெரியாது. That's the importance of family. Okay? Many a times they are the one who take us for granted. We take them for granted. அப்பாவை take them for granted. அம்மாவை take them for granted. Because நம்ம பாஸ் கிட்ட அப்படி பண்ண முடியாது. Please don't do that. They are also human beings with emotions. So what I'm telling you is we are very blessed with to have a joint family, which is becoming nil now. We are becoming a nuclear family. Okay. So whenever I'm getting late, and for 2 or 3 days, if I'm not having dinner with my family, my father will ask, என்ன ஒரு 2 நாள் ஆளை காணோம், என்ன ஆச்சு? இல்லைப்பா ஆஃபீஸில் கொஞ்சம் பிரச்சனை. என்ன பிரச்சனை? And that's how I will lose out my emotions. Okay? So family plays a very important role. And please don't spend more time with gadget individually. Okay? It is very important to wish someone to LinkedIn or Facebook, but spend some time with the family. கூட இருக்கிறவங்களோட தயவு செய்து பேசுங்க. That's a very good stress buster of emotion. உங்கள் எமோஷன்ஸ் எல்லாமே பேலன்ஸ் ஆகிறதுக்கு that can be a very, very good option. Okay? So students here, whoever are studying, please take some time. And the best way I have learned from my experience to handle emotion is, please show it off. And second, talk to people. Spend some time. And these are the 2 ways we can effectively manage emotions, not only in office, but in also our personal life also.
Isaac, as you rightly said, I think the technology, ஒரே வீட்டில் வந்து ஒரு டேபிளில் வந்து I think the siblings chatting, அவங்கக்குள்ளே வந்து பேசுகிறதுக்கு பதிலாக they are chatting, amidst each other. இல்லை பக்கத்தில் உட்காந்துருப்பாங்க. I think technology is definitely one of the barriers. And இப்போது when he was saying, I got reminded of an incident. ரீசெண்டாக வந்து ஆஃபீஸில் ஒருத்தருங்க வந்து இன்ஸ்டாலேயும் ஃபேஸ்புக்கில் வந்து எனக்கு ஃப்ரெண்ட் ரிக்வெஸ்ட் அனுப்பிச்சாங்க. ஓகே, நம்ம எம்ப்ளாயி தானே. அடுத்த 2 நாள் கழிச்சு அவங்கள நேரில் பார்க்குறேன். நான் இவங்க தானா அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஹாய் சொல்ல போனேன். ஆஸ் யூஷுவல் நம்ம வந்து ஹலோ ஹாய், ஆஸ் அ ஹெச்ஆர், ஆஸ் அ பேஷனட் ஹெச்ஆர் நம்ம பேசுகிறேன். அவங்க அப்படியே தெரிஞ்சு போனாங்களே, அப்படியே போனாங்க. என்னடா அது, எனக்கு டவுட் ஆகிடுச்சு, இவங்க தானா அவங்க இல்லை அவங்க தானா. அதுக்கப்புறம் எனக்கு ஒரு then I thought, yes, the same. The thing is, we are more connected digitally. Digital HR, okay, gladly digital HR. அது எங்கே யூஸ் பண்ணணும்? ரிமோட்டில் இருக்கிறவங்கள கனெக்ட் பண்ணி digital should be used as a medium to connect, not to be replaced. நான் அடிக்கடி சொல்வேன் ஸ்டூடெண்ட்ஸ் இந்த கோவிட் டைமில் using online Microsoft Teams or Zoom, it is just a medium to connect with your professors at any cost. At any cost, professors, teachers ஓட அந்த one-on-one வந்து ரீப்ளேஸே பண்ண முடியாது. cannot be replaced. அந்த personal touch, அந்த ஒரு connect is very, very important. So digital HR is important, but to connect with people, not to disconnect with people. So very well said, Mr. Isaac. So that's very important. So I think on a similar note, I would also like to know from Bertram, what are your experience which you have come across, similarly in your workplace, kind of barriers and how you were able to manage it?
Yeah, okay. So maybe before getting into the barriers, sometimes the profile picture on the digital space with a lot of layers could have prevented the employee to recognize you.
I don't use filters for your example.
ஸோ ஆமாம், அது ரொம்ப நாள் ஆச்சு காயத்ரி கிட்ட இந்த மாதிரி பேசி. ஸோ அவங்க சொல்லும்போது அப்படியே ஸ்பான்டேனியஸாக வந்தது. ஸோ ஐ தாட் ஐ ஷுட் just comment on before getting into the barriers in communication. So or maybe barriers in terms of handling the emotions of people. So definitely yes, there are barriers, but maybe if you ask me, I would say the barrier is only internal within me. So most of the times the barrier of handling or probably maybe handling the healthy emotion of others is more or less within me. So it is the non-acceptance of a particular situation. So I think this scenario, what I'm going to explain to you now, I think you would have heard in multiple or maybe with many speakers. So basically, it happens in every home when a mother comes to you and serves you, maybe probably as college students when you're getting ready for the college, and அம்மா வந்து ஒரு இட்லி சட்னி வந்து சர்வ் பண்ணும்போது சட்னி அவங்க ட்ரௌசர்ஸில் ஸ்பில் ஆயிடுச்சு அப்படின்னா யூ கெட் ஆங்க்ரி அட் யோர் மதர். என்னம்மா எத்தந்தம்மா சொல்கிறது, இப்படி சர்வ் பண்ணாதீங்க, வச்சுக்கம்மா, நான் எடுத்துகிட்டு போயிடுறேன், நானே போட்டுக்கிறேன் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு வி கெட் ஆங்க்ரி. ஸோ தெர் இஸ் அ சுச்சுவேஷன் விச் வி ஆர் நாட் ஏபிள் டு அக்செப்ட் இட் அண்ட் we get emotional and we express it through our anger. But at the same time, காலேஜில் அதே ஒரு சுச்சுவேஷன், மேபி ப்ராப்ளி உங்களுடைய கிளாஸ்மேட் ஒரு மேபி இஃப் இட் இஸ் அ பாய், ஒரு கேர்ள் வந்து உங்களுடைய ட்ரௌசர்ஸில் ஸ்பில் பண்ணும்பொழுது பரவாயில்ல இந்த பக்கம் மட்டும் இல்லை இங்கேயும் கொஞ்சம் ஸ்பில் பண்ணிக்கலாமே அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவீங்க. ஸோ இட்ஸ் அபவுட் த சேம் சுச்சுவேஷன், பட் வாட் ஹேப்பன்ஸ் இஸ் தட் நோ ஹவு டு யூ ரியாக்ட். ஸோ த நான் அக்செப்டன்ஸ் ஆஃப் அ பர்டிகுலர் சுச்சுவேஷன் யூ ரியாக்ட், and if you accept for the same situation you respond. So the difference between reaction and responding to a particular scenario or emotion is very important. So that is what I said, most of the time it is internal. So the emotional management or the barrier is mostly internal. So try to convert the non-acceptance to a positive acceptance scenario. So that way if you have to accept it, then you at your workplace, if you are able to know, if your manager has put down, or even if your team member is behaving in such a manner that which is not acceptable to you, it happens to you which you are not able to accept it at the workplace, and if it happens not the way that you want, then it becomes an anger. But at the same time, if something that happens and if you are trying to accept it, then it becomes tolerance. So try to increase your tolerance level and also try to hone the skills in terms of responding rather than reacting to any situation. I think that will definitely help deal this particular barrier in the emotional management per se.
So that was interesting. I think as you rightly said, நம்ம வந்து ரெஸ்பாண்ட் பண்ணுறதுக்கு பதில் ரியாக்ட் பண்ணுறோமா. ஸோ ஐ திங்க் தட்ஸ் இம்பார்ட்டண்ட் டு ரிஃப்ளெக்ட் and see. And I think especially in the change management phase nu varacha, because changes keep happening around us, right? நீங்கள் ஒரு கம்பெனிலேருந்து இன்னொரு கம்பெனி போவீங்க, இல்லை ஒரு ஸ்ட்ரீம் ஆஃப் ஒர்க்லேருந்து இன்னொரு ஜாப் ப்ரொஃபைல் போவீங்க. ஸோ யூ கீப் சேஞ்சிங், பட் யூ cannot expect the same situations across, right? So you will have to first accept, yes, so what can I do? Should I really work on the situation or how should I respond, rather than to immediately இதெல்லாம் பண்ண முடியாது, இதெல்லாம் புதுசாக இருக்குது. So if you just keep reacting it, I think you will naturally end up to kind of a stress, non-acceptance, kind of as he said, இப்போ அந்த காலத்துலலாம் இந்த ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் டிப்ரெஷன், இப்போலாம் சும்மா ஏதாவது ஒன்று பண்ணால் மச்சான் நான் ரொம்ப டிப்ரெஸ்டாக இருக்கேன். I mean like it's kind of a fashionable term, right? So I think இதெல்லாமே நம்மளா வந்து உருவாக்குறோமா அப்படின்னு it's important to understand. It's all of how we handle it, right? It's all about நம்ம வந்து if we feel that it's a stressful thing, yes, it is a stressful thing. இப்போ என்கிட்ட நிறைய பேர் கேட்பாங்க, ஏன்னா மேம் யூ ஆர் அ ஒர்க்கிங் மதர், நான் சாட்டர்டேஸ் ஆனாலே எல்லா காலேஜுக்கு போகிறீங்க அப்படின்னு, எப்படி மேடம் எப்படி மேனேஜ் பண்ணுறீங்கன்னு. மேனேஜ் பண்ணலாம் அப்படின்னு பண்ணோன்னு நினச்சானா பண்ண. இட்ஸ் ஆல் அபவுட் யுவர் மைண்ட் செட்டப், ஹவு யூ ரெஸ்பாண்ட் டு தட் சுச்சுவேஷன். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் wherever I go, I also take my son. இன்றைக்கி அவனுக்கு மேக்ஸ் எக்ஸாம், அதனால நான் அசைன் பண்ணிட்டு வந்திருக்கேன் நான் இன்னைக்கு. ஸோ அதனால் I ensure that I also take him because he also gets that exposure. So at the same time, as a working mother, it's like more about going by my passion, as well as a mother, I also take him along with me. So it's all about how you respond to that situation. That was very nicely put, Bertrand. So thanks for sharing that. I think now next important thing is in the way of managing emotions. நம்ம managing emotions சொல்கிறோம். It is also important that how we through that have a very healthy working relationship. Though opinions would differ, across the table, but at the end of the day, அவர் சொன்ன மாதிரி at the end of the day everything சைடில் விட்டுட்டு we'll have to go back to square one, right? So what sort of ways you would suggest Joshua? I would like to ask Joshua, இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு because ஒரு corporate setupல வந்து I think it is a place which is bound with lot of a minefield of full of emotions, politics and all sort of things from morning to evening. அது வந்து நடந்துக்கிட்டே இருக்கும். பட் இதெல்லாம் தாண்டி having a healthy relationship, so how can this happen? What would you suggest, Joshua?
Current போகாம இருந்தா சரி. All right, I know guys, we are in between lunch and you. We will not take another 10 minutes, Gayatri, 10 to 15 minutes. Yeah, not more than that. All right, so Isaac sir சொன்ன மாதிரி யார் இந்த ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ஸு டிப்ரெஸ்டு மச்சி வாழ்க்கையே கடுப்பாக இருக்குது அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு தான் எவன் கண்டுபிடிச்சான்னு தெரில, அது பாட்டு கண்டினியூஸாக போய்கிட்டு இருக்கும். ஓகே, now to answer your question, okay, we forgot to ask that question, but she herself answered that question. எங்கே போனாலும் பையனை கூப்பிட்டு போயிடுவாங்க. பாவம் அந்த சின்ன பையனை கூப்பிட்டு எல்லா காலேஜையும் போயிட்டு நம்ம பேசுறதையும் கேட்டு அவங்க பேசுறதையும் கேட்டு பையன் எப்படி தான் இருக்கிறான்னு தெரியல. இப்போ குட் ஒன்.
The thing is, நான் ரெடி ஆகிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி அவன் இன்னைக்கு காலையில் கூட மேக்ஸ் எதுவுமே செய்யலை, காலையில் 6:30 மணிக்கு எழுந்து அம்மா நானும் வரட்டுமா கூட அப்படின்னு he is ready. So இங்கே வந்து வைஸ் வர்சா.
Okay, அது மாதிரி passionate. Very nice. No, I just wanted to connect that note to you as well. What do you do with your fellow colleagues, with your management, with your parents? Goes a long way. நம்ம வேலை நம்ம உண்டு, நம்ம கடமை இல்லாமல் you have to get along with all the people, right? 3 important things when Gayatri called Joshua, would you like to join? என்ன டாபிக் அப்படின்னு, ஏன்னா நம்ம ஹெச்ஆர் கிடையாது, நம்ம வெறும் அப்படியே டேலண்ட் அக்விசிஷன்லேயே காலத்தை ஓட்டினுக்கிறனால திடீர்னு வந்து எமோஷ்னல் அது மாதிரிலாம் பேசணும் அப்படின்னா நான் கொஞ்சம் எமோஷனல் ஆகிட்டேன். ஓகே சரி கொஞ்சம் போய்ட்டு லைட்டாக புக்கெலாம் புரட்டி பார்ப்போம் ரொம்ப நாளைக்கு அப்புறம் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு பார்த்தா 3 important things which we need to come across, which பெட்டர் ரொம்ப அழகாக பேசினாங்க. ஆங்கர், ப்ரைட் அண்ட் ஆங்ஷியஸ். இந்த 3 விஷயம் revolves around everybody. How is that we are overcoming this is the mantras, right? ரொம்ப சிம்பிளான 3 பிட்டு. ஆங்கர், overcome with a humor. நீங்கள் நம்ம ஐடி கம்பெனிலாம் ஆப்வியஸ்லி யூ வில் ஆல் ஜாயின். ரொம்ப சீரியஸாக பயங்கர சீரியஸாக மேட்ரு போயிட்டுருக்கோம். சார்ஸ் பிரதர் சிரிக்கிறாரு, சப்பான்னு ஒருத்தன் சப்பையாக ஒரு காமெடி பண்ணுவான், முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. எங்கேருந்து கோவம் போச்சுன்னா யாருக்குமே தெரியாது, டப்புன்னு போயிடும். ஒரு ஹியூமர் ஆடுற விட்ற போயிட்டே இருக்கலாம், ஃபினிஷ்டு. அதே மாதிரி தான் when we go and do some town halls in the meeting, ரொம்ப சீரியஸாக பேசிகிட்டு இருப்பாங்க, டக்கான்னு ஒருத்தர் சின்ன ஒரு காமெடி பண்ணுவார். ஸோ மை டியர் ஃப்ரெண்ட்ஸ், லைஃப் இஸ் நாட் அபவுட் ரொம்ப நிறைய பேர் இங்கே உட்காந்துருக்கலாம் ரொம்ப லைஃப் ரொம்ப சீரியஸாக நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம். கிடையவே கிடையாது. ரொம்ப சிம்பிளான ஒரு லைஃப் we have to live across. Lot of people learned after so many years. You're all really fortunate. நாங்கள் படித்த காலேஜெலாம் I did my masters in Tamil Nadu Institute of Labour Studies. we are all competitors, right? Madras School of Social Work, DJ Vaishnava, Tilsa. அப்படி தான் 3 பேர் சுற்றி கடைசியில் எனக்கு சீட்டு கிடைக்கும் போது அங்கே தான் போய் ஜாயின் பண்ணேன். I did my bachelor's there. So they were kind enough to give me a master's degree again in that college. So it is not about competition, right? Life is a journey. So any anger when you have in your any workplace or at your home, slight humor will crack that process, right? ரெண்டாவது விஷயம், எனக்கு எல்லாம் தெரியும். கோவிட் என்ன பண்ணிச்சு, எல்லாம் தெரிந்தவர்கள் எல்லாம் மண்ணுக்குள் இன்னைக்கு, right? We lost a lot of lives. So never ever think I know everything in life, right? Pride, you will not even hear to that who the other person is talking to you, what information is giving to you. HR ஒன்று சொல்லுவா, இவர் ஒன்று பண்ணுவார். So how do we really handle those stuff in the workplace? Third most important thing is you're anxious. ஐயோ நம்ம சொன்னால் என்ன நடக்கும், நம்ம எதாவது பாயிண்ட் சொன்னால் கிடைக்குமா கிடைக்காதா, அடி உழுமா உழாதா. It is not about you put across your points across to any problem. There should be some solutions across, right? So don't stop yourself. You always give that pointers together. அது எப்பவுமே கொடுத்துட்டு இருந்தீங்கன்னா வாழ்க்கை இட் வில் பி அ வெரி ஸ்மூத் செயிலிங் ப்ராசஸ் அக்ராஸ். ஸோ when I did that bouquet matter, இப்போது வந்து அது பண்ணாமல் இருந்தேன்னா அதே மாதிரி தான் ஒரு 10 பேர் இப்போ ஆஃபர் பண்ணியிருந்தா ஒருத்தன் தான் ஜாயின் பண்ணியிருப்பான். ஸோ இட் குட் ஹவ் பீன் அ கண்டினியூஸ் ப்ராசஸ். வாட் சிம்பிள் திங்ஸ் கேன் மேக் அ டிஃபரன்ஷியேட்டர், ரைட்? திங்க் அக்கார்டிங்லி. நோ ஹார்ட்வர்ட், நோ ஆக்ஸ்ஃபோர்ட், நாட் யுவர் டிஸ் ஆர் யுவர் DJ Vaishnav will teach you. It is all about your experience, all about your how do you deal with human beings day in and day out. என்னோட டீமில் 10 பேர் இருக்கிறாங்க, 10 பேர் ஒன்றா ஒர்க் பண்ண மாட்டாங்க, கிடையவே கிடையாது. யாராவது ஒரு தலைவலி கொடுத்துனே தான் இருப்பாங்க. கரெக்டாக? ஆமாம். எப்பாடா இன்னைக்கு ஜாலியாக போச்சுட்டேன்னு சொல்லிட்டு 6 மணிக்கு ஃபோனை வைப்பீங்க, டிங் டிங் டி டிங் டிங்னு மோஸ்ட் பேனிக் சவுண்ட் ஆஃப் 2020-2021 என்ன சவுண்ட் சொல்லுங்கள்? மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் டீம்ஸு. எவ்வளோ எனக்கெலாம் இன்றைக்கும் லைட்டாக கபகபான்னு இருக்கும். 6 மணிக்கு மேலே காலம் தான். இன்றைக்கி என்னாச்சுன்னு தெரியலையே, எவன் ஏதோ குழப்பினான்னு தெரியல, எவன் எந்த காலேஜை கூப்பிட்டு ஜாயினிங் பண்ணான்னு தெரியாது. நல்ல வேலை நேற்று எங்கள் CEO வந்து எம்ஃபசிஸ் ஆன் போர்டிங் வில் பி டன் பார்ட் பை பார்ட்னு போட்டார். நல்ல வேலை. இல்லைனா டெய்லி ஒரு கால், சார் எப்போ ஆன் போர்ட் பண்ண போகிறீங்க? இதை நம்ம கையில் இருக்கிற மாதிரி, நம்ம கம்பெனி ஓட்டுற மாதிரி நம்மக்கிட்ட கேட்பாங்க. ஏன்னா ஆப்வியஸ்லி வி ஆர் த ஓனர்ஸ், ரைட்? ஸோ ஹவு டு யூ டீல் வித் இட் அண்ட் தட் சவுண்ட் ஆஃப் மைக்ரோசாஃப்ட் டீம்ஸ்? ஏன்னா how do we deal with that sound? Seriously I'm telling you, இப்போ என்ன சவுண்ட் வந்தால் லைட்டாக கலக்கும் வயிறு. Alright, so be very clear on what you do. How do you handle the calls? How do you talk to people? ரொம்ப பொலைட்டாக பேசுங்க. என்ன கோவம் வந்தாலும் சொன்ன மாதிரியே தான். we are HRs, but at the end of the day we are customer relations தான். ரொம்ப சிம்பிள். கிளைண்ட் பிடிச்சி கத்துன்னு கத்துவான். அந்த டெம்பரில் உங்களுடைய பாஸ் வந்து உங்கள்கிட்ட பேசுவாங்க. ரொம்ப சிம்பிளாக ஹேண்டில் பண்ண கற்றுக்கோங்க. Again and again I'm telling you, my dear friends, what your principles of management, whatever management teach you, it's all 1%. How do you react? What is your experience is 99%, and that is what we've been talking. All this experience sitting here, your 18s and the 20s of the experience are only talking about those aspects. All right? Yeah, Gayatri.
Thank you, Joshua. Beautifully shared. எனக்கு இது சொல்கிறச்சே வந்து I was just I got reminded of this song. இந்த மாஸ்டர் படத்தில் குட்டி ஸ்டோரி ஒரு பாட்டு இருக்கு இல்லையா? தெரியுமா தெரியாதா? ஓன்லி இங்கிலீஷ் சாங்ஸ் தான் கேட்பீங்களோ? ஐ மீன் இங்கிலீஷ் சாங் தான், அது தங்கிலீஷ் மாதிரி வரும் இல்லையா? அதான் கேட்குறேன். ஸோ அதுதாங்க. ஸோ I think small moments, I think we need to take it in a, as he rightly said, or anger on or difficult on a situation like cracking a joke, being humorous. So it is a way of how you respond to the situation and you accept this situation. So I think both of them beautifully shared their insights. Next, இது வந்து நீங்கள் கேள்விப்பட்டிருப்பீங்க. How do these strategies honor all feelings and all emotions matter actually relate, especially in such tough times? I would like to ask Bhargavi and Isaac on this, please.
Yes, honoring all feelings. I think we were talking about different aspects. I think Isaac sir was talking about different topic and different part of emotion. And he was also, I think when he was talking, I was also admiring the way he was carrying out this conversation with full humor. So that is also a kind of a good thing. I think people are more attentive to these kind of emotions as well. So next thing which Dr. Gayatri asked was honoring emotions. So now inge office la ukandittu, if I tell that problem will get solved na, nobody will listen. So you have to send your leaders, or you as a HR you have to go to the place where your employees are working. Only then you will understand the real problem. So if my refinery is in Assam, of course I have to go to Assam, and then I have to understand what's the issue. If I sit here and I say that okay, I accept your emotion, anga cold irukum, anga mala irukum, the food may not be that good. So if from here I can say that okay, 8 o'clock, no, you got food right now, what's the problem? Then they may not understand. The people who are there are not just workers, they are also like mind workers, body workers, everybody. So you also have your geotechnical engineers. Those are all not just normal people, they are also from IIT, NITs and all. So they also have their emotions. So one is honoring your emotion. You have to send your leaders. Even when my CEO visit, even when my CFO visit, we make sure that they go to site, spend time with employees. So that is one of the aspect. I think only then they will understand, okay, this person has spent one day with me, so he knows what is the kind of emotion, at least I can share that emotion. And here, when honoring emotion, in my organization we follow a beautiful concept. We also trained our senior leaders and middle managers on a concept called DOSE, DOSC, DOSE. So adu enna DOSEன்றதை I'll just make it clear. Like நம்ம எல்லாருக்குமே தெரியும், there are some, it is not just emotionsனா அது மைண்டுக்குள்ளே வருது மட்டும் இல்லை, பாடி மைண்ட் எல்லாமே சேர்ந்து வருது தான். ஸோ டோபமைன் அப்படின்னு ஒரு இது இருக்குது, ஒரு கெமிக்கல் இருக்குது. அதுதான் டோஸோட முதல் டி. ஸோ வாட் இட் டஸ், லைக் only when you do some pleasurable activities you will feel very happy. So for example, I asked my manager, I want to introduce a referral policy. He could have said no. He said, okay, if that is making you happy, you can release that. I don't have a problem. Unless you get a candidate on board, I don't have a problem. So immediately I wrote that policy, got it signed, and immediately what happened? After I released that policy, I came up with the next policy. So when you do something which is pleasurable, which is making you happy, and there is a good output, you continue to do that. And when you continue to do that, again it will add value to again a good work. So avladhan. So that is one thing. And next thing is, when you say dopamine, there is also another thing. Like 160-year company, 160-year மட்டும் தான் நான் செலிப்ரேட் பண்ணுவேன்னு சொல்ல முடியாது. இந்த வருஷம் 20 year இந்தியாவில் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணுறாங்க. I can also celebrate that. Break all the success into smaller success. So I cannot wait for 100 years for a company to complete and then celebrate. I can also celebrate smaller achievements of my employees. So this is the D. The next one is oxytocin. So oxytocin நம்ம சொல்லும்போது like a kind smile. When I was wearing a mask, it was difficult for me to connect with employees. Only eyes மட்டும் தான் ஓப்பனில் இருக்கும். So only I can just see like that or do like this. But after we removed everything, we can give a high five, fist thump, everything. So this is also a way of saying that you're not alone and you're with everybody. So I think Vasul Raj MBBS said beautifully போட்டிருப்பார் அவர் இதே ஆக்சிடோசின் தான் கட்டிப்புடி வைத்தியம். It may not be applicable in corporate, but you can do it with your friends, colleagues, everybody. So this is the O of this one, dose. So next one is serotonin. Gratitude. ஆமாம் பாஸ்டர் தூக்கி போட்டுருவோம் அப்புறம். The next one is serotonin. So மூணாவது எமோஷனுக்கு லைக் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் திங் serotonin, which is gratitude. எனக்கு ஒரு பேட் டே இருந்தால் தான் I will appreciate the good day. So when I have a bad day on Friday, I'll think, okay, it is a bad day. But then என்னோட good day when I will appreciate a good day only when I feel that, okay, that day was bad, today was good. So I have a gratitude towards the day. That is the S. And then the next one is endorphin, which Sir was talking about, which is humor. So கேக்கன்னு சிரிச்சிட்டே இருக்கவங்களை பார்த்தா நமக்கு why are they laughing unnecessarily தோணும். But then it is a kind of good thing and they will make the place beautiful. So I think this is how we honor the feelings. Even last week, Gayatri, I think I was dull on last Monday. So one of the travel admin, he was asking, Madam, innachi yen dull irkinga? So of course I had something going on in my mind. I was dull. I said, I didn't say anything. I just said, maybe ஒரு கோட் கம்மியாக இருக்கும் சபரி, அதனால தான் நான் டல்லாக இருக்கேன், ஒரு கோட் மேக்கப் கம்மியாக இருக்கும். He didn't say anything. But then later I asked him, Sabri, what made you to ask me like that? He said, I'm seeing you daily and there is a difference in your face and the way you're reacting. அன்றைக்கி அவர் கேட்காம அப்படியே இருந்திருந்தா nothing would have happened. But because he asked me, I felt happy. Of course, somebody is carrying me. Okay, not just I'm only carrying my employees are also carrying for me. So with that, I think I'd like to hand over to Dr. Gayatri.
I really like the dose which you gave. I think ஒரு நல்ல டோஸ், அந்த டோஸ் இல்லை, இது வந்து ஒரு அழகான டோஸ். ஐ மீன் டு ஹேண்டில் இமோஷன்ஸ் பியூட்டிஃபுல்லி ஷேர்ட். ஐ கெட் ரிமைண்டட் ஆஃப் சிமிலர் இன்சிடெண்ட். ஆஃபீஸில் வந்து நம்ம ஹவுஸ் கீப்பிங் ஸ்டாஃப், ஐ திங்க் பார்கவி ஆல்சோ வுட் பி நோயிங், பேண்டமிக் அப்புறம் வந்து லைக் இட் வாஸ் லைக் ஹைப்ரிட். அதுக்கப்புறம் ரெகுலராக ஆஃபீஸ் போகிறச்சு அவங்க ஒன் ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் ஐ மீன் ஃபீமேல் ஹவுஸ் கீப்பிங் ஸ்டாஃப் who regularly, when Bhargavi was part of Kone, I mean, we used to, not everyone, but I think we used to talk to them because they have their own feelings. கரெக்டாக வந்து நாங்கள் வந்து உள்ளே போகிறச்ச மேம் எப்படி இருக்கீங்க எல்லாம் கேட்பாங்க. அந்த 5 minutes டிஸ்கஷன். ஓகே, இவங்க அன்றைக்கி பார்த்து, மேம் எவ்வளோ நாள் ஆச்சு மேம் உங்களை பார்த்து, நீங்கள் பிஃபோர் ஐ மீன் பேண்டமிக் முன்னாடி டெய்லி பார்ப்பேன், அதுக்கப்புறம் வந்து பார்க்க முடியல, எல்லோரும் ரொம்ப கஷ்டமாக இருந்தது, நீங்கள் ஒருத்தங்க தான் வந்து பார்கவி மேடமும் கோனை விட்டு போயிட்டாங்க, நீங்கள் மட்டும்தான் இருக்கீங்க, நீங்கள் உங்களையும் பார்க்க முடியல, ஐ மீன் உங்களை பார்த்தாலே வந்து ஒரு பாசிட்டிவ் வைப்ஸ் இருக்குது, நீங்கள் நல்லா பேசுவீங்க, என்கிட்ட வேறு யாரும் இப்போ பேசுகிறது இல்லையே அப்படின்னு. ஸோ I mean, as she said, honoring all feelings. It's not just, I mean, she may not be my dad, but at the end of the day, she is serving Kone indirectly, right? Because when she is happy, naturally, if there is a customer visit there, she goes there and takes care. So it's all related. It's all interlinked. So honor all feelings and the strategy is very important. நம்ம ஒரு பொசிஷனுக்கு அப்புறம் வந்து இவங்களுக்கு தான் ஃபீலிங்ஸ் இருக்குது இவங்கள நோ. சிமிலர்லி இன்னொரு என்ன தான் ஈவெண்ட் நடந்தாலும் யார் இதில் வந்து வெளியில் ஒருத்தரை பார்த்தோம் இல்லையா, அவர் ஐ திங்க் ஒன் ஆஃப் தி லேப் அசிஸ்டண்ட் MCA, அவர் பேர் ஐ டோன்ட் ரிமெம்பர், பட் அவர் almost 20 years he is with I think DG Vaishnav. When we were discussing all in all எந்த ஈவெண்ட் வந்தாலும் வந்து பார்த்துமே மேடம் அப்படின்னு. ஸோ these are all like behind the scenes, but I think it is important to acknowledge such people in your workplace. இப்போ எங்கள் இதில் வந்து ஒருத்தர் இருப்பார், ஆல் இன் ஆல் எந்த ப்ரொஜெக்டர் ஒர்க் ஆகலை அப்படின்னா அட்மினோட அவரை தான் கால் பண்ணி ஜானியை கூப்பிட்டு வாட் இஸ் ராங், ஐ மீன் ஸோ ஹீல் டூ எவ்ரி திங். இஸ் லைக் ஆல் இன் ஆல் அழகராஜ் மாதிரி. ஸோ இவங்களெல்லாம் வந்து ஒரு ஃபோரமில் அப்படின்னு ஒரு ஸ்பாட் அவார்டு, ஜெம் அவார்டு அப்படியெல்லாம் கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். நம்ம அந்த நிமிஷம் யூ ஹேவ் டன் அ குட் ஜாப், அதுவே வந்து அவர் சொன்ன மாதிரி தான் கண் கலங்கிடும், மேம் நீங்கள் வந்து எனக்காக பேசுனீங்க. ஸோ தட் இஸ் what they expect, right? That is what, and when there are important visits, these are the people who really do. So I think it is important when we are as a HR in that position, number one, we'll have to take care of everyone right from the start and the end, whoever is inside the office and beyond that. So that matters a lot. So thank you Mr. Isaac and Bhargavi for sharing those insights, and the dose was wonderful, the prescription which you gave. And finally I would like to ask one last question as part of our panel discussion to Bertram. Why is it, I mean as a HR I think sometimes we need to take very difficult decisions and communicate it to the employees. It's not that like எல்லாமே வந்து ஒரு பாசிட்டிவாக வந்து நடக்காது, like especially layoffs, when we'll have to give some difficult message to employees. So we would like to hear from you, what such situations have you come across and how did you handle it in a very sensitive way, in a very subtle way? What are the ways you have handled it? Over to you, Bert.
Yeah. Considering definitely the time, I think probably I skipped the situations, but I would give you a solution in terms of how do you face this kind of a difficult conversation with every employee, specifically when it comes to the emotions of employees. So I think it happens in our daily life. I think today what I did was when I started from the office, I had to step into the office. So when I started from the office before coming here, time ரொம்ப முக்கியம் இல்லையா? So I just looked at the Google map and then said okay so many 8 to 10 kilometers, it takes 26 minutes or 30 minutes. So basically I prepare myself, right? So I prepare so that I ensure that I'm reaching the venue on time. Similarly, there is a lot of preparation today. You see the lot of beautiful flowers here in front of us. So basically I want to highlight the word prepare. How do you prepare the mind of the employee who you are going to initiate the conversation with? So small thing is like, if you throw a seed on an unprepared soil, even a healthy seed would die. So that's the mantra. So tantra, mantra. So that's the mantra here. So if an unprepared soil, you have to plant a healthy seed, it dies. If it is a prepared soil, you don't even have to plant it, you just throw it, it will sprout. So how do you prepare the mind? First prepare yourself, then prepare the person who is going to receive your communication. That is very important. So unless you prepare, so preparation is 90% and 10% is your delivery. So if you have understood this particular logic of preparing the mind of somebody, then probably the 10% is much more easier for you. So then the emotional management is much more easier. So that's a small thing I thought I should share with the experience that I have. And yes.
Yeah, thank you, Bertram. I think well said. Preparation is the key to success, Sonia. So I think being prepared for any situation, especially handling emotions, is very, very important. I think as a HR, any process you take, the recruitment இருந்தாலும் சரி, when talking to the candidate or responding the the result of the interview, I think how well you are prepared, whether it is a positive or a kind of no, plays a very vital role. Basically, to sum up, I think we have come the end of today's panel discussion. GLAD இதில் வந்து A concept agility பார்த்தோம் இல்லையா, Agile HR. So I think இதில் வந்து I would like to suggest, in fact I was going through this book, I thought this is the right forum to share with our prospective budding HRs here. Emotional Agility by Susan Davidன்னு ஒரு பியூட்டிஃபுல்லான புக்கு, முடிஞ்சால் நீங்கள் படிங்க. அதில் வந்து how you can, if you are stuck, how to get unstuck, and how you can actually embrace change, whatever we spoke. Change is, I think, the only thing which keeps happening. So on the change, how we'll have to embrace, and how we can collaboratively thrive in work and life and strike a balance. So she has very beautifully highlighted that. இதில் வந்து ஒரு குவிக்கான ஒரு takeaway from this book மட்டும் சொல்லிட்டு I would like to wrap up. She says that there is only a kind of difference between those who are emotionally agile இல்லாதவங்களுக்கும் ஒரு சின்ன ஒரு very thin line. The thing is, நீங்கள் யோசிச்சிருப்பீங்க எப்படி உங்களால் ஹேண்டில் பண்ண முடியுது அப்படின்னு. The only difference is everybody in this world, நீங்கள் யூஸ் பண்ணுற அந்த வேர்ட், அது ஸ்ட்ரெஸ்ஸாக இருக்கட்டும், டிப்ரெஷனாக இருக்கட்டும், சேலஞ்சஸாக இருக்கட்டும், I mean the words may differ, but every one of us have those feelings. Okay, இங்கே on the dais of the நாங்கள் பேசுகிறோம் பேனலிஸ்ட்னால் எங்களுக்கெல்லாம் ஸ்ட்ரெஸ் இல்லைன்னு அர்த்தம் இல்லை. Everybody has. Okay, the only difference is emotionally agile individuals know how to approach them, how to manage, right? Topic of today's discussion, managing emotions. So that's the very thin line between who are emotionally agile and who are. Adula vandu nariya points, as he said, preparing yourself. So preparedness would help you to be more emotionally agile, understanding the situation, right, and how to handle that situation, how to respond to that situation, how to accept it rather than reacting, immediate reaction இல்லாம proactive-ஆ அது எப்படி வந்து நம்மளால் வந்து அதை ஃபேஸ் பண்ண முடியும், how to handle it. I think these are certain nuances which is very important, and these are beautifully explained by Susan David. I think if you have time, please do read this book. So book reads அப்படின்னா, I mean நான் வந்து ஒரு கம்பேஷனட் ஒரு இதில் வந்து நான் நிறைய காலேஜஸில் ஐ திங்க் சார்ல்ஸ், ஜோஷுவா எங்களோட அப்போ வந்து பசங்க சொல்லுவாங்க, மேம் நீங்கள்லாம் சொல்கிறீங்க பட் எப்படி அது பண்ணுறது, அது செயல் வந்து ரொம்ப முக்கியம்ல நம்ம அந்த ஒரு. ஸோ தட்ஸ் ஹவு ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் ஒரு சின்ன இனிஷியேட்டிவ். ஐ திங்க் ஃபியூ ஆஃப் தெம் வுட் பி நோயிங் கம்யூனிகேஷன் ஸ்கில்ஸ் வந்து ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் மேடம் அப்படின்னு. ஸோ ஐ தாட் லெட் மீ டூ சம்திங் விச் ஐ கேன் டூ ஃப்ரம் மை சைட். ஸோ ஐ ஸ்டார்டட் ஆஃப் டு ஷேர் ஒன் வேர்ட் அ டே. ஸோ கம்யூனிகேஷன் ஸ்கில்ஸ் வந்து எப்போ வந்து நம்மளுக்கு அந்த ப்ரிப்பேர்ட்னஸ், ஆஸ் இ செட், அதுவும் ஒரு டிஃபிகல்ட்டி, இமோஷன்ஸ், ஐயோ என்னால் வந்து ஃபேஸ் பண்ண முடியலையே இன்டர்வியூ, அதுக்கு ப்ரிப்பரேஷன் இஸ் வெரி இம்பார்ட்டன்ட். ப்ரிப்பரேஷன் வந்து டெய்லி நான் நியூஸ் பேப்பர் படிக்கணுமா, நான் டெய்லி இது பண்ணுவேன், அதெல்லாம் எதுவுமே இல்லை. இம்ப்ரூவ் யுவர் vocabulary கான்செப்டை நான் கொண்டு வந்தேன், ஒரு சின்ன இனிஷியேட்டிவ். ஸோ ஈச் டே இஃப் யூ லேர்ன் ஒன் வேர்ட், ஒரு வருஷத்தில் 365 வேர்ட்ஸ். ஸோ ஜஸ்ட் இமேஜின், ரைட், லேர்னிங் இஸ் அ நெவர்-எண்டிங் ப்ராசஸ். வருஷம் 365 வேர்ட்ஸை நீங்கள் வந்து உங்களோட vocabulary இன்க்ரீஸ் பண்ணிக்கிட்டே இருந்தேன்னா யூ ஆர் வெல் ப்ரிப்பேர்ட். அந்த இமோஷன்ஸ் அந்த இன்டர்வியூவில் வர அவசியமே இல்லை. ஐயோ எனக்கு வேலை கிடைக்குமா கிடைக்காதா, அந்த அந்த ஒரு ஃபியர், ஐ மீன் அந்த ஒரு பதட்டம், அதெல்லாம் தேவையே இல்லை. இட்ஸ் ஆல் அபவுட் மேனேஜிங் யுவர் இமோஷன்ஸ். ஸோ திஸ் இஸ் ஸ்மால் இனிஷியேட்டிவ் ஐ டுக் ஃப்ரம் மை எண்ட். அதே மாதிரி இன்னொரு இனிஷியேட்டிவ் சஜஸ்டிங் அ புக், அந்த கான்செப்டை தான் நான் இங்கே கொண்டு வந்தேன். ஸோ இன்றைக்கி நான் 3 புக்ஸ் சஜஸ்ட் பண்ணியிருக்கேன். ஐ டோன்ட் நோ இஃப் யூ ஹவ் ஐ மீன் மேட் அ நோட் ஆஃப் இட், பட் தீஸ் ஆர் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் திங்ஸ் விச் வில் ஹெல்ப் யூ டு மேக் யுவர் செல்ஃப் ப்ரிப்பேர்ட். தோ வி ஆர் seated here speaking, there was a preparation behind. We connected with each other last week, right? And we brainstormed என்ன மாதிரியான situations students face பண்ணுறாங்க, ஒர்க் பிளேஸில் இருக்குது. We had a clear preparations. இல்லைன்னா இங்கே எங்களோட எமோஷன்ஸ் வேறு லெவலில் இருக்கும், ஐயோ என்னது இது அப்படின்னு. So we are all aligned because we are prepared. So how to respond to that situation is what will make you to stand out of the crowd and not get lost in the crowd. So that will make you to be more emotionally agile. So with that, I would like to wrap up today's panel discussion. Thank you so much, wonderful panelists. I think thank you for taking your time and accepting to the invite. And I think I should thank Professor Madhi Alagan here. When he approached me, he said, "Madam, you decide your team, your crew." So that empowerment, I think the team gave there. So with that, I could bring the one of my best, I think, from my network. Thank you so much once again, Professor Bala. I think he's been in touch for many years, and DG Vaishnav is not new to me. நிறைய இதில் வந்திருக்கேன். So இந்த தந்த்ராவில் வந்து first time, but I'm so happy to be, and I'm glad to be part once again of this GLAD themed event. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am, for moderating the session and the panel members for an engaging panel discussion. I request all the delegates and the students to kindly visit the stalls put up on your right and left sides. The stalls display the output of the simulated company models Zen Motors, an Indian consumer company ICC Limited, carried out by the students of the second MAHRM. Now I request all the dignitaries and the students to join us for lunch in the SRG auditorium. Firstly, I request the dignitaries to kindly move from the premises, followed by the students. I request everyone to hand over the lunch token which is provided in the welcome kit at the counter. It's time for some networking and connections too. I request all the volunteers to kindly assist the delegates. We will assemble again at 3:30 p.m. Thank you.
Now, heading on to session 3, fireside chat on the topic, Role of HR in Continued Employee Engagement and Wellness. Now, I request Head in Charge, Mr. Balamurali Krishnan, to felicitate the moderator, Mr. Chidambaram Ramanathan, founder and CEO of Holistic HR Hub.
I take immense pleasure to introduce Mr. Chidambaram Ramanathan, founder, CEO of Holistic HR Hub, which is a HR consulting firm providing end-to-end HR services to several corporates. He completed his master degree in personnel management and industrial relations from St. Joseph College, Trichy. He is a topper and medalist in labor law, global profession in human resource from Human Resource Certification Institute, USA. He has 2 decades of rich experience in the entire spectrum of HR and IR functions across diversified sectors such as chemical, electronics, textile, contraceptive, IT services, and other service industry. He is also a visiting faculty to eminent education institutions in Chennai, Coimbatore, Trichy, and Pune, giving insights on various subjects such as global HRM, labor law, organization effectiveness and development, risk management, and much more. His article published include Peek into Women Empowerment and Women Participation in Industry or Workforce by NHRD issue 63 on April 2022. He has successfully completed an executive development program in human resource management from XLRI Jamshedpur. He is a senior certified profession from Society for Human Resource Management, USA. We are delighted to have you here, sir. We welcome you once again. Now I request you to moderate the session. Over to you.
Thank you. ஆரம்பிக்கலாமா? Yeah, so it's really a pleasure to be here, and I'm really honored and humbled by the invitation. So let me briefly introduce these speakers here. We have a very versatile and veteran speakers here from different sectors. So we have Mr. Edwin Charles, who's the Senior Manager, Leadership, Hiring and Talent Strategy of Dr. Agarwal High Hospital. He has more than a decade of experience. He is very tech savvy. He is also a storyteller, a good listener, and an excellent communicator. So that's Mr. Edwin Charles for you.
And we have Mr. Gaurav G. Jeta. So he's the business head of Home Insurance Brokers. So he is basically alumni of this institution. He did his BCom here. So he has 15 years of experience in the insurance and broking industry. So he is known for his patience and perseverance. He is an effective marketer who provides customized solutions. He has handled large marine claims and property claims to the tune of more than 1 crore. And welcome, Mr. Gaurav. Now we move on to Mr. Bhanukumar. Mr. Bhanukumar is the founder, director. Already you should be familiar with Mr. Bhanukumar. He has been associated with the college for quite a lot number of years. So he's the founder, director of ARA Associates, basically a technologist. He's expert in data analytics, DevOps, Agile, and digital marketing. He's a part of multiple social forums and committees like NIPM, ISTD, and S2S. He's a member of the Diploma Committee and faculty of ISTD for the Diploma program. He's a visiting faculty in many institutions. He's a member of MMA and a regular trainer on analytics and technology. He's also a mentor for entrepreneurs for Young Entrepreneur School. He's a social contributor and industry veteran with close to 3 decades of experience. So, welcome, sir. We have Mr. Vishnu Prasad. He's the Assistant Manager, Human Resources, L&T Construction. So coincidentally, L&T is the first company to set up HR department. So first company in the country to set up a personnel department. In those days, it was personnel department. So he is into talent acquisition, compensation and benefits, campus hiring, mass campus hiring, over 2,000 trainees in a year. That's really a big number. Per year, over 2,000 people he hires. So he's a passionate speaker and excellent listener. Welcome, Mr. Vishnu. Thank you. Now, so from the morning you have been attending many sessions. So this is going to be a fireside chat. It's not going to be formal. It's going to be very unstructured. So that's the platform. That's the meaning of fireside chat. We'll not have any presentations or any structured way of presenting things. So the subject given to us is role of HR in continued employee engagement and employee wellness. So as students, as I said, this is going to be an unstructured discussion. It's going to be very informal. It's a fireside chat. So what is the expectation from you folks on this topic, employee engagement, employee wellness? We can start from the students' fraternity. So what's your expectation on employee engagement and employee wellness? We have our experts from different industries. We have from IT. I myself have some experience in IT. Then we have from infrastructure. We have from healthcare. We have from insurance sector. So we have experts here. So we could take your questions. So what's your expectation on this particular subject, employee engagement, employee wellness? Employee engagement na enna? Yaradhu or student solunga. Employee engagement na enna? Come on, yeah, come on. What is employee engagement? What is employee wellness from your perspective?
See, you can be as whatever doubts you have, you can straight away ask. Be relaxed mode. Huh? Don't think that we are all here to share our own personal experience. So whatever, because see, why sir is asking this question is because you're in the initial stage of your career. So before starting up anything, if you have any kind of clarifications or doubts, you can speak to us. That is the reason the forum has been set for. So be as formal as you can.
So there is nothing right or wrong, correct or incorrect. It's your view, your understanding. We are not going to make fun of anyone. All of us are not experts. Come on.
And make us believe you are all awake after lunch.
Yes.
Sir, employee engagement na, at least second years, if not the first years.
We are trying to engage with you now. Come on.
Both first and second years are there, no? Isn't it? Okay.
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Okay, good. Anybody else? On employee wellness? Okay, right. Yeah, please, madam. Okay.
Good
okay.
one.
Okay. All right. Okay, I'll just set the context and then I'll leave it to the speakers here. See, employee engagement, many of the people misunderstand this term. They think it is as of an excursion, going outside, having fun, going for a party. It's not employee engagement. Okay, many people, many HR professionals believe employee engagement means going outside, having the weekends, having fun. That's not employee engagement. Employee engagement is something beyond your career growth, beyond your comp and benefits, a kind of emotional bonding with the company, what keeps you going every day. ஸோ இதெல்லாம் வந்து நல்லா சூப்பராக இருக்குது சொல்கிறதுக்கு. பட் திடீர்னு மாஸ் லே ஆஃப் பண்ணாங்கன்னு வச்சுங்க. ட்விட்டர் இப்போ லே ஆஃப் பண்ணாங்க, எல்லாருக்கும் தெரியும். மாஸ் லே ஆஃப் பண்ணாங்க ட்விட்டர். ஆனால் டாட்டாஸ் எப்படி ஹேண்டில் பண்ணாங்க ஏர் இண்டியாவோட அக்விசிஷனை? How Tata's handled and how Twitter handled. So how employees will be engaged if they are laid off? That is one question actually. I'm leaving it with you. If you are going to do a recruit in mass, like he is recruiting 2,000 people per year, and again if you are going to lay off, then how employee engagement, how you will be connected? So that is one thing. So that is employee engagement for you. There are 3 classifications broadly. Actively engaged, being physically present, mentally present. Not engaged means doing the job just for survival purpose. Doing the job, I'll do this much to survive. Actively disengaged, that is telling wrong things about the company, promoting wrong things, being a bad advocate of the company. So if you see the global workforce, only 21%, as per the Gallup survey, only 21% are actively engaged. So remaining 79 are either disengaged or actively disengaged. So what is the benefit அப்படினு பாத்தீங்கன்னா இந்த engagementல, this engagement will lead to happier employees will lead to happier customers will lead to increase in your profit and sales. Companies which have a high net promoter score, higher engagement score, BSE or NSE listed companies have made more profits and sales than companies which have a low engagement score. It's basically business. சும்மா செலவழிக்க மாட்டாங்க கார்ப்பரேட்டில். Basically business, they mean business. So அதை பேசிக்காக புரிஞ்சுங்க. We are business people. HR is purely business people. HR is not HR is purely business people. So that much you can know. With this brief background, wellness, many speakers have told about various things. So we'll get into the discussion. So I'll start with Mr. Banu Kumar. He is having a rich experience in the IT industry. So Mr. Banu Kumar, can you just let us know on this whole employee engagement and wellness, especially during pre-pandemic, during pandemic, now post-pandemic, especially in the technology sector, how employees are feeling. They are working from home, more of loneliness. Many companies are counseling their employees. Some employees have committed suicide, unable to repay loans, etc. Just can you throw light, especially in the IT sector, how the employee engagement is currently working? What are the initiatives they are taking? Whether it has any advantage over other sectors?
Okay, good question. See, IT is one sector which has the biggest of the attrition numbers. All of us know it. So employee engagement is definitely not something new that came up probably during pandemic or post-pandemic and all that. Employee engagement is something part of the blood and your blood in terms of the IT operations per se. Like one of my earlier organizations where I was working, one of the things that they try to look at, yes, before I get into it, let me put in one more point here. I'm not saying IT alone has been doing it, number one. Number two, I'm not saying what was done then as employee engagement is the same today. There has been some enhancements, there has been some twists and turns that have happened. I'll come to that in a moment. So good old days in my earlier organization when I was working and all that, the closest that we were talking about employee engagement was one, IT definitely is well known for like where he started off, weekend getaways or yearly getaways, monthly getaways and all that. So that was always there. But beyond that, one of the things that our company where I was working earlier did was they had an option wherein any employee will be able to provide an improvement opportunity within the organization for any department. Now, I still call that an engagement basically because they are the assets of the organization. All of you being in human capital, you know they are the assets. By the way, IT was the first one to call HR as human capital. So if you really look at it, most of them know what they want, and more importantly, they see what is available. So they started suggesting improvements. So we started off with that. But when we started off, there were a lot of acceptance to it, and people were giving a lot of suggestions. But later on, it started dwindling down. And that's when we created a panel to figure out what happened. The challenge was they were giving suggestions we were trying to implement, but we were not letting them know what is happening, whether that was accepted, not accepted. So to his point on the advantage, being an IT organization, we created a tool. We enabled them to update, and we started updating, and they were notified. So that enabled. That is where we started. But as things evolved, like during pandemic, we have been talking about it since morning. During pandemic, the HR team did not stop with talking to the employee. They had to speak to their family. There is a person from the family coming down during a COVID lockdown into the factory. So the family had to be given that confidence, be rest assured, your family member is well taken care of, be it a mother or father of the family or whoever it is. He or she is being well taken care of. So that's when they started interacting in terms of with the family perspective. And that is where the employee belongingness started moving a bit larger diaphragm, because I, as a HR, wanted that person to come into the work today, which means I also need to ensure his family is not infected by COVID. Because his family infected, he cannot come in and I will not be able to. So employee wellness got into the employee engagement, wherein we started getting into extending in terms of what was happening. So a lot of organizations did it differently in different places. Like for example, there was this one organization wherein what they did was they had a day in so-and-so's home. So every week, every Tuesday or Wednesday, I don't remember, but one employee was chosen. They will run through what happened. It's more like an employee diary that was given. So people were talking about it. They were engaging themselves. So that enabled that extended family kind of a bonding. So that paved way in terms of they trying to get to know beyond what each of us know within the organization. Well, that was a positive. The negative, as he rightly brought out, we had a lot of challenges on being alone, trying to stay away from the rest of the team. A lot of us were not able to work on and all that. So things started evolving as we go by. As we go on in the discussion, I'll talk about some of those. But this is where I will leave for now.
Yeah, thank you. You have any questions to ask on this particular discussion? Yeah, please. If you can pass on to the mic to him so that, yeah, please.
Sir, recent days many top companies are laying off their employees, like Byju's and Meta. How you see the layoffs, sir? Because many big companies are suddenly laying off their employees, sir. How is the employees? What is the employee situation, sir?
Okay.
You want to take it or I'll?
Go ahead.
Yeah.
Then I'll come.
See, your question is good. Again, we'll have to connect with this layoff and this employee engagement. We are promoting employee engagement, and one side we are laying off. After laying off, how we can expect employee engagement? Others are watching. Everybody is watching what is happening in the company. Giving pink slips to 2,000 people, 20,000 people, as you rightly said, Meta or Byju's, whatever company you take. See, basically why these companies recruit in big numbers is to show the customers we have the capability to deliver you. That is the reason they hire in mass and keep in bench. But all of a sudden, if a recession hits, there is no other option. No, there is no other option other than to lay off. Company has to lay off, but it has to be done in a very conducive way. Just like that, we can't throw them out. It has to be handled very carefully. In today's economy, recovery is happening in a V-shaped, not in a U-shaped. It's fastly coming back. So layoffs will happen at one end, especially in the service sector. At the same time, mass hiring will happen. Only thing, as we spoke in the morning, we'll have to handle the emotions in a better way. Emotions in a better way and communicate it clearly. We'll have to communicate it very clearly.
See, from your angle, getting into the industry, there are 2 or 3 things that I look at. See, layoffs will happen. As he said, layoffs will happen, recruitment will happen. Like, for example, this is not new. Donkeys years back, 20 years, 30 years back, GE had a policy which said the bottommost 5% will be sent out. So there was always this process in terms of it, because one thing that we need to remember is, like probably I'll quote Vivekananda, for you to stay where you are, you need to spend some time on it. So you can't be complacent in staying away. So layoff typically happens on 2 or 3 things. One, the primary trigger point is recession. But who are the people who are laid off? People who are either not contributing effectively to the organization, or the employee cost versus the employee revenue is high for the organization. Now what I mean is, the cost is high, but the revenue that he generates is low. So that is exactly where the layoff will happen. Now there again, they don't just say from tomorrow you are not coming in. While the press, the Twitters and all that has happened going on, layoff is a package. There is a package that is being provided to every employee who is being let go. It is never stated as a poor performance, number 1. Number 2, never stated as he's not value adding. It's a formal resignation letter that is taken and he's given a severance package. So that will cater to his requirement at least for next few months before he is able to get in somewhere or decide what he wants to do. So the bigger part that you need to keep in mind is, you will worry about layoff only when you are not learning and adapting to the changes that is happening. If you are able to learn and adapt, you will never lag, so you will never be laid off. I think that's the perspective that I want to give to more of to the student community, because your learning doesn't stop here. It is only starting here. It will continue till you retire or till your death. So it's important that you need to learn and adapt, failing which there is a possibility of being laid off. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
He has already shelved that. He has already shelved that. By the way, if you did not see the news, he has already shelved that.
Should not.
But day before yesterday, I read an article where a Tamil person, one person got employed in Meta, I think so, sir. I couldn't remember.
He was Meta, he joined 2 months back and he was shelved. You know, his case is the employee cost was higher than the employee revenue. They have not seen it. He went in during a period when the company was seeing this kind of a downtrend, but he was taken in for a high cost, number 1. He shifted to Canada. You're talking about that person, right? He is a person who relocated to Canada to join Meta and all that. So basically, he relocated and all that, and he went into that. Number 1 was the cost. Number 2 is what we talk about in terms of saying should not be laid off immediately is, technically, he is never saying from tomorrow you're not an employee. But internally, from next day, if there is nothing to hand over, he will not be asked to come to the office. It will be considered like he is serving a notice period, basically because that's where he is given a choice for him to digest this and look at what next for himself. And till that time, the salary is paid. Or depending upon the severance package. Some people will include that into the severance, some will take it. And then beyond that, that is his date of resignation versus the date of relieving, could potentially change in certain cases, depending on the severance. Then he has that severance package, which will carry him through for it. So what we are trying to say is, the humane aspect is more in terms of that, but ultimately the business has to go on. So somewhere we take tough decisions. But this is not new. Today, because of the advent of social media and all that, all these numbers are coming out in a big numbers. Let's face it, a company like GE sending off 5% every appraisal cycle for the last 20 years, you could have created another GE with those people. That's the volume we are talking about. So this is something which is performance driven and cost driven. That's how it goes.
Okay, sir. Thank you for clearing that out.
Now I'll move on to Mr. Edwin. So Edwin comes from the health sector basically. So Mr. Edwin, so we have been harping on this employee wellness, especially after pandemic. Earlier also it was there. After pandemic, we have been talking about this. You coming from the health sector basically, you are basically the health ambassadors to the public and other companies, but how do you manage the same in your company? They would have been under tremendous stress during COVID. How did you handle? What are the challenges with respect to the employee wellness? Were the initiatives different or something different? What's your thought? Can you share your experience?
Certainly, sir. So before we begin, I could see lot of serious faces there. Everyone, can you come to the front? Munnadi varingla? Thank you so much. Now it looks a lot more convincing. Am I right, sir? Yeah. Okay. So before I begin, I'm Edwin Charles. Thanks to DG Vaishnav management, faculties, students, the veterans, and everyone here for giving us the opportunity to have this quick conversation. The only catch here is almost Saturday evening ஆயிடுச்சு. அதிசயமா சென்னையில் மழை வேற பெய்யுது. And the best part is weekend வேற ஸ்டார்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு. And the session is after lunch, after consuming some 250 calories. Good food, guys. With all these odds, we are here with a common agenda of discussing a fireside chat.
Now you know why they are looking sad.
Okay, so there is a lot of pressure on the speakers to make some impact. Okay, so students ku vandu purido illiyo neenga puriyra mari nadikanum. I know students are good at it. Am I right? Am I right or wrong?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right. So let me now jump into the question. I work for Dr. Agarwal's group. Okay, so I take care of the leadership hiring, which is a part of the human resources function, which is a little critical because the company is expanding now in pan India. So first நீங்க அகர்வால் வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா சென்னையில மட்டும் பார்த்திருப்பீங்க. இப்போ சென்னையில மட்டுமே ஒரு 17 hospitals இருக்கு, and in India we have more than 100 hospitals. Good thing is the business is growing. Sad thing is people are losing vision. இது எதுக்காக சந்தோஷப்பட்டுக்கணும்னு நீங்க டிசைட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. So the business is potential. A lot of key players in the market are gaining business because healthcare as an organization, we are losing healthcare drastically. Forget about eye care. There are a lot of IVFs coming up. Coffee shops mari IVF varapodhu. Likewise, inge ethana per glasses potrukonu paathirpeenga. So the role of leadership hiring is to help the organization expand. So ennoda role ungalku purinjirukum. Now in the organization la eppadi engagement and wellness panna porom அப்படின்றத நான் ஒரு perspective கொடுக்குறேன். I don't want to be more subjective here. People come to the hospital to get treated. Am I right? Yes or no? Yes. Can I get a loud yes? யாரும் ஹாஸ்பிட்டலுக்கு ஜாலியாக வர மாட்டாங்க, கரெக்டா? Correct? So you have a problem and you come to the hospital with a belief that you will get a solution. So just imagine a quick scenario for you to sink in. உங்களுக்கு யாரா ஒருத்தருக்கு உடம்பு சரியாம போகுது. You guys are going to the hospital. The doctor says you need a quick injection. சரி, okay. You go to the nursing room. அங்க ஒரு nurse இருக்காங்க injection போடுறதுக்கு ரெடியா. Just picturize herself or himself this way. She has a long face. She's talking to herself. And she's all the more frustrated for something. The most bothering thing is she has a needle which is to be injected to you. There I would like to set the context. Employee happiness in an hospital setup is directly proportional to patient satisfaction. However you take it, இதுதான் வந்து பாட்டம் லைன். எம்ப்ளாயி happiness, be it at different hierarchies, I don't want to get into the depth of it, is directly proportional to the happiness or the satisfaction index of the customer. Now, to answer this from a context of COVID times, because that was a testing time where we were never prepared, correct? And now we think that, okay, we have gone a long way because COVID has taught us a lot of lessons. So, இப்படி பார்க்கலாமே, COVID timesல எங்களோட ரோல் என்னவா இருந்துச்சு அப்படின்னு. Luckily, eyewear industry is not like a chronic hospital setup. People can still wait. And a kannu velikuduna, you can wait for a couple of days. It's not like your kidney or a liver problem or a heart problem where you have to rush. So on the aspect la paakumbodhu, the impact of COVID was more on the business than on the lives of the people. Because we were not operating 24/7. We were operating more like a retail store. Kaalaila 9 manila irundhu night 8 mani varaikum. But in the time la, COVID time la work பண்ணும்போது, the biggest risk is putting your employees into risk. What I mean to say risk is anybody could get infected. I'm sure people who are here, students who are here, எல்லாரும் உங்க வீட்டில் சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க, COVID timeல nobody is allowed to go out. Be it a friend, girlfriend, mentor, யாரை வேணா போய் பாருங்க after COVID. ஆனால் அது எப்போன்னு யாருக்கும் தெரியாது. So likewise, we were concerned about our own families, dear ones and near ones. But look at employees who are working for an hospital setup. They have a family. They are not gladiators in suit. Avungalukku extra power lang kediyadu. But still they will have to be in the front line attending the needs of the patients. So what wellness we did was, we did a couple of things. One, taking their safety into utmost consideration. How did we do it? எல்லாரையும் லைனில் நிற்க வச்சு வேக்சினேஷன் போட்டாச்சு. Seriously, we did this because that is one savior at that point of time. Vaccine work ஆச்சா இல்லையான்றது, I'm not the right person. பட் எல்லாருக்கும் வேக்சின் போட்டோம். நம்பர் 2, வேக்சின் போட்டதுக்கப்புறம் என்ன பண்ணணும்? They are working extra hours. They are stretching extra hours to ensure that the productivity is met. In a COVID time, when one of your employees is sick, you can't force them to come. அவன் நிஜமாலே சிக்கா இல்லை பயந்துட்டு சிக்கா நடிக்கிறானா, nobody knows. So someone has to overdo the work to cover up the space. Am I right? Have you guys experienced this scenario? டாக்டர் இருக்க மாட்டாங்க, அந்த டாக்டருக்காக இன்னொரு டாக்டர் கவர் அப் பண்ணுவாங்க. அப்போ when you do that extra mile work, the tendency of you getting burnout is higher. ஸோ ஒரு எம்ப்ளாயி பேர்ன் அவுட் ஆகும்போது என்ன பண்ண முடியும்? அவங்களுக்கு you need to give them a leverage to take leaves. அகைன் நான் ஒரு ஸ்ட்ரிக்டாக ஒரு பாலிசி போட்டு இந்த பாலிசி படி தான் நீ லீவ் ஃபாலோ பண்ண முடியும்னு கோவிட் டைமில் சொல்ல முடியாது. கரெக்ட்? ஸோ ஃப்ளெக்சிபிள் லீவ்ஸ் கொடுத்தோம். நம்பர் 2, we started intensivizing people. Nothing can motivate people like money. Do you guys agree with me? உங்கள் வீட்டில் கொடுக்குற பாக்கெட் மணி முக்கியமா, ஆர் உங்கள் அம்மா உங்கள் மேலே காமிக்கிற பாசம் முக்கியமா? Can I get a yes or no? Is it for the money or for the love? It is definitely for the money, right? Money is the need of the hour. Everyone needs money. Of course, love is important. So money can definitely motivate people, but money is not the only motivator. So we started motivating people who are going that extra mile by giving them incentives. This is the second wellness program which we took up. The third wellness program is people who are putting their life at risk. அவங்களுக்குன்னு ஒரு ஃபேமிலி இருக்கு, they may be spreading the disease. You never know who's getting contacted. So அந்த ஒரு இன்ஸ்டன்ஸில் the company went that extra mile to take care of the family who was sick. I'll take you through a scenario. There was a time where you will find it very difficult to get even a single bed. Getting a bed, it was a scare. It was a nightmare. Getting a bed, even in a government hospital, was tough. So at that point of time, the management made sure that அந்த மாதிரி எம்ப்ளாயோட ஃபேமிலியில் யார் யாரெல்லாம் சஃபர் பண்ணுறாங்களோ இந்த மெஷர்ஸை நாங்கள் வந்து இம்ப்ளிமெண்ட் பண்ணோம். வெரி சிம்பிள் 3 things. We never did it something fancy like Google. Of course, capex illa avlo. We never did something pretty exciting like Twitter. Ulle masseurs, ulle dance parlors, psychologists vara vechi pesudha. And mari high funda stuffs edume pannala. We did the basic stuff. It really worked. End of the day, the wellness has to be more customized to the needs of the organization. இன்னைக்கு இதெல்லாம் அகர்வாலில் ஒர்க் அவுட் ஆச்சு. Whether this will work for Infosys, I don't know. Whether it will work for L&T, I don't know. So this is what we did. Did I answer your question, sir?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
So the key takeaway is if employees are happy, especially in a health sector which is very sensitive, so they can take care of the customers, the patients. So the employees need to be mentally and emotionally and physically fit.
Definitely. இல்லைனா அந்த ஊசி போடுற சினாரியோ மட்டும் யோசிச்சுக்கோங்க. Forget about the business growing. Forget about we expanding and all that. The customers will be happy only when the employee is happy.
Correct. So that is the crux of employee.
That's the crux of it. Yeah.
Now let's for a change, let me move on to construction. Then I'll come to your insurance sector, so that we have some diversified views. So Mr. Vishnu, so you come from infrastructure background, construction, where employees are actually placed in far-flung places, remote places, projects, where there will be no people to interact itself, where there will be no person to interact itself. Projects usually take place, a conglomerate like L&T. So in such a scenario, how do you keep the engagement going on? More of loneliness is felt, and what are the engagement initiatives from your perspective, or wellness initiatives? How do you connect both in the infrastructure industry, especially people working in remote areas?
Is it now or during?
Generally construction in remote areas, remote projects.
Okay. Before going to the topic, okay, a big thanks for giving this opportunity. Okay, so third speaker பேசுறது வந்து there is an advantage and disadvantage. So I can very well say I agree with him. Okay, coming to the practices in specific to our company, where so L&T construction, like sir has told, it's a project based and heterogenetic workforce, so where we need to handle many people and the environment is very complex, so many people are involved. We also do work with contractors and subcontractors, so it is not an easy task in handling. So let me come to the challenges first. So what challenges we will get so in engagement? So the main challenge after COVID, so the hybrid workforce. Okay, so now people are asking, wherever we recruit people, now they're asking, can we work from home? So we cannot construct a building from your home, right? So you need to be present in the project site. It's not a IT or it is the biggest challenge which we face even today. So many of the IT guys we recruit, we also have digital technologies, and technology is a key for all the success of any business. So we also recruit computer science people, we also recruit IT people, and they are asking, so is there any work from home? So this is one of the biggest challenge we face. And as of now, we have not found out a proper solution for this work from home, because now all the companies have migrated to a hybrid workforce environment. Okay, still we manage. So how we are managing is, so we take care of the people. We take care of the people and their families. So we don't grant work from home, because our bread and butter is from the workmen. So we deploy around 1 lakh workmen at around 400 plus project sites. So for the sake of the workmen, so other category of people also need to come, and it will be a motivating factor for them. Okay, so we get our bread and butter from the workmen, and we should sing to the terms of the workman. So sing to the lifestyle of the workman. It's not the life of the workman. What I mean is, you should also go to site and you should carry the bond with mud and sand. Okay, so we facilitate workmen very well. And during COVID, actually, the quantum of workmen which I told, it was around 1 lakh. It has come down to around 40,000 workmen. We never send anybody back to their places. Okay, we retained at their respective project sites. So we facilitated, even if the construction work is not happening, we facilitated their salary on time every month. So again, money is a motivating factor. So it's not the other money, it's the salary. So paying salary on time itself, it's a big motivation. and every month when you get your salary on time, so you will tend to be loyal with the company. Like sir has perfectly told, it's an emotional commitment of an employee to the company is the employee engagement. So, and there are different levels of wellness. So physical wellness. So like physical wellness, like other companies, we have also facilitated the vaccination drives at our companies. Not only at one location, wherever the project sites we have facilitated the vaccination drives. And emotional wellness. So we have facilitated leadership series. So we wanted the people to get motivated from their peers also. So whomsoever have faced a problem, maybe infected with COVID, and how the company has helped them to sustain. And so we have been, so in a nutshell, we have to be, if I need to say, we were resilient, okay, and we overcome the tough situation. And we were supporting people in the economy wellness also. We paid them salary on time. We also, on a case-to-case basis, we have given them some interest-free loans and all to overcome the toughest times.
Thank you. Actually, it's quite interesting because company like yours engage a lot of blue-collar workers. So you keep them going and engaged is really a challenge, appreciated. Now moving on to the insurance industry. Basically, the wellness programs and the benefits actually emulate from the insurance sector. There are around 40 insurance companies in India. I may not be precise, more or less 40, both private players and public sector companies. So, is there any specific advantage of having a private sector insurer or a public sector insurer, or what are the new benefits? Are there any differentiators, or how the insurance as a sector, because the penetration is very low in a country like India. Penetration and financial literacy is only 10%, lowest in the world actually. So having said that, can you just give a brief landscape about your sector and the wellness initiatives and what you basically propagate to other sectors? What are the best practices?
Yeah. First of all, thank you to the DG Vaishnav management and the faculties to give us an opportunity to present to you. Secondly, sir, basically, private sector and public sector, in fact, now the times have changed. You could see most of the public sectors are functioning like a private sector companies. You see the kind of advancement which is happening. Simple rule of life. Nothing is permanent except change. In fact, we as in professionals, we also learn on each and every claim when it comes. Frankly speaking, before COVID, if you used to approach a couple of new companies, they already had engagements. They already had certain wellness programs for their people. Because see, ours is a subject where it is required for each industry. Earlier, it was roti, kapda and makan. After COVID, it has become insurance also. Because a couple of people realized that insurance is essential in life. Same way, the companies really put in a lot of efforts to revamp their insurance schemes. They not only, earlier it was like, okay, a normal, what you call a health insurance policy and a wellness attached to that and a group personal accident policy. Now it has gone beyond. In fact, now we come across certain companies who are also taking care of the current new challenges, wherein, as Edwin sir rightly said, that you could see a lot of IVF centers open across industry, across city. Likewise, there is a huge advancement which is happening into medical industry, not only medical, all industry. So as an insurance professional, you also need to be updated. To just add, now companies are also taking IVF as an additional add-on cover to ensure the employee does not spend, because see, as rightly spoken, money is which plays a very vital role. But money is not everything in life, right? No, as a advisor, I would say, see, organization gives a lot of engagement programs. But you, see, when we started our career, we had no awareness. But today, the way the advancement is happening, a lot of new add-ons, everything's have been incorporated. So, in fact, public sector companies were the first to include infertility treatment, then gender change treatment into the policies. Apart from this employee wellness, in fact, now employer are also most importantly covering their life. See, it's a very emotional touch, you know. Employing somebody and then asking them to leave, or if somebody is losing his life, it is not easy. As an employer, because I am an employer, okay, so I can tell you it is a very emotional attachment to each organization, and they ensure key employees are in a comfort zone. So to just give you a early tip, as somebody was asking that more companies are starting with layoff and everything, boss, very important thing I will tell you, you should have your own financial freedom. What do you mean by financial freedom? Financial freedom is you should be financially free through any kind of risk. So the basic necessity of any individual, for that matter, in the floor, when you start your career, you should ensure that you have your first, which is your term insurance, life insurance cover. Number 2, you need to have your health insurance cover. Number 3, a systematic SIP or some investment program, so that come what may the situation, you're financially free. See, it is not the only ownership of the employer to engage the employee into all these programs. If you start this early from in your life, you can face any challenges in life. So basically, it is, you know, the clapping hands, both the hands, the same way as how employers are important, you are also most important. Believe me, the most important people you all are going to be the next future. So first, what I would suggest is first believe in yourself. That itself will give you a lot of confidence.
Yeah. Okay, just to continue with you, actually you were telling a host of benefits like fertility, this treatment, or cataract, or whatever it is. Employers are adding new benefits every day. Generally, if you see in a sector like IT, where people are the key, okay, where they are completely people dependent, service sector. So in that service sector, we can't have a one-size-fit-all approach. So how do you handle that?
See, what happens is at that point in time, employer also engage into a employee wellness program where an ED life benefit or a key man insurance has been given to them to ensure that they don't leave the company, and the benefits have been passed on to them once they retire.
No. Actually, what I'm trying to ask you is, since you're in, there are a whole list, big laundry list of benefits. How to choose from those list? I may require a housing loan. Sir may require a superannuation pension fund, something like that. So how do you, we can't offer everything to the employees. One size will not fit all. Obviously you will have to choose from a basket of benefits. So that employer wants to keep the cost at the minimum, at the same time pass on to the benefits. Is there any?
Yeah, in that way, yes. What they do is, see, basically you start with the lower segment, the middle segment, and the top layer segment also. So basically for the lower segment, already there is an ESI scheme which is available, which is mandatory, which you are aware. And apart from that, see, most of the organization, what they do is, the first thing is to give them the financial freedom to cover them and as well as their immediate family. So they take care of their health insurance perspective. Now let's say, as you're talking about housing loan, see, company to company it differs. They have their different requirement, like there are companies which also provide benefits for the home loans, which they negotiate with the bankers, and along with that, you can also bundle up the package of covering their, if there is any life loss, the protection insurance has been given to repay their liability also. So it differs. See, as likely said, all these 5 fingers are not alike. Different person, different opportunities. So it is, in a larger scale perspective, it has to be a constructive approach where the benefits are equally given to everybody. But when it comes to a smaller segment, yes, it can be catered to a person.
Okay, that's great. Now, moving on to Mr. Balakumar. So, especially in the IT industry, we see a lot of attrition happening. Attrition was at all-time peak during COVID, and people moonlighting, taking up 7 employments at a time, and was finally found out by the PF authorities. So what is this engagement about? Over-engagement, or what is it actually? From the IT sector, are they really engaged, or how do you define engagement in such a scenario?
Okay, so one of the things is, from an engagement perspective in IT, yes, typically it started off with trying to minimize on the attrition. But a lot of these moonlighting that is happening is, in my opinion, much beyond the engagement. It's more in terms of, coming back to what he said, money being the criterion, and organizations trying to allow people to work in multiple places on one side. On the other side, it's more the gig working and all that is evolving over a period of time. We are all into fail fast, fast food mode and all that. So a lot of it is going towards that. So typically the way I look at it is, engagement will facilitate in terms of a person trying to feel belonged into an organization. That is where it gets into. But if you really look at it, some of these moonlighting and all that happens, it's not because he's not belonging there, but there is some more requirement that he has where he is going beyond. So there is this opportunity management that comes in, where some people are trying to be smart enough to get into it. So that's on one side. While that goes in, how does engagement cater to that? And that's where it typically goes back in terms of trying to understand the employee 360 as a holistic one. Now, what is his need? Like sometime back he was talking about the staff, any of the family members of the staff getting ill during the COVID time and all that, they were taking care of them. Bed management was managed, a lot of things. So typically where it goes is, once I get to know more holistically about you, I know your needs, I know your capability, and that's where a lot of the kind of employee buddying and all that comes up, wherein it is like one of my clients, what they try to, their average, they are into a combination of recruitment, conference, events and all that. So they are around 22 years in the industry, and the average age of the overall employment age, if you're looking at it, based on the employees that you are there, it's averaging around 15 to 17 years. So a couple of things that they do which I like, which I feel is good enough, is the bonding with the family. So once I get to know about you and your family, I know your needs. So when I know your needs, I know what type of a person you are and what type of thing that you need. So I will be able to align my this thing in terms of how you want it. Like it might look like he or she, who is the breadwinner there from that this thing, will be the sole breadwinner and will need more because of the commitments that he has. A lot of dependence being there and all that. That does not mean that I can give automatically whatever he wants. There is this employee cost and employee revenue to be managed. But what can be done is, there is this additional mentoring that can be provided, wherein we can help him in terms of how to fast track in his career. So how to fast track in his career, grow in terms of getting more salaries or getting additional benefits, that can probably make him feel owned within the organization, which will probably enable. So back to your question, while yes, moonlighting is hitting hard now, the way I look at it is, moonlighting is not necessarily because of employee disengagement, but it is more because of employees' wants, is how I look at it.
Okay, but the point is whether it will enhance the engagement or will it reduce the engagement? What's your take on that?
I would probably say it's not going to impact. The reason why I'm saying that is, on one side, there is an engagement that happens. And today, probably there are a lot of these tools that are facilitating the engagement to happen and all that, where we will get to know on one side. Just because somebody is quitting, I'm not going to bring in additional engagement, because as I said in the earlier question itself, IT is one place where attrition has been high, so they've always been focusing on engagement on one side. So there is only that much they can engage with. So the only difference that could potentially happen is the change, if at all that happens, is more in terms of a holistic operation, in terms of it is not Banu as an employee of an organization, but Banu and his dependence as an employee of. That is the only place where the change could potentially happen. That's how I look at it.
Okay, brilliantly said. So moving on to Edwin, can you just tell us some initiatives, wellness initiatives in any sector, not necessarily confining yourself to the health industry, wellness initiative which has led to an increase in the employee engagement? It's actually interdependent. Both are interdependent, interrelated in a way, intertwined, employee wellness and employee engagement. So any wellness initiative which has increased your engagement score from your experience?
So this is my perspective. I may be right or wrong. I think any organization which is planning to invest on people, invest on upskilling people, I think that is one of the foremost wellness initiative which will earn them fruits going forward. Because there is a lot of skill gap in the market. We are talking about different types of wellness. But the organizations can only survive when they are able to have skilled workforce. Correct? We are talking about gig workers, we are talking about full-time workers, we are talking about temporary workers. So there is a bigger picture to it. The way organizations function has changed dramatically. The way the problems are targeted or the way the solutions are being driven, there are multi-channel ways in which you approach a problem. There is no one single way. So in this context, as an organization, upskilling is one part where there is a huge demand, because sadly in the market you do not have full stack people. It's not only from a IT domain. If I'm a HR resource, I'm supposed to be a HR functional guy. I should not only be talking about talent acquisition. I should be talking about the OD part. I should be talking about the HR operations. I should be talking more about HR analytics. I could hear a lot of students talking about data-driven decision making. So these are certain things where the companies are enriching the resources to get upskilled. Sadly, colleges are not providing such opportunities. So that is the way going forward companies will get the best out of it.
Okay, right. So just a thought on this. A company called Tata Projects, maybe your competitor, L&T's competitor, Tata Projects. Is it not, sir?
Of course, yes.
Yeah. So they have this employee assistance program, 24/7. So do you have any, so that has given them great benefits, that has increased the retention rate, it has increased the engagement, and the revenues are going up. So you have any similar initiatives in your company?
Yes. So similarly,
it's basically, just I'll give a backdrop. It's a 24/7 program, EAP, employee assistance program. Anybody from any remote site can take the phone and call and seek for help.
Yes. We have a program like that. So that program is called iCall. So it is more of giving them a counseling sort of thing, not only for the work related issues, for any psychological needs or any other personal needs also. So it's we had a program, this iCall, for both the workman and for the staff category, because it was the need for the hour, and post COVID, and we are continuing this program. So we have a program like that. This is called iCall, and it is running successfully, and the engagement percentage, we assume that it will increase. So we need to wait and see. So since only for the past 2 years it was there, So during this pandemic, nobody left us, and we have also not thrown anybody out. So we value the loyalty of the people. We value the loyalty of the employees. Okay, so that has given some good results.
All right, thank you. So, Gaurav, engagement basically is it's a top-down approach. Okay, from the C-suite, they'll have to keep the managers engaged. Managers, in turn, will have to keep the shop floor level employees or the blue-collar employees or the workers engaged. But unfortunately, it is not happening in that particular fashion. C-suite not getting engaged with the managers and managers not getting engaged with the workers. So what are your thoughts on that, and there are any solutions for this, and what's your perspective on that?
So you rightly said, managers need.
It's a top-down. Basically, it's a top-down.
It's a top to bottom. See, very simple, sir. The baseline. If you take care of your bottom people, who are actually the front runners, to talk about any industry. Honestly speaking, okay, let me take it. I'll give you an example. I run an insurance broking house where we have 75 people. Okay. We have a person who caters us almost 12 hours. For any moment, she serves us a tea, coffee, everything. So what we make in a program is we ensure that first we understand from each and every employee that what do you want to vision in your life, and accordingly we place things for them. So wherein for bottom level people, what is most important is they want their immediate family members and the future of their children to be secured. So wherein if the employer takes care of minimum guidance by giving them a program which can actually engage the employee and the employer by taking care of, see, most of the lower level people may not have that upgraded knowledge which is available in the industry. So wherein if you engage programs where employees knows the avenues of how to take care of the smallest to smallest need, that will take care of all the cycles. So it is a chain process, sir. If you take care of your bottom level people, then next level people, because see, end of the day, if they are putting in the efforts, only organization can grow. It is not the top management, it is the front runners, the middle management and the key holders.
I'd like to take this opinion from others also in the group on this particular thing, on this employee engagement. It's a top-down approach, but obviously they don't spend enough time with the down the level people. And what's your thought on that? Rest of the panel members, anybody can take it.
So I think creating an ecosystem where you can be yourself is more important, because you spend 8 to 10 hours in office, right? And unless and until you're more comfortable working in a place where you're more accepted culturally, where you have someone to share your thoughts, where you're growing, at the same time you have someone to mentor to, okay? So this is an ecosystem which kind of gives a positive vibe. And this is the bottom line of your engagement that we are talking about. I'm not even talking about engaging someone to the level where his productivity increases. That's the next topic. I'm talking about what is the bottom line. Today, if I have to go and work in an organization, the first thing is I have to be accepted. Are we giving a conducive environment for them? Is the organization having neutral policies to everyone? Are the basic needs of the people met? I think this is the primary thing which every organization has to focus, and startups are doing it beautifully.
Okay. And one more general question, anybody can take it. With the rapid development of technology, what are the various tools available in the market for this employee wellness? Some wellness TVs, wellness webinars, etc. Everything are there. What's your thought on that?
Okay, because you started off with technology, let me start answering.
Yeah.
So, there are a lot of tools. Today, with the advent of artificial intelligence on one side and all that, while in the past we were talking about some data entry oriented tools, Today we have gone into a system where we are talking about artificial intelligence enabled employee engagement. Like there are cases where people are predicting attritions based on the requirement that comes in or based on what is happening about a particular person and all that. So there are multiple tools, like to name a few, you have Amber HR, or you have a Nectar, you have Kazoo. There are a lot of those tools which are actually AI based. Now what it does is, it talks about multiple things. It's like your wearable, wherein these days it says it's high time you start walking, you have been sitting for a while, start walking. So it has started going into such a state wherein it's a while since you interacted with this person. These are the things that he's currently into. Why not you speak to him? Or in certain cases, it also says your speaking is not going to help. You have lost him, so plan your succession. So it has gone to that level. There are multiple tools that are there, but it is evolving. These are things which are evolving, like Amber, Nectar, Kazoo, or to name a few. There are 100 odd tools, and top 20 probably are much better matured compared to the others. But this still has a long way to go. Things are moving in those directions.
But going forward, will human resources professionals be replaced by technology for this particular engagement?
Okay. Normally, I start my HR analytics class with the myth saying HR is no longer required. So typically, I will never see. Bullock carts is how we were moving, and today we are talking about bullet trains, but bullock carts still exist. So the way I look at it is, human relations is now becoming humane relations. Lot of what a human is going to look at, like you're talking about empathy. A lot of empathy comes in when you're talking about employee engagement and all that. So there, you cannot automate. Now, the challenge is, the so-called HR was focusing on, with due respects, I'm not demeaning anyone, we were focusing, as HR, we were trying to look at a compliance, we were trying to look at retention, we were trying to look at succession, but we never looked at people. Today, with all these automations, it's only going to enable you to become a full-blown people-centric manager rather than a talent-centric manager. That's how I try to look at it. So, long story short, HR is not going to die. But yes, some of the mundane jobs may go away. Like for example, very simply put, recruitment, there is so much of documentation that happens. I can automate the documentation process. I don't need someone to look at it. So those kinds of mundane jobs, error-prone jobs will definitely go away. But that only helps in reorienting ourselves and repositioning ourselves. Might probably be, you may not have a recruitment manager, but you might probably have a behavior manager coming in. So it's more in terms of, you're going to be looking at additional human things, and the rest of it will go automatic. That's how I look at it. HR can never die.
Okay, thank you. So we'll open the floor to the audience for any questions on this employee wellness, employee engagement, whatever you have heard from the speakers. Yeah, please.
My question is to Bhanukumar sir. So in continuation with what you're talking about, moonlighting and all that, right? So would you consider moonlighting to be what you would call a failure of employee engagement, or rather not done right? Like in the sense, do you think there's a direct correlation as to why people do it? Because they're not engaged well enough, let alone the pay factor. Because in an ideal scenario, say you're paid well, is that how it goes? Like, do you think it's because of the engagement that people consider moonlighting, or is it a human tendency to always want more?
It's a brilliant question. First, give a round of applause for it.
Good question. See, the way I look at it is, now we'll have to probably define moonlighting, what it is and what to accept, what not to. We are probably in a very infancy stage in terms of it. Because the way I look at it is, let's say for example in my own case, 15 years back when I was working, I used to be in the board of studies of few universities. Am I getting paid, or am I getting this thing in terms of some this thing honorarium or whatever is secondary? But would that cater to moonlighting? To me, it is not. That is because I'm not into competing industry. I'm not doing anything that is against what I'm supposed to be doing. So that's where it starts. Now, why am I trying to do that? I'm not doing that basically because I want more money. I'm doing that because it's more passion for me. I want to work with these student community. That's the difference that comes in. So first and foremost, the way I look at it is, let's first define moonlighting. We are into too much of an infancy stage, and again, with due respects, thanks to social media, it has got bulldozed all over. And we have actually started already abusing the word moonlighting rather than talking more about it. That's my opinion. So the way I look at it is like Wipro said or Infi said, yes, I accept for these people to work elsewhere, provided they are not competing. That is where it starts, and that's normal. I don't think that's anything wrong in it. Like if you are working in Airtel, you obviously cannot work for Reliance Jio. See, on the other side, a Swiggy versus a Zomato, it still is okay because there it's more the money that they get. So either way, somewhere there is something, so I'll pick it up, I will move on. So it's a call that we need to take in terms of defining. So to answer your question, more than employee engagement or your wants, it's more in terms of trying to bring in definition in terms of what is it, what is allowed. So as HR, I think the first step is for us to not react to it, but start looking at it at a higher level to define, understand what it is and build policies so that will get into a little more clarity. That's how I look at it.
Okay, thank you. So I have got a message. So already we have exceeded the time limit. So with this, we have come to the conclusion of this discussion. Thanks to my panelists, wonderful panelists, and great audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome Mr. Balamurali Krishnan, Head in Charge of the department, who is also the Placement cum Liaison Officer with vast experience in recruitment verticals, to deliver the welcome address to the gathering.
Good evening to all of you. I take great pride in welcoming our chief guest, Ms. Muthamalla, Senior Vice President HR, Congruence Solutions Limited. Thank you, ma'am, and we welcome you for this valedictory function. I take immense pleasure to welcome our guest of honor, Mr. R. Manikandan, General Manager, Employee Relations, Hyundai Motors Limited. Thank you, sir, and we welcome you. I also take pleasure in welcoming all the members for this valedictory function. Thank you.
I now request Dr. Sindhu Shivan, Faculty, PG Department of Human Resource Management, to present the report of the event GLAD 2022.
Very good evening to one and all present here. Myself, Dr. Sindhu Shivan, Assistant Professor of PG Department Human Resource Management, will take the honorable privilege to present the report of Tanthra 2022. The main objective of the theme GLAD of Tanthra is to provide a forum for professionals from HR domain to discuss, analyze, and perceive current trends and practices. As all of us know, the year's theme of Tanthra is GLAD, which is Green HR, Lean HR, Agile HR, and Digital HR. As part of the planning, the students were divided into different committees under the guidance of experienced faculty members. Registration was open to HR delegates from various organizations, aspiring HR students, and academicians from various institutions representing management departments. The inaugural session of the flagship event, Tanthra, has commenced with formal proceedings at 9:30 a.m. today. 4 guests were invited for the astounding ceremony and marked the opening of our most significant event from HR Department, G. Vaishnav College. The opening inaugural speech done by special invitee Mr. Shivashish Das, Hitachi Astemo Limited, Tokyo, Japan, joined with us virtually. He shared beautiful insight on Workday platform software, which is used in 27 countries to understand the day-to-day activities. He also mentioned about the data silos, business strategies to understand people. Ms. Uma Devi, Additional Labour Commissioner, guest of honor of the day, shared the personal experience and mentioned how HR managers should be flexible based on situations. In the inaugural session, the chief guest, Ms. Smita Nasco, emphasized the importance of employee management and its importance in the workplace. The department placement brochure 21-23 was released by the chief guest of the day. Professor Shivashankari present department report of 21-22. As an initiative of the department, the mentorship program Drona Corporate to Campus launch was done by our special chief guest, Mr. Nandakumar IRS, Additional Commissioner of Income Tax. He released the Drona brochure also. In his speech, he gave insight on how to handle people with compassion. Professor Madhyaragan, coordinator Drona mentorship program, gave a nutshell of Drona program, the mentorship. The first technical session of the day keynote address on the topic GLAD, it was given by two eminent speakers. The first speaker, Mr. Ashok Chopra from Amity University, Dubai, virtually joined with us. He spoke the importance of attracting talent, HR effectiveness, and the importance of digitalization in HR. Technology is the key. Human use technology in the field of HR. The second speaker of the day note address was Mr. Charles Godwin, Sohopur. Mr. Charles Godwin excellently quoted to treat others the way you want to be treated. He encouraged the gathering by saying people who have thirst can do wonders. HR is not human resource, but human relations. The second technical session of the day was panel discussion on the topic Managing Emotional Labor. The moderator of the session was Dr. R. Gayatri from Pune, India. The panelists were Mr. Isaac Pataraja from Samina, India, Mr. Joshua David from Emphas Limited, Mr. Bertram Godwin Paul Ignatius from Kaleshwari Refinery Private Limited, and Ms. Bhargavi Thirumalai from Keller Group. From the panel discussion, the moderator R. Gayatri concluded that building trust can hold people in an organization. It's important to respond to situation, not reacting, thereby having healthy workplace. Anger, pride, and anxious are three mantras that has to be managed day in or day out. After the executive lunch, the final session of the day fireside chat on the topic, role of HR in continued employee engagement and wellness, was conducted. The moderator of the session was Mr. Chidambaram Ramanathan from Holstick HR Hub. The panelists were Mr. Edwin Charles from Dr. Agarwal Eye Hospital, Mr. G. Gaurav Jadhav from the Om Insurance Brokers Private Limited, Mr. Banukumar from Ara Associates, and Mr. Vishnu Prasad from L&T Construction. The discussion threw light on the various programs developed in different sectors, post-COVID for mental well-being of employees, and how to reduce attrition rate and improve overall employee satisfaction. Concluded the memorable event, going to conclude the memorable event with the valedictory ceremony by two guests. The chief guest, Ms. Muttumala, is HR Congruent Solutions, and guest of honor, Mr. R. Manikandan, Hyundai Motors India Limited. It is indeed a great pleasure to give a big applause to our fabulous friends and distinguished faculty members who have put their remarkable effort to make this event mega success. On behalf of PG Department of HRM, we affirm you deliver more knowledge sharing events and let Tantra be one of the most memorable happening of HR journey. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. I now call upon Mira to introduce the chief guest, Ms. Muttumala.
Thank you, Abhirami. We are very happy to introduce the chief guest, Ms. S. Muttumala, Senior Vice President, HR, Congruent Solutions Private Limited. Ms. S. Muttumala completed her bachelor's in business administration from Jawahar Science College, Neyveli, and a master's in social work from PSG College of Arts and Science, Coimbatore. She has over 20 years of experience across manufacturing, FMCG, IT, and ITS industries. She has performed a wide variety of operational as well as strategic roles encompassing talent acquisition, talent transformation, and capability development. Ms. S. Muttumala is a professional certified coach from the International Coach Federation, and she is also an executive coach for mid and senior level management.
Our areas of expertise include developmental coaching for building high-performance leaders and teams. We are very delighted to have you here, ma'am. Now, I request you to address the gathering.
Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Good evening to all of you on the stage and off the stage. At the outset, I would like to thank the college for having given us this opportunity, Congruent Solutions Private Limited, to be here for this occasion. It gives me immense pleasure to be here in this evening because, the memories go back to your college days, apart from your scrum meetings, daily review calls, so on and so forth. So before I move on to it, just to start with a light-hearted note. So once the program was told and they said that your session will be in the afternoon and evening, and I was very diligent. So I waited for Monday, Tuesday, and then I texted and I asked them, hey, what's my role? What should I talk about? And how much time should I talk? So some of them said, Madam, காலையில இருந்து சாயந்திரம் வரைக்கும் நாங்கள் full sessionல இருப்போம் மேடம். The valedictory session கொஞ்சம் பார்த்து பண்ணுங்க. I think that was it was a very genuine thing, and I'm very honest. I think I have been on the other side of the table, so we know how tough it is, and I assure you it will not be a long session, not more than 5-10 minutes. Jokes apart, I think you folks need a round of applause for this wonderful event that has been put together. It's an excellent thing. Kudos to all of you who have been a primary source for this event. And Tantra, the theme that I have seen, the GLAD, green, agile, lean, and what is it, D for? Yeah. I think it's a need for that, and it is something which is very happening in today's industry. In my opinion, as a HR person who has been in this industry for this time, human resources function as such pre-pandemic or post-pandemic. The basic responsibilities of whatever we have read through in the theory, nothing has changed. Everything is continuing to remain the same. It starts from recruitment till exit. But the focus has changed. The focus on specific initiatives have changed, and it is very admiring to see that you folks have followed on all those and you have created a theme around that. So as a human resources professional representing from this industry, in my opinion, 3 key focus that human resources is focusing on is: one is ESG, environmental and social governance. And the second one is the workforce, the generational focus. And the third, I would say, is on the technology part of it, digitalization. So there were days when this environment and social governance were focusing on only manufacturing, but today it has gone beyond, and it is applicable to every industry and most. The banking and financial services, BFSI industry, everywhere it is applicable. So what it talks all about is about we as industries, how are we doing justice to the business and to the whole world outside. So you have certifications. I hope all of you must be aware of it. And whatever I'm going to talk, nothing is new here. And you would have Googled, every Google will give the same search results, and I'm quite sure that I happened to be there as an audience in the previous session. The kind of questions that you have asked, I think you folks are following more the news than us, which is very good. I think learning never ends. Learning is a continuous process. So moving on to my thing. So environmental and social governance. So that focuses on your carbon emission, the lights that is supposed to be in the offices, or how are you discarding your IT machines or infrastructure. Everything is starting to assume importance. Why? It's because of the globalization and the few more points. And the next is on the social part of it, the corporate social responsibility, the equal opportunity employers, and the transgender focus, all these policies, the ESG, the certifications and the governance part of it, it calls for every organization should have all these policies. This is one dimension. I think beautifully you have also brought into the focus as the key theme of your program. Moving on to the second, generational focus. Yes, today we are moving into, Gen X, now Gen Y, Gen Zs. I hope folks from the industries would accept this. The HR team's main focus is how do we make things a bit of a change that will lend itself for today's generation, which is, Gen Y, Gen Z. And research reports say that more than 75% of the workforce is going to be occupied only by Gen Y and Gen Z. Earlier, when I started my career, there used to be training programs, and the training programs will be from morning 10 to 5, you will have breaks and all of those. Today, if I go and tell my employees such a training program, classroom sessions, one, the attendance may be less, or the attention may be less. One of the two will happen. So we constantly evolve. So how to make our programs in such a way that it is going to be useful to the employees. So there is when this micro-learning as a concept has come into place. I hope all of you must be aware of. The micro-learning, there are more degrees and more certifications because there is nothing is new, because your books have changed into blinks and your letters have changed into emails, and from emails to social media. Today, Twitters and Instagrams are the mode of communication. And, we have to respond to the change. So as HR professionals, that is a challenge that we have with us. How are we going to respond to the change? The functions are the same, the recruitment to exit, but the way we deliver, the way it gets across to the people has to be in a way that is being received by this kind of a generation. So there is where, the new methodology, what is the right word? New methodologies, new process, how do we make it lean? So digitalization has come into place only there. Earlier we used to have ERPs as HR where there will be basic programs that will be there. But today, I think in the last session also, there was a section that focused on EAPs, 24/7 support, employee assistance program. So today the world is like that, because in this generation, everybody wants instantaneous results, instantaneous recognition, instantaneous response. So how do we do it? We have to do it. So that is a way today the industry is. So there is where all of it, your chatbots or, everything is becoming online. Everything is becoming technology centric. What is the fundamental premise on which everything works? It's a response. The responsiveness has to be the key. If somebody has any issue at 11 o'clock in the night, EAP has to work. The chatbots will have to work. If chatbots cannot work, we will have to make sure that there is something that is it. What is a common denominator in all this? Employee engagement. So you need engaged employee workforce for them to deliver the results. If we take care of the employees, the customers would have been taken care well. So there is no change in all of these. So I'm so very glad to see that, maybe in my opinion, these are the three focus: the environment and social responsibility and the generational focus. And the next one is on digitalization of the human resources from the industry that I represent from. But it may be that there may be few other focus areas from other industries also. And in my opinion, I see this program to be very relevant to the theme. And, I'm coming to my last bit of my talk. So as students, we have been hiring students from this college for both of our IT. Okay, just a very brief introduction about the organization that I represent from. Congruent Solutions Private Limited. We are an organization into retirement benefits, primarily catering to the US geography. And we have our product, which is a SAP-enabled cloud-based product. So that primarily caters to the US customers and the US folks. And we also have our IT ES unit, so which is into the same retirement pension service providing. So for both these business units, we hire folks from this college. And our experience has been very good. And especially from the HR department, I think beautifully you have in your structure of the curriculum, you have something called internship, right? Okay. So this internship is a brilliant one where you get a corporate exposure. So where you will get to know what is company all about, how this function works, and how do you do it. My request or submission will be, while most of the students take it seriously, not everybody may take it seriously. Please take this as an opportunity for you to understand, because it's brilliantly structured in such a way that it is not focused on one sector. It is focused on various sectors so that you will know how different HR functions work and how different HR functions are working on. So it's an opportunity for you to get yourselves exposed. I think with this brief note, I will leave the floor for a few minutes if there are any questions, and if I have the ability to answer from my experience, I can. So, any questions, please? Okay, so I stayed within I think 5 to 7 minutes is what I have said and I did. All the very best to the future leaders. Wish you all the very best. Once again, great job. Kudos to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for sharing your insights with us. I now call upon Aarti to introduce the guest of honor, Mr. Manikandan.
Thank you, Abhirami. We are delighted to introduce the guest of honor for the valedictory ceremony, Mr. R. Manikandan. Mr. R. Manikandan is currently working as a General Manager, Employee Relation in Hyundai Motors India Limited. He did his post-graduation MSc MPhil in Physics from Loyola College, Chennai. He also completed his MSW HR from DG Vaishnav College. Subsequently, while working, he also pursued MBA and LLB. Initially, he was a physics lecturer at Loyola College, Chennai, and a visiting faculty at Anna University, but later went on to become a successful HR professional. During his tenure, he signed 5 long-term wage settlements and managed 4 labor strikes. He was also one among the 2 members to restructure the performance management system with global HR standard. Some of his awards include Young IR Professional Award by Arga Academy of Industrial Relations in 2019, Best Change Agent Award by Hyundai Motor Group Worldwide in 2017, Certified Internal Trainer by HMG University in 2012. We are very grateful to have you here with us, sir. Now I request our guest of honor to share the insights to the gathering.
Thank you. I just thought from morning everybody would be seeing only faces. So I just thought some more slides would be making you a little, feel different. How many of you have heard this, about this Choluteca bridge in Honduras? It works? Anybody? Choluteca bridge in Honduras. This is actually in Central America. This place is very famous for the notorious storms and hurricanes. So in 1996, this bridge was, they thought that we should build this kind of bridge. It's a 480-meter long bridge. They brought in latest technology and people from Japan to build this bridge to withstand the extreme weather conditions. 1998, the bridge was opened to the public. And same year, there was one more hurricane, Mitch, which came and hit the Honduras. It actually created big havoc, and almost 7,000 lives were taken by this river Choluteca. It collapsed all the bridges in the country, flooded the entire region, but only one bridge survived, and that was this bridge. It was a marvel of modern, design. So it proved the testimony of time. But the only hitch was the way to the bridge and the way leaving from the bridge, both were washed away. And also that, not just that, you can see in the picture, the river which was supposed to flow under the bridge took a different turn and started flowing besides the bridge. Now this happened 24 years before, but it is very much relevant in today's context. The business condition and the markets are ever changing, and this is the reality today. You know very well, change alone is constant. We all think that we have extremely good solutions in HR. Yes, we have got very good methods, processes. But then, HR has always been a transactional job. What you guys are reading, recruitment, talent management, payroll. Can you all be attentive with me, friends? Yes, I know you are all restless, but then I am an alumni, so I know very well how you guys will be feeling. But I thought like this is a piece which you need to, this metaphor you need to understand. You know what COVID taught us? None of us would have imagined that work from home would have been possible, particularly online classes for children for almost 2 years. We had COVID batches passing out, right? And we are here today. So this is actually the situation today in the world, and we need to evolve, we need to transform to meet the customer needs, we need to deliver value to the employees, and we need to become business partners. Unlike any other times, it is very, very relevant now. Yes? And I think I'm very glad that DG Vaishnav's MHRM team has thought through and specifically taken this theme GLAD, green, lean, agile and digital. See, I represent a manufacturing industry. Every industry, there were a lot of people from different sectors. So this is implemented in all across in different proportions. In some places we will be the drivers, in some places we will be the enablers, and some places we will be the catalysts. Okay, but nevertheless, let us see one by one from, whatever little I know, I'm going to share with you. The entire world is looking at a sustainable environment. Sustainable practice to save the environment, because beware, there is no planet B. Yes? So, right from using, one-side sheets, okay, and banning the plastic bottles, plastic cups, using, glass jars. Companies like us, manufacturing companies, we use lots of water. How do we tap this resource of rain and harvest? How we become self-sustainable? Can we be zero emission and zero discharge companies? See, in every company, you may be wondering, really is green HR the job of, HR? Or is there a department in any organization? Definitely yes, there is an environment guy in every organization. But then, we need to be the people who should enable this. Yes? For example, we are automobile manufacturer. There are many people in this audience also who will be interested to be eco-friendly. Right from the bag you carry to the mall for purchase or the car you drive, you want to be eco-friendly. So we are looking at eco-friendly solutions. Predominantly we manufacture IC engines, petrol and diesel cars, but now we are venturing into electric vehicles. My parent company has already started producing hydrogen fuel cars, and it's very good, soon going to be reality. This picture, what you see is the picture of my canteen. You can see solar panels above the canteen roof. We are becoming 100% renewable energy by 2025, and what you see in the picture, that's the farmhouse inside my manufacturing unit. It's a 500-acre plant. In that, 50 acres is trees. Almost 10,000 trees we have planted. In fact, even after Varda cyclone. So we are almost, a green partner. We have received a lot of awards in that. Next. So now coming to lean HR. I know very well when you saw the word labor laws, most of you here will not be liking it. Even the faculty who's teaching also you may not like. But labor law is very much relevant and important for all you guys. You need to know the law of the land. Lean HR is all about eliminating non-value add process and redundancy. Even the government is coming up with, labor code to reduce, redundancy. 44 labor legislations have been combined and, they are trying to make it simplified. Why? To reduce red tapeism and to improve business so that there is no more investments. So, almost 190 registers are reduced and made it into 17. That's what they are planning to. I'm not sure still what is going to be reality. So next, in terms of Agile HR, HR is always considered to be compliance driven, bureaucratic. We always, work in silos, but not anymore. We need to be agile. We need to be empathetic. We need to be customer oriented. We need to deliver value. We need to be responsive. We need to be adaptive. Yes, agility is something which everybody expects. So now I'll quote a typical example. HR, how we are in business. We are business partners. See, those days when I joined, like almost 20 years back, if you see, HR will always be called for any discussion in the implementation stage. We have every car projects coming in, but we never were in the planning stage. But today the context is different. I was telling you about electric vehicles, right? So if a person is doing engine production, now in electric vehicle there's not going to be any engine. So what are we going to do with the guy? So you need to plan it in advance. So HR is already in the board right from the planning stage. How are we going to use? What is the training needs? What is the manpower count? What is the job efficiency? Everything is required. Now, I am representing the IR fraternity. So what is HR in an IR setup? It's nothing but agile, being proactive. Because, IR in, Indian setup is like, we always need to be agile. Because IR is like, traveling in Indian roads. There will be a lot of potholes, there will be cattle. You do not know which direction people are coming. Left la kaiya potittu, right la indicator pottu, straight up poite irukano. Appada vandu agility is okay. Today monsoon is coming morning, your principal, I was listening to your video in live. So your principal was telling like 2 of your students came to his office and he was talking about the monsoon preparedness. We did the same thing the whole week. We had kept our, tree cutters ready, pumping machines ready. Why? Because business has to go on. Business continuity we have to ensure. The same thing we did for every cyclone. Yeah? So that is what is agility. Now coming to digital HR. So when you say digital, it is about being smart. Today the buzzword is smart factory. We have already, lot of artificial intelligence and virtual reality in our plant. This is 100%, it's not a 100% automized plant, but we have a lot of robots. The beauty is that how you are going to have a perfect blend of technology and human engineering. That is what is very important. Yes, so you can see in the picture how a technician is carrying a tablet. So traceability is very important. So we cannot actually go on writing things on papers. Yes, everything needs to be systemized. In that way, digital is very, very important. Now, industry revolutions have happened. The first 3 industrial revolutions focused on mass production with electricity. And Industry 4.0, which is now the happening thing, it focuses on artificial intelligence, machine learning, and automation. Now, what is Industry 5.0? Any idea? Have you heard of this term called lights out manufacturing? Anybody here? This is going to be Industry 4.0. We are going to have dark factories. What is dark factory? What is lights out manufacturing? We are not going to have people in the factory. It's all going to be robots. நம்ம மிக்ஸி யூஸ் பண்ணுறோம்ல, எல்லாத்தையும் தூக்கி உள்ளே போட்டுட்டு ஸ்விட்சை மட்டும் ஆன் பண்ணால் மிக்ஸி ஓடிட்டு சட்னி வெளியில் வந்துடும். That's how factories are going to be. It's already there. In Japan, it's already there. In what kind of condition? In a toxic environment, in a high temperature environment, in a scenario where that, the working is not conducive, they are having this kind of factories. So, but then, are we going to operate without human beings? No. We will not be doing on-site surveillance, but rather we will be doing remote surveillance. HR. Is it going to be obsolete then? I want you to answer this. Will HR be obsolete? I think the previous session also, one of the speaker was talking about it. The good news is that HR is not going to be obsolete because experts say that we are in the nascent stage. Okay? So you don't have to worry about it, but then we are going to be a different avatar. We need to suit ourselves for the industry 5.0. We cannot do the same thing what we are doing. Yes? See, this is what I do every day. These are the hats I wear. I think you have been talking about, emotional and engagement and all those things. But if you see this slide, predominantly when I was introduced, they said I signed 5 settlements. My main job is to negotiate with the union, day in and day out. So I play a role of negotiator. That is actually with the union. What about the management? I go and represent the employees. So I am an advocate there. I go and represent the people. Being an IR guy, I am a part-time detective also. You need to find out what is the kind of things happening inside. Yes, we have intelligence in the shop floor. Well-being evangelists. We are talking about post-COVID. We were almost in hospitals during the COVID era. Then, of course, motivational speaker, enthusiastic teacher, or the diversity champion, whatever it is. But all these things, along with being a business partner. So it's not just being a GLAD HR, but you also need to wear different hats, which means HR is not going to end. Yes? But you should understand that what you all are reading is human resource management, which is talking about the structures and functions of HR, the traditional way. But now it is human capital management. And what does it mean? What is that value you're going to add? The ROI of employees to the organization. But going forward, what they say is it's going to be HXM, experience management. And experience is almost equivalent to engagement. Yes? So what is the kind of experience your employees are going to get? By the way of giving proper culture, technology, working condition. If it is positive, he will be positively engaged, and you know very well an engaged employee will be a productive employee. And if you don't have that, it's going to be a negative environment. The future is going to be tailor-made HR. So what the next gen is going to expect is a personalized HR. But whatever you said and done, one thing which is very, very important is the human touch. Human relations. Yes, that's what I think Charles was speaking. So human touch should be there in HR, and I would like to make it ease with a small video, which I'm sure you all will be enjoying. You would have seen this.
இன்னைக்கு என்ன கிருஷ்ண ஜெயந்தியா? நான் தொலைச்சிக்கிட்டே இருக்கேன், நீ தளத்தை பழிச்சுக்கிட்டே போயிட்டு இருக்க. அப்பயா, நான் எவ்வளவு சீரியஸான மேட்டரா போயிட்டு இருக்கேன். எவனுக்கும் அறிவே கிடையாது.
இவர் என்ன இந்த வயசுல இவ்ளோ டென்ஷன் ஆவறாரு? Wait a minute for 5 minutes.
புது பிளாக தொலைச்சிக்கிட்டே இருக்கேன். புதுசா பிளாக்கா கட்டிக்கிட்டே போவாங்க. நான் தொலைச்சிக்கிட்டே போறேன். அழுக்காக்காரீங்களான எவன் காதை வாங்குறான்? ஏய்யா, உனக்கு வேற நான் தனியா சொல்லணுமா? ஏய்யா இப்படி வந்து என் கழுத்தை அறுக்குறீங்க? நீ வந்து அழுக்காக்கிட்டு போயிடுவேன். நான் சுத்தமா தொலைக்கலன்னு மேல இடத்துல என்ன கூப்பிட்டு திட்டுவாங்க.
உன் பேர் என்ன?
எதுக்கு என் பேர்ல கம்ப்ளைண்ட் கொடுக்க போறியா? போயா, போய் பண்ணு. போ, புண்ணிய கோடி என் பேர்.
நீ செய்யற வேலைக்கான ரிசல்ட் உன் பேர்லயே இருக்குது தெரியுமா?
என்ன சொல்ற நீ?
புண்ணியம். இங்க டாக்டருங்க எல்லாம் காசு வாங்கின்னு வந்த வியாதிக்கு ட்ரீட்மெண்ட் கொடுக்கறதுக்கு ட்ரை பண்றாங்க. ஆனா நீ வரப்போற வியாதி அண்டாம இருக்கிறதுக்காக பினைல் ஊத்தி தண்ணியில டெய்லி தொச்சினுக்கிற பார். அதான் சர்வீஸ்.
அதான் 40 வருஷமா செஞ்சுட்டு இருக்கிறேன்.
அதெல்லாம் வேற சர்வீஸ். நான் சொல்றது தமிழ்ல சேவை. காந்தி எல்லாம் நாட்டுக்கு செஞ்சார் பார், அது.
நானா?
ஆமா. பின்ன இதெல்லாம் பாராட்டுறதுக்கு பெரிய மனுஷங்களுக்கு டைம் கிடைக்காது. நம்ம தான் டைம் கிடைக்கும் போது அட்ஜஸ்ட் பண்ணி அப்பப்போ பாராட்டி. உன்ன மாதிரி தெரு ஒரு ஆள் இருந்தான்னு வச்சுக்க, கால்ராலாம் அண்டுமா? நான் உனக்கு வாய் ஜாஸ்தி எல்லாரும் திட்டிக்கினே இருப்ப. நம்ம மனசு சுத்தையா. வெளியே நிறைய பேர் இருக்கலாம், மேலெல்லாம் செட்டு பூசினே, ஆனா உள்ளெல்லாம் கலீஜு. அதனால நீ ஹாப்பியா இருக்கணும், புலம்பாத. நோ புலம்பிங். தேட்டா
அட விடுப்பா, என்ன வேலையை செய்ய முடியும்.
சரி சரி.
ஏன் தம்பி உனக்கு என்ன மனசு சரியில்லையா?
எனக்கா? ஆஹா, ரொம்ப சரியா இருக்குது. அதான் என் ப்ராப்ளமே. நீ அப்படி நினைச்சிட்டியா? அதெல்லாம் ஒண்ணும் இல்லை. நான் எப்படிதான் எப்பவுமே. ஐயோ
என்னது
வசனெல்லாம் பேசிட்டு நானே மறிச்சிட்டேன் பாத்தியா?
நீங்க எங்க வேணும்னாலும் மிதிக்க தம்பி, நான் சுத்தம் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். என்ன
போகணும்?
போங்க ஐயா, உங்களுக்கு 1000 வேலை, எனக்கு இது ஒண்ணுதானே வேலை.
அப்படி பாடுங்க.
So this kind of human touch is very, very important, and this no college is going to teach you. Yes. Now, if you see, என்னையும் மனசு சரியில்லையான்னு கேட்டவங்களாம் இருக்காங்க. So the person who is actually cleaning my washroom, the one who serves us tea, my own team members, we have a very small thing, a good job sticker, which we actually put, and it really brings tears in them. You may not be able to appreciate that. Yes, அவங்க சொன்னது தான். நம்ம வந்து பார்த்தோன்னா நமக்கு நேரம் கிடைக்காது பாராட்டுறதுக்கு. இந்த 4 presidents council, please come up. Let's actually give them a good hand. Come up, get up. At least you be there and stand up there. நம்ம நேரம் கிடைக்கும் போது பாராட்டிக்கணும். Yes, who are the 4? 3 is there. The 4th guy? Okay, anyways, good job done. Please have seat. Please have seat. Okay, next. So, I'm sure I'm going to conclude, so don't have to worry. So, this is the car which we manufacture. I'm sure, how many of you have traveled in car? Can you raise hands? At least driven? பாதி பேர் ஏறினது இல்லையா காரில்? இருக்கீங்களா இல்லையான்னு தெரியணும். Okay, good. So, if you travel in car, I'm sure or if you drive the car, those who drive will be able to appreciate it better. There's a rear view mirror and there's a big windshield. Yes? And what do you actually focus 90% of your time? Windshield, right? And how much time do you spoken? Look at the rear view. Very little time, right? So the point is, whatever we have learnt in terms of HR or in terms of anything, the past things, keep it as your learning and use it as your reference. When you drive your car, you need to be at the present and you need to look at the future and drive. And that's what my piece of advice would be. Use your learnings and use it for the current situation and start thinking how you can actually deliver for the future. Okay? So with that piece of advice, I'm leaving you with a question. When was the last time you did something for the first time? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for briefing more on our team GLAD through your presentation and about the importance of human touch. I now request Ms. Shakti Uma Devi of first year MA HRM to take over the session.
Thank you, Abhirami. Acknowledgement implies a spirit of gratitude as opposed to an attitude of self-reliance, recognition of large power outside oneself. I feel exultant to acknowledge the Council of Presidents and committee members of Tanthra 2022. I request our chief guest, Ms. S. Muttumala, to present the memento to the Council of Presidents. Mr. Aravind Jayesh.
Namukkin Nanmai Kadalin Peridu. The help given without weighing the return, when weighed, outweighs the sea. I now request Ms. Neha, Faculty Coordinator of Tantra 2022, PG Department of Human Resource Management, to deliver the oath of thanks.
Good evening to one and all present here. It's my privilege to propose the oath of thanks on this occasion. I, Ms. Neha, Faculty Coordinator Tantra, the PG Department of Human Resource Management, would firstly like to extend my resounding thanks to the Almighty for making today's event a grand success. On behalf of our college and the PG Department of Human Resource Management, I sincerely thank our chief guest, Ms. M.V. Smitha, Learner Success Lead, NASSCOM, Ms. Uma Devi, Additional Labour Commissioner, Chennai, Government of Tamil Nadu, and Mr. Shivashish Das, Director Hitachi, Astemo Limited, Global, Tokyo, Japan, who joined us virtually for leading the inauguration of the program. We thank Mr. V. Nandakumar, IRS, Additional Commissioner Income Tax, Department of Finance, Government of India, for heading the launch of Drona Mentorship Program. A big thanks to Dr. Ashok Chopra, Professor, Amity University, Dubai, who connected with us virtually, and Mr. Charles Godwin, HR Leader, Zoho Corp, for their keynote address of Session 1. We thank Dr. R. Gayatri from Kone, India, for moderating the panel discussion with the esteemed panelist, Mr. Isaac Paturaja from Sanmina, India, Mr. Joshua David, MD, Emphasis Limited, Mr. Bertram Godwin Paul Ignatius from Kalishwari Refinery Private Limited, Ms. Margavi Thirumalai from Keller Group. We would like to show our appreciation for their valuable insights. We extend our thanks to Mr. Chidambaram Ramanathan, Founder and CEO, Holistic HR Hub, for moderating the fireside chat session with Mr. Banukumar, Founder Director, ARA Associates, Mr. J. Edwin Charles, Dr. Agarwal's Eye Hospital, Mr. Gaurav G. Jetta from Om Insurance Brokers Private Limited, and Mr. Vishnu Prasad from L&T Construction, for being our renowned conversational partners and sharing their dynamic perceptions. We thank Ms. S. Muthumala, Senior Vice President, HR Congruent Solutions, and Mr. R. Manigandan, General Manager ER, Hyundai Motors India Limited, for taking time from their busy schedules and gracing the occasion with their warm presence. It's indeed a great honor for our college to have welcomed such prominent luminaries. We thank our college secretary, Sri Ashok Kumar Mundraji, and the principal, Captain Dr. S. Santosh Babu, for standing as the pillars of power and the constant support. We would also like to thank our head of the department, placement officer, cum liaison officer, Mr. Balamulli Krishna, for inspiring us to do our best gracing the event with his presence and support. We are immensely honored to be backed by our sponsors, Sealed, Skillstar, Talent Pro India, Ravi Pharmacy, and Lone Planet Tours and Travels. We thank them for their valuable contributions. We would also like to express our sincere thanks to our delegates and the students participants from various colleges for their valuable presence. We would also like to express our gratitude to the members of the press and the media who were present with us today. We extend our hearty thanks to the head of the Viscom department, Ms. G. Vasant, and Mr. Subhash, student of Viscom department, and their technical team for supporting us in conducting the event. We express our sincere gratitude for the crew from Munna Events for their services and their delicious lunch. A big thanks to the admin staffs, maintenance staffs, as well as Mr. John from the data center and Mr. Kumaran from the technical team for their support. I take this opportunity to thank all other faculty members and the non-teaching staffs of the Department of MAHRM for their efforts and cooperation, which serve to be the backbone of the program. And finally, we would also like to acknowledge that an event like this cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling weeks ago. It requires planning and a bird's eye for details. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated student coordinators, towards whom we show our sincere gratitude. We cannot thank each and every one of you for their involvement and their willingness to take on the completion of the task beyond their comfort zones. Thank you all, and we hope you have a great evening ahead. Thank you.
I request our head in charge, Mr. Balamulli Krishnan, to felicitate the As we conclude the day, I would also like to thank firstly our faculty, that is starting from Sneha ma'am, Madhi sir, Sindhu ma'am and Shiv Shankari ma'am, and most importantly our head in charge for giving us the opportunity to do this, because it is not every day you see a department being so supportive in terms of we had 1.5 months to do this and we were able to pull it off in such a short duration. So can we have a round of applause for them, please? Yes, and what is most important is I would also like to personally thank the first years for all the support they've done. You've taken a day off your internship and you've come here. Please give yourself a round of applause. And there are so many of you who've helped us at every single stage throughout the event, and I want to show my gratitude to all of you. And I hope that you guys will do it 10 times better than what we've done today here, and that should be the benchmark set henceforth. Thank you.